murders the happiness of a husband, is no less spiritually born for its criminal nature. If a remorse of conscience, the latter proceeding always from the sixth principle, has only once been felt during the period of bliss and really spiritual love, born in the sixth and fifth, however polluted by the desires of the fourth or kamarupa, then this remorse must survive and will accompany incessantly the scenes of pure love. I need not enter into details, since a physiological expert, as I take you to be, need hardly have his imagination and intuition prompted by a psychological observer of my sort. Search in the depths of your conscience and memory, and try to see what are the scenes that are likely to take their firm hold upon you, when once more in their presence you find yourself living them over again, and that, ensnared, you will have forgotten all the rest. This letter, among other things, since in the course of events it will come far later on in the panorama of your resurrected life. I have no right to look into your past life. Whenever I may have caught glimpses of it, I have invariably turned my eyes away, for I have to deal with the present a piece in it, also, and by far more a new invention than the XAPS. Not with the ancient man. Yes, love and hatred are the only immortal feelings, but the gradations of tones along the 7x7 scales of the whole keyboard of life are numberless, and, since it is those two feelings, or, to be correct, shall I risk being misunderstood again and say those two poles of man's asterisk soul, which is a unity that mold the future state of man, whether for Devachan or Avika, then the variety of such states must also be inexhaustible. And this brings us to your complaint or charge, number 9, for, having eliminated from your past life the Rathigans and Reeds who with you have never transcended beyond the boundaries of the lower portion of your fifth principle with its vehicle the comma, what is it but the partial remembrance of a life? The lines marked with your reddest pencil are also disposed of. For how can you dispute the fact that music and harmony are for a Wagner, a Paganini, the King of Bavaria, and so many other true artists and melomans, an object of the profoundest spiritual love and veneration? With your permission I will not change one word in clause 9. Pity you have not followed your quotation with personal commentaries. I fail to comprehend in what respect you object to the word dream. Of course both bliss and misery are but a dream, and as they are purely spiritual they are intensified. 2. Answered. I 2a and I 2b, had I but written, when answering Mr. Hume's objections, who after statistical calculations made with the evident intention of crushing our teaching, maintained that after all spiritualists were right and the majority of seance room spooks were spirits * in no case then, with the exception of suicides and shells and those accidents who die full of some engrossing earthly passion, is there any possibility for any other, etc., etc. I would have been perfectly right and pucka as a * professor *. To think that, eager as you are to accept doctrines that contradict in some most important point of physical science from first to last, you should have consented at Mr. Hume's suggestion to split hairs over a simple omission. My dear friend, permit me to remark that simple common sense ought to have whispered you that one who says one day, in no case then, etc., and a few days later denies having ever pronounced the word never is not only no adept but must be either suffering from softening of the brain or some other accident. On margin I said rarely, but I have not pronounced the word never refers to the margin of the proof of your letter N. H, that margin, or rather to avoid a fresh accusation the piece of paper I had written upon some remarks referring to the subject and glued to the margin of your proof you have cut out, as well as the 4 lines of poetry. Why you have done so is known better to yourself. But the word never refers to that margin. To one sin though I do plead guilty. That sin was a very acute feeling of irritation against Mr. Hume upon receiving his triumphant statistical letter, the answer to which you found in corporate in yours when I wrote for you the material for your answer to Mr. Kandalawalla's letter that you had sent back to HPB. Had I not been irritated I would not have become guilty of the omission, perhaps. This now is my karma. I had no business to feel irritated, or lose my temper, but that letter of his was I believe the 7th or the 8th of that kind received by me during that fortnight. And I must say, that our friend has the most knavish way of using his intellect in raising the most unexpected sophisms to tickle people's nerves with, that I have ever known. Under the pretext of strict logical reasoning, he will perform feigned thrusts at his antagonist whenever unable to find a vulnerable spot, and then, caught and exposed, he will answer in the most innocent way, "Why, it is for your own good, and you ought to feel grateful." If I were an adept I would always know what my correspondent really meant, etc. etc. Being an adept in some small matters I do know what he really means, and that his meaning amounts to this: were we to divulge to him the whole of our philosophy leaving no inconsistency unexplained, it would still do no good, whatever. For, as in the observation embodied in the Hudibrasian couplet, these fleas have other fleas to bite em, and these their fleas ad infinitum. So with his objections and arguments. Explain him one, and he will find a flaw in the explanation, satisfy him by showing him that the latter was after all correct, and he will fly at the opponent for speaking too slow or too rapidly. It is an impossible task and I give it up. Let it last until the whole breaks under its own weight. He says I can kiss no pope's toe, forgetting that no one has ever asked him to do so. I can love, but I cannot worship, he tells me. Gush, he can love no one, and nobody but a Hume, and never has. And that really, one could almost exclaim O Hume, Gush is thy name, is shown in the following that I transcribe from one of his letters: if for no other reason, I should love him. For his entire devotion to you, and you I have always loved. Even when most cross with you, as one always is most sensitive with those one cares most about, even when I was fully persuaded you were a myth, for even then my heart yearned to you as it often does to an avowedly fictitious character / a sentimental Becky Sharp writing to an imaginary lover, could hardly express her feelings better. I will see to your scientific questions next week. I am not at home at present, but quite near to Darjeeling, in the Lamasery, the object of poor H.P.B.'s longing. I thought of leaving by the end of September, but find it rather difficult on account of Nobin's boy. Most probably, also I will have to interview in my own skin the old lady if M. brings her here. And he has to bring her or lose her forever at least, as far as the physical triad is concerned. And now goodbye. I ask you again, do not frighten my little man. He may prove useful to you some day, only do not forget he is but an appearance. Yours, K. H. Letter No. XXV Devachan Notes, latest editions. Received February 2nd, 1883. Answers to queries. I. Why should it be supposed that Devachan is a monotonous condition only because someone innocent of earthly sensation is indefinitely perpetuated, stretched so to say, throughout eons? It is not, it cannot be so. This would be contrary to all analogy and antagonistic to the law of effects, under which results are proportioned to antecedent energies. To make it clear, you must keep in mind that there are two fields of causal manifestation, to wit, the objective and subjective. So the grosser energies, those which operate in the heavier or denser conditions of matter, manifest objectively in physical life, their outcome being the new personality of each birth included within the grand cycle of the evoluting individuality. The moral and spiritual activities find their sphere of effects in devachan. For example, the vices, physical attractions, etc. say, of a philosopher may result in the birth of a new philosopher, a king, a merchant, a rich Epicurean, or any other personality whose make-up was inevitable from the preponderating proclivities of the being in the next preceding birth. Bacon, for inst, whom a poet called the greatest, wisest, meanest of mankind, might reappear in his next incarnation as a greedy money-getter, with extraordinary intellectual capacities. but the moral and spiritual qualities of the previous Bacon would also have to find a field in which their energies could expand themselves. Devachan is such a field. Hence all the greatest plans of moral reform, of intellectual and spiritual research into abstract principles of nature, all the divine aspirations, would, in Devachan come to fruition, and the abstract entity previously known as the Great Chancellor would occupy itself in this inner world of its own preparation, living, if not quite what one would call a conscious existence, at least a dream of such realistic vividness that nothing of the life realities could ever match it. And this dream lasts until karma is satisfied in that direction, the ripple of force reaches the edge of its cyclic basin, and the being moves into the next area of causes. This, it may find in the same world as before, or another, according to his or her stage of progression through the necessary rings and rounds of human development. Then how can you think that but one moment of earthly sensation only is selected for perpetuation? Very true, that moment lasts from the first to last, but then it lasts but as the keynote of the whole harmony, a definite tone of appreciable pitch, around which cluster and develop in progressive variations of melody and as endless variations on a theme, all the aspirations, desires, hopes, dreams, which, in connection with that particular moment had ever crossed the dreamer's brain during his lifetime, without having ever found their realization on earth, and which he now finds fully realized in all their vividness in Devachan. Without ever suspecting that all that blissful reality is but the progeny begotten by his own fancy, the effects of the mental causes produced by himself. That particular one moment which will be most intense and uppermost in the thoughts of his dying brain at the time of dissolution will of course regulate all the other moments, still the latter minor and less vivid though they be will be there also, having their appointed plan in this phantasmagoric marshalling of past dreams, and must give variety to the whole. No man on earth, but has some decided predilection if not a domineering passion, no person, however humble and poor and often because of all that but indulges in dreams and desires unsatisfied though these be. Is this monotony? Would you call such variations ad infinitum on the one theme, and that theme modeling itself, on, and taking color and its definite shape from, that group of desires which was the most intense during life, a blank destitution of all knowledge in the devachanic mind seemingly in a measure ignoble? Then verily, either you have failed, as you say, to take in my meaning, or it is I who am to blame. I must have sorely failed to convey the right meaning, and have to confess my inability to describe the indescribable. The latter is a difficult task, good friend. Unless the intuitive perceptions of a trained Keela come to the rescue, and no amount of description however graphic will help. Indeed, no adequate words to express the difference between a state of mind on earth, and one outside its sphere of action, no English terms in existence, equivalent to ours, nothing but unavoidable, as due to early Western education, preconceptions, hence lines of thought in a wrong direction in the learner's mind to help us in this inoculation of entirely new thoughts? You are right. Not only ordinary people your readers carrot, but even such idealists and highly intellectual units as M.R. C.C. M. will fail, I am afraid, to seize the true idea, will never fathom it to its very depths. Perhaps you may some day realize better than you do now, one of the chief reasons for our unwillingness to impart haute knowledge to European candidates. Only read M.R. Rodin Noel's disquisitions and diatribes in light. Indeed, you ought to have answered them as advised by me through H.P.B. Your silence is a brief triumph to the pious gentleman, and seems like a desertion of poor M.R. Massey. A man in the way to learn something of the mysteries of nature seems in a higher state of existence to begin with on earth than that which nature apparently provides for him as a reward for his best deeds. Perhaps apparently not so in reality. When the modus operandus of nature is correctly understood, then that other misconception, the more merit, the longer period of Devachan But then in Devachan all sense of the lapse of time is lost, a minute is as 1,000 years de qua bon then, etc. This remark and such ways of looking at things might as well apply to the whole of eternity, to nirvana, pralaya, and what not. Say, at once the whole system of being, of existence separate and collective, of nature objective and subjective are but idiotic, aimless facts, a gigantic fraud of that nature, which meeting with little sympathy with Western philosophy, has, moreover, the cruel disapprobation of the best Lakila. A qua bon, in such a case, this preaching of our doctrines, always uphill work and swimming in adversitun flumen? Why should the West be so anxious then to learn anything from the East, since it is evidently unable to digest that which can never meet the requirements of the special tastes of its aesthetics? Sorry outlook for us, since even you fail to take in the whole magnitude of our philosophy, or to even embrace at one scope a small corner the Devachan of those sublime and infinite horizons of afterlife. I do not want to discourage you. I would only draw your attention to the formidable difficulties encountered by us in every attempt we make to explain our metaphysics to Western minds, even among the most intelligent. Alas, my friend, you seem as unable to assimilate our mode of thinking, as to digest our food, or to enjoy our melodies. No, there are no clocks, no timepieces in Devachan, my esteemed Kila, though the whole cosmos is a gigantic chronometer in one sense. Nor do we, mortals, ici basmini take much, if any, cognizance of time during periods of happiness and bliss, and find them ever too short, a fact that does not in the least prevent us from enjoying that happiness all the same carrot when it does come. Have you ever given a thought to this little possibility that, perhaps, it is because their cup of bliss is full to its brim, that the Devachani loses all sense of the lapse of time, and that it is something that those who land in Avicii do not, though as much as the Devachani, the Avicii has no cognizance of time, i.e., of our earthly calculations of periods of time? I may also remind you in this connection that time is something created entirely by ourselves, that which one short second of intense agony may appear, even on earth, as an eternity to one man, to another, more fortunate, hours, days, and sometimes whole years may seem to flit like one brief moment, and that finally, of all the sentient and conscious beings on earth, man is the only animal that takes any cognizance of time, although it makes him neither happier nor wiser. How then, can I explain to you that which cannot feel, since you seem unable to comprehend it? Finite similes are unfit to express the abstract and the infinite, nor can the objective ever mirror the subjective. To realize the bliss in Devachan, or the woes in Avicii, you have to assimilate them as we do. Western critical idealism, as shown in M.R. Roden Noel's attacks, has still to learn the difference that exists between the real being of supersensible objects, and the shadowy subjectivity of the ideas it has reduced them to. Time is not a predicate conception and can, therefore, neither be proved nor analyzed, according to the methods of superficial philosophy. And, unless we learn to counteract the negative results of that method of drawing our conclusions agreeably to the teachings of the so-called system of pure reason, and to distinguish between the matter and the form of our knowledge of sensible objects, we can never arrive at correct, definite conclusions. The case in hand, as defended by me against your very natural misconception, is a good proof of the shallowness and even fallacy of that system of pure, materialistic reason. Space and time may be, as Kant has it, not the product but the regulators of the sensations, but only so far as our sensations on earth are concerned, not those in Devachan. There we do not find the a priori ideas of those space and time controlling the perceptions of the denizen of Devachan in respect to the objects of his sense, but, on the contrary, we discover that it is the Devachani himself who absolutely creates both and annihilates them at the same time. Thus the after state so-called can never be correctly judged by practical reason, since the latter can have active being only in the sphere of final causes or ends, and can hardly be regarded with Kant, with whom it means on one page reason and on the next will, as the highest spiritual power in man, having for its sphere that will. The above is not dragged in as you may think for the sake of an, too far stretched, perhaps, argument, but with an eye to a future discussion at home, as you express it, with students and admirers of Kant and Plato that you will have to encounter. In a plainer language, I will now tell you the following, and, it will be no fault of mine if you still fail to comprehend its full meaning. As physical existence has its cumulative intensity from infancy to prime, and its diminishing energy thenceforward to dotage and death, so the dream life of Devachan is lived correspondentially. Hence you are right in saying that the soul can never awake to its mistake and find itself cheated by nature, the more so, as strictly speaking, the whole of human life and its boasted realities, are no better than such cheating. But you are wrong in pandering to the prejudices and preconceptions of the Western readers. No Asiatic will ever agree with you upon this point, when you add that there is a sense of unreality about the whole affair which is painful to the mind, since you are the first one to feel that, it is no doubt due much more to an imperfect grasp of the nature of the existence in Devachan than to any defect in our system. Hence my orders to Aquila to reproduce in an appendix to your article extracts from this letter and explanations calculated to disabuse the reader, and to obliterate, as far as possible, the painful impression this confess Zion of yours is sure to produce on him. The whole paragraph is dangerous. I do not feel myself justified in crossing it out, since it is evidently the expression of your real feelings. Kindly, though pardon me for saying so, a little clumsily whitewashed with an apparent defense of this, to your mind, weak point of the system. But it is not so, believe me. Nature cheats no more the Devachani than she does the living, physical man. Nature provides for him far more real bliss and happiness there, than she does here, where all the conditions of evil and chance are against him, and his inherent helplessness that of a straw, violently blown hither and thither by every remorseless wind, has made unalloyed happiness on this earth an utter impossibility for the human being, whatever his chances and conditions may be. Rather call this life an ugly, horrid nightmare, and you will be right. To call the Devachan existence a dream in any other sense but that of a conventional term, well suited to our languages all full of misnomers, is to renounce forever the knowledge of the esoteric doctrine, the sole custodian of truth. Let me then try once more to explain to you a few of the many states in Devachan and Avicii. As in actual earth life, so there is for the ego in Devachan the first flutter of psychic life, the attainment of prime, the gradual exhaustion of force passing into semi-unconsciousness, gradual oblivion and lethargy, total oblivion and not death but birth into another personality, and the resumption of action which daily begets new congeries of causes, that must be worked out in another term of Devachan, and still another physical rebirth as a new personality. What the lives in Devachan and upon earth shall be respectively in each instance is determined by karma. And this weary round of birth upon birth must be ever and ever run through, until the being reaches the end of the seventh round, or attains in the interim the wisdom of an arhat, then that of a Buddha, and thus gets relieved for a round or two, having learned how to burst through the vicious circles and to pass periodically into the parinirvana. But suppose it is not a question of a Bacon, a Goethe, a Shelley, a Howard, but of some humdrum person, some colorless, flackless personality, who never impinged upon the world enough to make himself felt. What then? Simply that his devachanic state is as colorless and feeble as was his personality. How could it be otherwise, since cause and effect are equal? But suppose a case of a monster of wickedness, sensuality, ambition, avarice, pride, deceit, etc. But who nevertheless has a germ or germs of something better, flashes of a more divine nature. Where is he to go? The said spark smoldering under a heap of dirt will counteract, nevertheless, the attraction of the eighth sphere, whither fall but absolute nonentities, failures of nature to be remodeled entirely, whose divine monad separated itself from the fifth principles during their lifetime, whether in the next preceding or several preceding births, since such cases are also on our records, and who have lived as soulless human beings. These persons whose sixth principle has left them, while the seventh, having lost its vahan, or vehicle, can exist independently no longer, their fifth or animal soul of course goes down the bottomless pit. This will perhaps make Eliphas Levi's hints still more clear to you, if you read over what he says, and my remarks on the margin, thereon, see Theosophist, October, I-88t. Article Death *, and reflect upon the words used, such as drones, etc. Well, the first named entity then cannot, with all its wickedness, go to the eighth sphere, since his wickedness is of a too spiritual, refined, nature. He is a monster, not a mere soulless brute. He must not be simply annihilated but punished, for annihilation, i.e., total oblivion, and the fact of being snuffed out of conscious existence, constitutes per se no punishment, and as Voltaire expressed it, l'enfant n'est pas d'avoir du bon. Here is no taper glimmer to be puffed out by a zephyr, but a strong, positive, maleficent energy, fed and developed by circumstances, some of which may have really been beyond his control. There must be for such a nature a state corresponding to Deva Chan, and this is found in Avicii, the perfect antithesis of Deva 1, see Isis Volume 2, pp. 368 and 369. The word soul standing there for spiritual soul, of course, which, whenever it leaves a person soulless, becomes the cause of the fifth principle, animal soul, sliding down MTO, the eighth sphere. Chart vulgarized by the Western nations into hell and heaven, and which you have entirely lost sight of in your fragment. Remember, to be immortal in good one must identify himself with good, or God; to be immortal in evil, with evil, or Satan. Misconceptions of the true value of such terms as spirit, soul, individuality, personality, and immortality, especially, provoke wordy wars between a great number of idealistic debaters, besides Messrs. CCM and Roden Noel, and, to complete your fragment without risking to fall again under the mangling tooth of the latter honorable gentleman's criticism, I found it necessary to add, to Deva Chan, Avicii as its complement, and applying to it the same laws as to the former. This is done, with your permission, in the appendix. Having explained the situation sufficiently, I may now answer your query. No. I directly. Yes, certainly there is a change of occupation, a continual change in Deva Chan, just as much and far more as there is in the life of any man or woman who happens to follow his or her whole life one sole occupation, whatever it may be, with that difference that to the Devachani his special occupation is always pleasant and fills his life with rapture. Change. Then there must be, for that dream life is but the fruition, the harvest time of those psychic seed germs dropped from the tree of physical existence in our moments of dreams and hopes, fancy glimpses of bliss and happiness stifled in an ungrateful social soil, blooming in the rosy dawn of Deva Chan, and ripening under its ever fructifying sky. No failures there, no disappointments. If man had but one single moment of ideal happiness and experience during his life, as you think, even then, if Deva Chan exists, it could not be, as you erroneously subkse, the indefinite prolongation of that single moment, but the infinite developments, the various incidents and events, based up kn, and outflowing from, that one single moment or moments, as the case may be, all in short that would suggest itself to the dreamer's fancy. That one note, as I said, struck from the lyre of life, would form but the keynote of the being's subjected state, and work out into numberless harmonic tones and semitones of psychic phantasmagoria. There, all unrealized hopes, aspirations, dreams, become fully realized, and the dreams of the objective become the realities of the subjective existence. and there behind the curtain of Maya its vapors and deceptive appearances are perceived by the adept, who has learned the great secret how to penetrate thus deeply into the arcana of being. Doubtless my question whether you had experienced monotony during what you consider the happiest moment of your life has entirely misled you. This letter thus, is the just penance for my laziness to amplify the explanation. Query, 2. What cycle is meant? The asterisk minor cycle meant is, of course, the completion of the 7th round as decided upon and explained. Besides that at the end of each of the 7 rounds come a less full remembrance, only of the devachanic experiences taking place between the numerous births at the end of each personal life. But the complete recollection of all the lives, earthly and devachanic, omniscience in short comes but at the great end of the full 7 rounds, unless one had become in the interim a bodhisattva, an arhat, the asterisk threshold of nirvana meaning an indefinite period. Naturally a man, a 7th rounder, who completes his earthly migrations at the beginning of the last race and ring, will have to wait longer at that threshold than one of the very last of those rounds. That life of the elect between the minor pralaya and nirvana, or rather before the pralaya, is the great reward. The grandest, in fact, since it makes of the ego, though he may never have been an adept, but simply a worthy virtuous man in most of his existences, virtually a god, an omniscient, conscious being, a candidate for eternities of eons for Adhyan Kohan. Enough I am betraying the mysteries of initiation. But what has nirvana to do with the recollections of objective existences? That is a state still higher and in which all things objective are forgotten. It is a state of absolute rest and assimilation with Parabrahm. It is Parabrahm itself. Oh, for the sad ignorance of our philosophical truths in the West, and for the inability of your greatest intellects to seize the true spirit of those teachings. What shall we carrot? What can we do? Query, 3. You postulate an intercourse of entities in Devachan which applies only to the mutual relationship of physical existence. 2 sympathetic souls will each work out its own devachanic sensations, making the other a sharer in its subjective bliss, but yet each is dissociated from the other as regards actual mutual intercourse. For what companionship could there be between 2 subjective entities which are not even as material as that ethereal body shadow the Mayavi rupa? Query 4. Devachan is a state, not a locality. Rupa loca, arupaloka, and kamaloka are the 3 spheres of ascending spirituality in which the several groups of subjective entities find their attractions. In the kamaloka, semi-physical sphere, dwell the shells, the victims, and suicides, and this sphere is divided into innumerable regions and sub-regions corresponding to the mental states of the comers at their hour of death. This is the glorious summer land of the spiritualists, to whose horizons is limited the vision of their best seers, vision imperfect and deceptive because untrained and non-guided by alaya vinidna, hidden knowledge. Who in the West knows anything gof trusahalo kadalu, the mysterious chiliocosm out of the many regions of which but 3 can be given out to the outside world, the Trihuvana, 3 worlds, namely, Kama, Rupa, and Arupalokas. Yet see the sadness produced in the Western minds by the mention of even those 3. See Light of January 6th. Behold your friend, M. A. Oxon, notifying the world of his readers that on your assumption in your secret doctrine no graver indictment could be brought against any man by his bitterest foe than the one you bring against us, these mysterious unknown. It is not such bitter criticisms that are likely to draw out more of our knowledge, or to make the unknown more known. And then, the pleasure of teaching a public one of whose great authorities, Rodin Noel, says a few pages further on, that Theosophists are endowing asterisk shells with simulated consciousness. See the difference one word would make. If the word assimilated instead of simulated had been written, the true idea would have been conveyed that the shell consciousness is assimilated from the medium, and living persons present, whereas now but of course, it is not our European critics, but our Asiatic Chellis expositions that seem absolutely protean in their ever-shifting variety. The man has to be answered and set right anyhow, whether by yourself or Mr. Massey. But alas, the latter knows but little, and you look at our conception of Devachan with more than discomfort. But to resume. From Kama Loka then in the great Chiliocosm, once awakened from their post-mortem torpor, the newly translated souls go, all but the shells, according to their attractions, either to Devachan or Avicii. And those two states are again differentiating ad infinitum their ascending degrees of spirituality, deriving their names from the locus in which they are induced. For instance, the sensations, perceptions, and ideation of a Devachani in Rupaloka, will, of course, be of a less subjective nature than they would be in a Rupaloka, in both of which the Devachanic experiences will vary in their presentation to the subject entity, not only as regards form, color, and substance, but also in their formative potentialities. But not even the most exalted experience of a monad in the highest Devachanic state in a Rupaloka, the last of the 7 states, is comparable to that perfectly subjective condition of pure spirituality from which the monad emerged to descend into matter, and to which at the completion of the grand cycle it must return. Nor is nirvana itself comparable to parinirvana. Query 5. Reviving consciousness begins after the struggle in Kamaloka at the door of Devachan, and only after the gestation. Period. Please turn to my responses up K and the subject in your * famous contradictions. Theory 6. Your deductions as to the indefinite prolongation in Devachan of some one moment of earthly bliss having been unwarranted, your question in the last paragraph of this interrogatory need not be considered. The stay in Devachan is proportionate to the unfinished psychic impulse originating in earth life. Those persons whose attractions were preponderatingly material will sooner be drawn back into rebirth by the force of Tanha. As our London opponent truly remarks, these subjects, metaphysical, are only partly for understanding. A higher faculty belonging to the higher life must see, and it is truly impossible to force it upon one's understanding merely in words. One must see with his spiritual eye, hear with his dharmakaic ear, feel with the sensations of his Ashtavijanadna, spiritual eye, before he can comprehend this doctrine fully, otherwise it may but increase one's discomfort, and add to his knowledge very little. Query 7. The reward provided by nature for men who are benevolent in a large, systematic way and who have not focused their affections up K and an individual or speciality is that if pure they pass the quicker for that through the Kama and Rupa lokas into the higher sphere of Tribhuvana, since it is one where the formulation of abstract ideas and the consideration of general principles fill the thought of its occupants. Personality is the synonym for limitation, and the more contracted the person's ideas, the closer will he cling to the lower spheres of being, the longer loiter on the plane of selfish social intercourse. The social status of a being is, of course, a result of karma, the law being that like attracts like. The renascent being is drawn into the gestative current with which the preponderating attractions coming over from the last birth makes him assimilate. Thus one who died a riot may be reborn a king, and the dead sovereign may next see the light in a coolie's tent. This law of attraction asserts itself in 1,000 accidents of birth than which there could be no more flagrant misnomer. When you realize, at least, the following, that the skandhas are the elements of limited existence, then will you have realized also one of the conditions of Devachan which has now such a profoundly unsatisfactory outlook for you. Nor are your inferences, as regards the well-being and enjoyment of the upper classes being due to a better karma, quite correct in their general application. They have a eudaimonistic ring about them which is hardly reconcilable with karmic law, since those well-beings and enjoyments are oftener the causes of a new and overloaded karma than the production or effects of the latter. Even as a broad rule, poverty and humble condition in life are less a cause of sorrow than wealth and high birth, but of that later on. My answers are once more assuming shape of a volume rather than the decent aspect of a letter. Writing a new book, or for the theosophist. Well, do you not think that, since your desire is to reach not merely the most but also the most receptive minds, you had better write the former as well as for the latter? You MGHT put into Esoteric Buddhism an excellent title by such matter as would be a sequel 2, or amplification of what has appeared in the Theosophist, a systematic, thoughtful exposition of what was and will be given in the journal in snatched out brief fragments. I am specially anxious on M's account that the journal should be made as much as possible a success, should be circulated more than it is now in England. Your new book, drawing as it is sure to the attention of the most educated thoughtful portion of the Western public to the organ of esoteric Buddhism par excellence, would thus do it a world of good, and both would prove of mutual assistance. Do not lose sight of Lilly's Buddha and early Buddhism when you write it. With its host of fallacies, unwarranted assumptions, and distortion of facts and even Sanskrit and Pali words, this snobbish volume had nevertheless the greatest success with spiritualists and even mystically inclined Christians. I will have it slightly reviewed by Subaru or HPB, furnishing them with notes myself, but of this more in some future letter. You have ample material to work upon in my notes and papers. You have given but a few of the many points touched by me and amplified and re-amplified in heaps of letters, as I do now. You could work out of them any number of new articles and fragments for the magazine, and have enough and to spare left over for the book. And these in their turn may be followed up in a third volume later on. It may be well to always keep this plan in mind. Your wild scheme with Darjeeling, goody friend, as its subjective point, is not wild, but simply impracticable. The time is not yet come. But the drift of your energies is carrying you slowly yet steadily in the direction of personal intercourse. I will not say that I desire it as much as you do, for seeing you nearly every day of my life I care very little for objective intercourse, but for your sake I would, if I could, precipitate that interview. However, meanwhile, be happy in knowing that you have done more real good to your kind within the 2 past years than in many previous years. And to yourself also. I am quite sure that you do not sympathize with the selfish feeling that prompts the London branch to wish to withhold even their small proportion of pecuniary support amounting to a few guineas a year from the parent society. Who of the members would ever think of refusing, or trying to avoid payment of fees to any other society, club, or scientific association he may happen to belong to? If it is this indifference and selfishness that have permitted them to stand by idle and calm from the first, and see the 2 in India griving their last rupee, and the Upasika actually selling her jewellery for the honour of the society. Though many of the British members are far better able to afford the necessary sacrifices than they. Mr. Alcott's sister is actually starving in America, and the poor man, loving her dearly as he does, would not nevertheless spare rupees lieu from the societies, or rather the Theosophists' fund, to relieve her with 6 small children. Had not HPB insisted upon, and M. given a small sum for it? However, I have told Mr. Alcott to send you the necessary official authority to compound the fees or make any other business agreement at London that you may think best. But remember, my very valued brother, that if poor Hindu clerks on rupees 20 or 30 salaries are expected to help pay the society's expenses with that fee, it is sheer injustice to totally exempt the far richer London members. Do justice, though the heavens fall. Yet, if concessions are required to local prejudices, you are certainly better qualified than we to see, and hence to negotiate according to the fitness of things. By all means put the money relations on a better footing than at present, if the financial wind has to be tempered for the shorn pelaying lamb. I have faith in your wisdom, my friend, though you would have a certain right to be fast losing yours in mine, considering how tight the negotiations for the P/IOM capital prove. You must have understood that I am still, and notwithstanding the Cohen's approval of my *Lakila under last year's restrictions, and cannot bring to bear on the parties concerned all the psychic powers that I otherwise could. Besides, our laws and restrictions with regard to money or any financial operations whether within or outside our association, are extremely severe, inexorable on some points. We have to proceed very cautiously, hence the delay. But I do hope that you yourself think, that something has already been done in that direction. Yes, Kh. Did mean that the review of Mr. Isaacs should appear in the Theosophists / and by the author of the Occult World, so do send it before you go. And, for the sake of old Sam Ward, I would like to see it noticed in the * Pioneer. But that does not matter much, now that you leave it. Thereupon salam, and best wishes. I am extremely busy with preparations of initiation. Several of my Chellistuakul among others are striving to reach the other shore. Yours faithfully. Section 3 Letter No. XXVIK.HS Confidential Memo about Old Lady. Received Simla, Autumn, 1881. I am painfully aware of the fact that the habitual incoherence of her statements, especially when excited, and her strange ways make her, in your opinion, a very undesirable transmitter of our messages. Nevertheless, kind brothers, once that you have learned the truth, once told, that this unbalanced mind, the seeming incongruity of her speeches and ideas, her nervous excitement, all that in short, which is so calculated to upset the feelings of sober-minded people, whose notions of reserve and manners are shocked by such strange outbursts of what they regard as her temper, and which so revolt you, once that you know that nothing of it is due to any fault of hers, you may, perchance, be led to regard her in quite a different light. Notwithstanding that the time is not quite ripe to let you entirely into the secret, and that you are hardly yet prepared to understand the great mystery even if told of it, owing to the great injustice and wrong done, I am empowered to allow you a glimpse behind the veil. This state of hers is intimately connected with her occult training in Tibet, and due to her being sent out alone into the world to gradually prepare the way for others. After nearly a century of fruitless search, our chiefs had to avail themselves of the only opportunity to send out a European body upon European soil to serve as a connecting link between that country and our own. You do not understand? Of course not. Please then remember what she tried to explain, and what you gathered tolerably well from her, namely the fact of the 7 principles in the complete human being. Now, no man or woman, unless he be an initiate of the 5th circle, can leave the precincts of Bodlas and return back into the world in his integral whole. If I may use the expression, 1, at least of his 7 satellites has to remain behind for 2 reasons, the first to form the necessary connecting link, the wire of transmission, the second as the safest warrantor that certain things will never be divulged. She is no exception to the rule, and you have seen another exemplar, a highly intellectual man who had to leave one of his skins behind, hence, is considered highly eccentric. The bearing and status of the remaining 6 depend upon the inherent qualities, the psychophysiological peculiarities of the person, especially upon the idiosyncrasies transmitted by what modern science calls atavism. Acting in accordance with my wishes, my brother M. made to you through her a certain offer, if you remember. You had but to accept it, and at any time you liked, you would have had for an hour or more, the real bait Chuli to converse with, instead of the psychological cripple you generally have to deal with now. Yesterday it was his mistake. He ought not to have sent her to deliver the message to Mr. Sinnott in the state she was in, but to hold her responsible for her purely physiological excitement, and to let her see your contemptuous smiles was positively sinful. Pardon me, my brothers and good sirs, my plain talk. I act but in accord with what was asked from me by yourself in your letter. I took the trouble to ascertain the spirit and meaning with which everything in Mr. Sinnott's room was said and done, and though having no right to condemn you, since you were ignorant of the true state of things, I cannot otherwise but strongly disapprove of that, which, however much polished outwardly, would have been even under quite ordinary circumstances cruelty still. Bus. Letter No. XXVII received Simla, Autumn, 1881. I foresaw that which now happens. In my Bombay letter I advised you to be prudent as to what you allowed SM to learn of Plus and his own mediumship, suggesting that he should be told merely the substance of what I said. When, watching you at Allahabad, I saw you making instead copious extracts for him from my letter, I again saw the danger but did not interfere for several reasons. One of them is, that I believe the time fully come when social and moral safety demands that someone of the Theos SOC should speak the truth though the Himalaya fall on him. The unveiling of the ugly truth has to be done with the greatest discretion and caution though, and I see that instead of getting friends and supporters in the camp of the Philistines whether on that or this side of the oceans, many of you yourself with the rest breed but enemies by making too much of me and my personal opinions. On that side, the irritation is great and you will soon find flashes of it in the light and elsewhere, and you shall lose SM. The copious extracts have done their work, for they were much too copious. No powers whether human or superhuman can ever open the eyes of SM. It was useless to tear them open. On this side it is still worse. The good people at Simla are not very metaphorically inclined, and allegory will no more stick to their epidermis than would water to the feathers of a goose. Besides, no one likes to be told that he smells bad, and the joke extracted from a remark but too full of deep psychological meaning has produced incalculable harm in quarters where otherwise, the SETS might have recruited more than one convert. I must return once more to the letter. The strongest basis of complaint against me is the fact that my statement implies, a kind of challenge to SM to prove Plus a spirit, b. I am severely denounced by our friend for making out H a liar. Now, I mean to be explanatory but not apologetic. One most certainly meant both, only I meant it for you, who had asked me for the information, by no means for him. He has not proved his case, nor did I expect he would, even if he thought he could, as the claim rests entirely upon his own personal assertion due to his unwavering faith in his own impressions. It would be easy for me, on the other hand, to prove Plus no disembodied spirit at all, had I not very good reasons for not doing so at present. I had worded my letter very carefully, so that, while letting you have a glimpse of the truth, I showed you most clearly that I had no right to divulge the secrets of a brother. But, my very good friend, I had never told you in so many words who and what he was. I might, perhaps, have advised you to judge Plus by alleged writings, for more fortunate in that than job our enemies all write books. They are very fond of dictating inspirational gospels and so get caught at the glue of their own rhetorics. And who of the most intellectual spirits who have read the complete works fathered upon Plus would dare maintain that, with the exceptions of a few extremely remarkable pages, the rest is not below what SM could have himself written, and far better? Rest assured that no intelligent, clever, and truthful medium needs inspiration from a disembodied spirit. Truth will stand without inspiration from gods or spirits, and better still will stand in spite of them all, angels whispering generally but falsehoods and adding to the stock of superstition. It is in view of such little unpleasantnesses that I have to abstain from satisfying C.C. Massey. I will not avail myself of his authority, nor fulfill his desire, and I refuse most decidedly to communicate his secret, as it is of a nature which stands in his way for the attainment of adeptship, but has nothing whatever to do with his private character. This information again was meant for you, as an answer to your surprised query whether there could be any impediments for my communicating with him and guiding him to the light, but it was never intended for his ears. He may have a page or two in his life's history which he would rather see obliterated, but his loyal and faithful instinct will always give him precedence and place him far above many a man who remained chaste and virtuous only because he never knew what temptation was. I will abstain, then, with your kind permission. In the future, My very dear friend, we will have to limit ourselves entirely to philosophy and avoid family gossip. Skeletons in family closets are at times more dangerous to meddle with than even dirty turbans, my illustrious and dear friend. And let not your too sensitive heart be troubled, or your imagination lead you to suppose that one single word of what I have now said is meant to convey a reproach. We, half-savage Asiatics, judge a man by his motives, and yours were all that is sincere and good. But you have to remember that you are at a hard school, and dealing now with a world entirely distinct from your own. Especially have you to bear in mind that the slightest cause produced, however unconsciously, and with whatever motive, cannot be unmade, or its effects crossed in their progress by millions of gods, demons, and men combined. Therefore, you must not think me too hypercritical when I say, that all of you have been more or less imprudent, when not indiscreet, the latter word applying so far but to one of the members. Hence you will perhaps see, that the mistakes and blunders of H. Steele, Alcott, are of a lighter hue than they at first appear, since even Englishmen, far more intelligent and versed in the world's ways than he is, are as liable to err. For you have erred, individually and collectively, as will be made apparent in a very near future, and the management and success of the society will prove as a result far more difficult in your case, since none of you is as ready to admit that he has done so, nor are you as prepared as he is, to follow any advice offered you, though in each case, it is based on foresight of impending events, even when foretold in a phrase ology which may not always come up to the mark of the adept as he should be in accordance with your own views. You may tell Massey what I now say of him, and the reason given. You may, though I would not advise you read this letter to M.R. Hume. But I would strongly urge upon you the necessity of a greater caution than ever. Notwithstanding the purity of motives, the Kohen might one day consider but the results, and these may threaten to become too disastrous for him to overlook. There should be a constant pressure brought to bear upon the members of the SES to keep their tongues and enthusiasm at bay. And yet there is an increasing concern in the public mind, in regard to your society, and you may soon be called upon to define your position more clearly. Very soon I will have to leave you to yourselves for the period of 3 months. Whether it will begin in October or January will depend on the impulse given to the society and its progress. I would feel personally obliged to you were you to kindly consent to examine a poem written by Pad Shah, and give your opinion on his merits. I believe it too long for the Theosophical Journal, nor do its literary merits warrant exactly or justify the claim. However, I leave it to your better judgment. I am anxious that the journal should be more successful this year than it has heretofore been. The suggestion to translate the Grand Inquisitor is mine, for its author, on whom the hand of death was already pressing when writing it, gave the most forcible and true description of the Society of Jesus than was ever given before. There is a mighty lesson contained in it for many, and even you might profit by it. My dear friend, you must not feel surprised if I tell you, that I really feel weary and disheartened at the prospect I have before me. I am afraid you never will have the patience to wait for the day when I am permitted to satisfy you. Ages ago our people began to make certain rules, according to which they intended to live. All these rules have now become law. Our predecessors had to learn everything they know by themselves, only the foundation was laid for them. We offer to lay for you such a foundation, but you will accept nothing short of the complete edifice, ready for you to take possession of. Do not accuse me of indifference or neglect when not receiving for days any reply from me. Very often I have nothing to say, for you ask questions which I have no right to answer. But I must conclude here, as my time is limited and I have some other work to do. Yours sincerely, K. H. The brandy atmosphere in the house is dreadful. Letter No. XXVIIIKH. To A.O. Hume, written towards final break-off. 1881. My dear Sir, if no other good ever came of our correspondence than that of showing us once more how essentially opposed are our two antagonistic elements, the English and the Hindu, our few letters will not have been exchanged in vain. Sooner can oil and water mingle their particles than an Englishman, however intelligent, noble-minded, and sincere, to be made to assimilate even the exoteric Hindu thought, let alone its esoteric spirit. This will, of course, provoke you to a smile. You will say, I expected this. So be it. But if so, it shows no more than the perspicacity of a man of thought and observation who intuitively anticipated an event which his own attitude must precipitate. You will pardon me if I have to speak frankly and sincerely of your long letter. However cogent its logic, noble some of its ideas, ardent its aspirations, it yet lies here before me a very mirror of that spirit of this age, against which we have fought during our whole lives. At best it is the unsuccessful endeavor of an acute intellect trained in the ways of an exoteric world, to throw light on, and judge of the modes of life and thought in which it is unversed, for they belong to quite a different world from that it deals with. You are no man of petty vanities. 2. You, it is safe to say, my dear friend, apart from all this, study your letter impartially, weigh some of its sentences, and on the whole you will not feel proud of it. Whether or not you will ever fully appreciate my motives, or misconceive the true causes which make me decline for the present any further correspondence, I yet am confident that some day you will confess that this last letter of yours, under the garb of a noble humility, of confessions of weaknesses and failings, shortcomings and follies, was yet no doubt quite unconsciously to yourself a monument of pride, the loud echo of that haughty and imperative spirit which lurks at the bottom of every Englishman's heart. In your present state of mind, very likely even after reading this answer, you will hardly perceive, that not only have you entirely failed to understand the spirit in which my last letter was written to you, but even, in some instances, to catch its evident sense. You were preoccupied by one single, all-absorbing idea, and, failing to detect any direct reply to it in my answer, before taking time to think it over, and see its general not personal applicability, you sat down and accused me right away of giving you a stone when you asked for bread. No need of being a lawyer in this or any previous existence to state simple facts. No need to make the bad appear the better cause when truth is so very simple and so easily told. My remark, you take up the position that, unless a proficient in arcane knowledge will waste upon your embryonic society and energy, etc., you applied to yourself, whereas it was never so meant. It related to the expectations of all those who might desire to join the society under certain conditions exacted beforehand and that were firmly insisted upon by yourself and Mr. Sinnott. The letter as a whole was meant for you too, and this special sentence applied to all in general. You say that I have to a certain extent mistaken your position, and that I clearly misunderstand you. This is so evidently incorrect that it will suffice for me to quote a single paragraph from your letter to show that it is you who have entirely mistaken my position and clearly misunderstood me. What else do you do but labor under an erroneous impression, when, in your eagerness to repudiate the idea of having ever dreamt of originating a school, you say of the proposed Anglo-Indian branch, it is no society of mine. I understood it to be the wish of yourself and chiefs that the society should be started and that I should assume a leading position in it. To this I replied that if it has been constantly our wish to spread on the Western continent among the foremost educated classes branches of the T.S. as the harbingers of a universal brotherhood, it was not so in your case. We, the chiefs and I, entirely repudiate the idea that such was our hope, however we might wish it, in regard to the projected AI society. The aspiration for brotherhood between our races met no response, nay, it was pooh-poohed from the first and so, was abandoned even before I had received Mr. Sinnott's first letter. On his part and from the start, the idea as solely to promote the formation of a kind of club or school of magic. It was then no proposal of ours, nor were we the designers of the scheme. Why then such efforts to show us in the wrong? It was mad. Be not we, who originated the idea, and it was Mr. Synod who took it up. Notwithstanding his frank and honest admission to the effect that being unable to grasp the basic idea of universal brotherhood of the parent society, his aim was but to cultivate the study of occult sciences, an admission which ought to have stopped at once every further importunity on her part, she first succeeded in getting the consent, a very reluctant one I must say, of her own direct chief, and then my promise of cooperation as far as I could go. Finally, through my mediation, she got that of our highest chief, to whom I submitted the first letter you honored me with. But, this consent, you will please bear in mind, was obtained solely under the express and unalterable condition that the new society should be founded as a branch of the universal brotherhood, and among its members, a few elect men would, if they chose to submit to our conditions, instead of dictating theirs, be allowed to begin the study of the occult sciences under the written directions of a brother. But a hotbed of magic we never dreamt of. Such an organization as mapped out by Mr. Synod and yourself is unthinkable among Europeans, and it has become next to impossible even in India, unless you are prepared to climb to a height of 18,000 to 20,000 amidst the glaciers of the Himalayas. The greatest as well as the most promising of such schools in Europe, the last attempt in this direction, failed most signally some 20 years ago in London. It was the secret school for the practical teaching of magic, founded under the name of a club by a dozen of enthusiasts under the leadership of Lord Lytton's father. He had collected together for the purpose, the most ardent and enterprising as well as some of the most advanced scholars in mesmerism and ceremonial magic, such as Eliphas Levi, Regazani, and the Copt Zergvan Bey. And yet in the pestilent London atmosphere the club came to an untimely end. I visited it about half a dozen times, and perceived from the first that there was and could be nothing in it. And this is also the reason why the British TS does not progress one step practically. They are of the universal brotherhood but in name, and gravitate at best towards quietism, that utter paralysis of the soul. They are intensely selfish in their aspirations and will get but the reward of their selfishness. Nor did we begin the correspondence upon this subject. It was Mr. Synod who, of his own motion, addressed to a brother 2 long letters, even before Mad. B had obtained either permission or promise from any of us to answer him, or knew to whom of us to deliver his letter. Her own chief having refused point blank to correspond, it was to me that she applied. Moved by regard for her, I consented, even telling her she might give you all my Tibetan mystic name, and I answered our friend's letter. Then came yours as unexpectedly. You did not even know my name. But your first letter was so sincere, its spirit so promising, the possibilities it opened for doing general good seemed so great, that if I did not shout Eureka after reading it, and thrown my Diogenes lantern into the bushes at once, it was only because I knew too well human, and you must excuse me, Western nature. Unable, nevertheless, to undervalue the importance of this letter, I carried it to our venerable chief. All I could obtain from him, though, was the permission to temporarily correspond, and let you speak your whole mind, before giving any definite promise. We are not gods, and even they are chiefs, they hope. Human nature is unfathomable, and yours is perhaps more intensely so than any other man I know of. Your last favor was certainly, if not quite a world of revelation, at least a very profitable addition to my store of observation of the Western character, especially that of the modern, highly intellectual Anglo-Saxon. But it would be a revelation, indeed, to Mad. B, who did not see it, and for various reasons had better not, for it might knock off much of her presumption and faith in her own powers of observation. It might prove to her, among other things, that she was as much mistaken in relation to Mr. Synod's attitude in this matter as your own, and that I, who had never had the privilege of your personal acquaintance as she had, knew you far better than she did. I had positively foretold to her your letter. Rather than have no society at all, she was willing to have it upon any terms at first, and then take her chances afterwards. I had warned her that you were not a man to submit to any conditions but your own, or even take one step towards the foundation of an organization however noble and great unless you received first such proofs as we generally give but to those, who by a trial of years have proved themselves thoroughly trustworthy. She rebelled against the notion and assured that were I but to give you one unimpeachable test of occult powers you would be satisfied, whereas Mr. Sinnott never would. And now, that both of you have had such proofs, what are the results? While Mr. Sinnott believes and will never repent of it, you have allowed your mind to become gradually filled with odious doubts and most insulting suspicions. If you will kindly remember my first short note from Geelong, you will see to what I then referred in saying that you would find your mind poisoned. You misunderstood me then, as you have ever since, for in it, I did not refer to C. Alcott's letter in the Bombay Gazette but to your own state of mind. Was I wrong? You not only doubt the asterisk brooch phenomenon, you positively disbelieve it. You say to Mad. B. that she may be one of those who believe that bad means are justified by good ends, and instead of crushing her with all the scorn such an action is sure to awaken in a man of your high principles, you assure her of your unalterable friendship. Even your letter to me is full of the same suspicious spirit, and that which you would never forgive in yourself, the crime of deception, you try to make yourself believe you can forgive in another person. My dear sir, these are strange contradictions. Having favored me with such a series of priceless moral reflexions, advice, and truly noble sentiments, you may, perhaps, allow me in my turn, to give you the ideas of an humble apostle of truth, an obscure Hindu, upon that point. As man is a creature born with a free will and endowed with reason, whence spring all his notions of right and wrong, he does not represent any definite moral ideal. The conception of morality in general relates first of all to the object or motive, and only then to the means or modes of action. Hence, if we do not and would never call a moral man him, who following the rule of a famous religious schemer uses bad means for a good object, how much less would we call him moral who uses seemingly good and noble means to achieve a decidedly wicked or contemptible object? And according to your logic, and once that you confess to such suspicions, Mad. B would have to be placed in the first of these categories, and I in the second. For, while giving her, to a certain extent, the benefit of the doubt, with myself you use no such superfluous precautions, and, you accuse me unequivocally of setting up a system of deceit. The argument used in my letter, in regard to the approbation of the home government, you term as such very low motives, and you add to it the following crushing and direct accusation, asterisk, you do not want this branch, the Anglo-Indian, for work. You merely want it as a lure to your native brethren. You know it will be a sham, but it will look sufficiently like the real thing, etc., etc. This is a direct and positive accusation. I am shown guilty of the pursuit of a wicked, mean object through low and contemptible means, i.e., false pretenses. In penning these accusations, did you stop to think, that as the projected organization had something grander, nobler, and far more important in view than the mere gratification of the desires of one solitary person, however worthy, namely in case of success, to promote the security and welfare of a whole conquered nation, it is just barely possible that that which to your individual pride may appear a low motive is after all but the anxious search for means which would be the salvation of a whole country ever distrusted and suspected, the protection by the conqueror of the conquered. You pride yourself upon not being a patriot / do not, for, in learning to love one's country one but learns to love humanity the more. The lack of that you term low motives in 1857 caused my countrymen to be blown by years from the mouths of their guns. Why then should I not fancy that a real philanthropist would regard the aspirations for a better understanding between the government, and people of India as a most commendable instead of an ignoble one? A fig say you for the knowledge and the philosophy on which it is based, if asterisk it would not be of any good to mankind, would not enable me to be more useful to my generation, etc. etc. But when you are offered the means of doing such good you turn away in scorn and taunt us with allure and asterisk sham. Truly wonderful are the contradictions contained in your remarkable letter. And then, you laugh so heartily at the idea of a reward or the approval of your fellow creatures. The reward to which I shall look will be, you say, in earning my own self-approval. Asterisk self-approval which cares so little for the corroborative verdict of the better part of the world at large, to which the good and noble deeds of one serve as high ideals and the most powerful stimulants to emulation, is little else than proud and arrogant egotism. It is himself against all criticism, après moi le deluge, exclaims the Frenchman with his usual flippancy. Before Jehovah I am, says man, the ideal of every modern intellectual Englishman. Gratified as I feel at the idea of being the means of affording you so much merriment, namely in asking you to draft a general plan for the formation of the AI branch, I yet am bound to say again that your laugh was premature inasmuch you once more misunderstood entirely my meaning. Had I asked for your help in the organization of a system for teaching the occult sciences, or a plan for a school of magic, the instance brought by you of an ignorant boy asked to work out asterisk an abstruse problem regarding the motion of a fluid inside another fluid might be a happy one. As it is, your comparison falls short of the mark and the bit of irony hits no one, for my mentioning the subject related merely to the general plan and outward administration of the projected society and not in the least to its esoteric studies, to the branch of the universal brotherhood, not to the school of magic, the formation of the former being the sine qua non for the latter. Most assuredly in such matters as this one, the organization of an AI branch, to be composed of Englishmen and meant to serve as a link between the British and the natives, the condition being that they who want to share in the secret knowledge, the inheritance of the children of the soil, must be prepared to accord at least some privileges hitherto refused to these natives. You English people are far more competent than we to draft a general plan. You know the conditions you would be likely to accept or reject as we might not. I asked you for a skeleton plan, and you imagined I clamored for cooperation in the instructions to be given in spiritual sciences. Most unfortunate quiproquo, and yet Mr. Sinnett seems to have understood my wish at a glance. Again you seem to show an unfamiliarity with the Hindu mind when you say not 1 in 10,000 native minds is as well prepared to realize and assimilate transcendental truths as mine. However much you may be right in thinking that asterisk amongst English men of science there are not half a dozen even whose minds are more capable of receiving these rudiments of occult knowledge than mine, yours, you are mistaken as to the natives. The Hindu mind is preeminently open to the quick and clear perception of the most transcendental, the most abstruse metaphysical truths. Some of the most unlettered ones will seize at a glance that which would often escape the best Western metaphysician. You may be, and most assuredly are our superiors in every branch of physical knowledge. In spiritual sciences we were, are, and always will be your masters. But let me ask you, what can I, a half-civilized native, think of the charity, modesty, and kindness of one belonging to a superior race, one, whom I know as a noble-minded, just, and kind-hearted man in most circumstances of his life, when, with an ill-disguised scorn he exclaims, if you want men to rush on blindfold, heed less of ulterior results, stick to your alkits if you want men of a higher class, whose brains are to work effectually in your cause, remember, etc. My dear sir, we neither want men to rush on blindfold, nor are we prepared to abandon tried friends who rather pass for fools, than reveal what they may have learned under a solemn pledge of never revealing it unless permitted even for the chance of getting men of the very highest class, nor are we especially anxious to have anyone work for us except with entire spontaneity. We want true and unselfish hearts, fearless and confiding souls, and are quite willing to leave the men of the higher class and far higher intellects to grope their own way to the light. Such will only look upon us as subordinates. I believe that these few quotations from your letter and the frank answers they have called for, are sufficient to show how far we are from anything like an entente cordiale. You show a spirit of fierce combativeness and a desire, pardon me, to fight shadows evoked by your own imagination. I had the honor of receiving 3 long letters from you even before I had barely time to answer in general terms your first one. I had never positively refused to comply with your wishes, never had answered as yet one single question of yours. How did you know what the future held in store for you, had you but waited 1 week? You invite me to a conference only, as it would seem, that you may show me the defects and weaknesses in our modes of action, and the causes for our supposed failure to convert humanity from their evil ways. And in your letter you show plainly that you are the beginning, the middle, and the end of the law to yourself. Then why trouble yourself to write to me at all? Even that, which you call a Parthian arrow, was never meant as such. It is not I, who, unable to get the absolute, will depreciate or undervalue the relative good. Your little birds have, no doubt, since you so believe, done much good in their way, and I certainly never dreamt of giving offense by my remark that the human race and its welfare were at least as noble a study, and the latter as desirable an occupation as ornithology. But, I am not quite sure that your parting remark as to our not being invulnerable as a body is quite free of that spirit which animated the retreating Parthians. Be it as it may, we are content to live as we do, unknown and undisturbed by a civilization which rests so exclusively upon the intellect. Nor do we feel in any way concerned about the revival of our ancient arts and high civilization, for these are as sure to come back in their time, and in a higher form as the Plesiosaurus and the Megatherium in theirs. We have the weakness to believe in ever-recurrent cycles and hope to quicken the resurrection of one/never said/did. What is past and phone? We could not impede it even if we would. The new civilization will be but the child of the old one, and we have but to leave the eternal law to take its own course to have our dead ones come out of their graves, yet, we are certainly anxious to hasten the welcome event. Fear not, although we do cling superstitiously to the relics of the past, our knowledge will not pass away from the sight of man. It is the gift of the gods and the most precious relic of all. The keepers of the sacred light did not safely cross so many ages but to find themselves wrecked on the rocks of modern scepticism. Our pilots are too experienced sailors to allow us to fear any such disaster. We will always find volunteers to replace the tired centuries, and the world, bad as it is in its present state of transitory period, can yet furnish us with a few men now and then. You do not propose moving further in the matter unless we make some further sign? My dear sir, we have done our duty, we have ended to your appeal, and now propose to take no further step. We, who have studied a little Kant's moral teachings, analyzed them somewhat carefully, have come to the conclusion that even this great thinker's views on that form of duty, das Soyen, which defines the method of moral action, notwithstanding his one-sided affirmation to the contrary, falls short of a full definition of an unconditional absolute principle of morality as we understand it. And this Kantian note sounds throughout your letter. You so love mankind, you say, that were not your generation to benefit by it, you would reject knowledge itself. And yet, this philanthropic feeling does not even seem to inspire you with charity towards those you regard as of an inferior intelligence. Why? Simply because the philanthropy you Western thinkers boast of, having no character of universality, i.e., never having been established on the firm footing of a moral, universal principle, never having risen higher than theoretical talk, and that chiefly among the ubiquitous Protestant preachers, it is but a mere accidental manifestation but no recognized law. The most superficial analysis will show, that, no more than any other empirical phenomenon in human nature, cannot be taken as an absolute standard of moral activity, i.e., one productive of efficient action. Since, in its empirical nature this kind of philanthropy is like love, but something accidental, exceptional, and like that has its selfish preferences and affinities, it necessarily is unable to warm all mankind with its beneficent rays. This, I think, is the secret of the spiritual failure and unconscious egotism of this age. And you, otherwise a good and a wise man, being unconsciously to yourself the type of its spirit, are unable to understand our ideas upon the society as a universal brotherhood, and hence turn away your face from it. Your conscience revolts, you say, to be made a stalking horse, the puppet of a score or more of hidden wire pullers. What do you know of us since you cannot see us? What do you know of our aims and objects, of us, of whom you cannot judge? You ask strange arguments. And do you really suppose you would know us, or penetrate any better our aims and objects were you to see me personally? I am afraid, that with no past experience of this kind, even your natural powers of observation, however acute, would have to be confessed more than useless. Why, my dear sir, even our Baharupias can prove a match any day for the acutest political resident, and never yet one was detected or even recognized, and their mesmeric powers are not of the highest order. However suspicious you might ever feel about the details of the brooch, there is one prime feature in the case which your astuteness has already told you can only be accounted for on the theory of a stronger will influencing Mrs. Hume to think after that particular object and no other. And if mad B, a sickly woman, must be credited with such powers, are you quite sure that you yourself would not also be made to succumb to a trained will, 10 times stronger than hers? I could come to you tomorrow, and installing myself in your house as invited, get an entire domination over your whole mind and body in 24 hours, and you never aware of it for one moment. I may be a good man, but so I may, for all you know, as easily be a wicked, plotting schemer, hating profoundly your white race which subjugated and daily humiliates mine, and take revenge on you, one of the best representatives of that race. If the powers of exoteric mesmerism alone were employed, a power acquired with equal ease by the bad as by the good man, even then you could hardly escape the snares laid out for you were the man you invited but a good mesmerizer, for you are a remarkably easy subject from the physical standpoint. But my conscience, my intuition, you may argue, poor help in such a case as mine. Your intuition would make you feel but that which really was for the time being, and as to your conscience, you then accept Kant's definition of it? You, perhaps, believe with him that under all circumstances, and even with the full absence of definite religious notions, and occasionally even with no firm notions about right and wrong at all, man has ever a sure guide in his own inner moral perceptions or conscience. The greatest of mistakes. With all the formidable importance of this moral factor, it has one radical defect. Conscience, as it was already remarked, may be well compared to that demon, whose dictates were so zealously listened to and so promptly obeyed by Socrates. Like that demon, conscience may perchance tell us what we must not do, yet it never guides us as to what we ought to perform, nor gives any definite object to our activity. And nothing can be more easily lulled to sleep and even completely paralyzed, as this same conscience by a trained will stronger than that of its possessor. Your conscience will never show you whether the mesmerizer is a true adept or a very clever juggler, if he once has passed your threshold and got control of the aura surrounding your person. You speak of abstaining from any but an innocent work like bird collecting, lest there be danger of creating another Frankenstein's monster. Imagination as well as will creates. Suspicion is the most powerful provocative agent of imagination. Beware. You have already begotten in you the germ of a future hideous monster, and instead of the realization of your purest and highest ideals you may one day evoke a phantom, which, barring every passage of light, will leave you in worse darkness than before, and will harass you to the end of your days. Again expressing the hope that my candor may not give offense, I am, dear sir, as ever, your most obedient servant, Kuti Humi Lal Singh. A.O. Hume, ESQ letter no. XXIX in answer to yours I will have to reply by a rather lengthy letter. To begin with, one can say the following, Mr. Hume thinks and speaks of me in a way which need only be noticed so far as it affects the frame of mind with which he proposes to apply to me for philosophical instruction. For his respect I care as little as he for my displeasure. But passing over his superficial disagreeableness, I recognize fully his goodness of motive, his abilities, his potential usefulness. We had better get to work again without further parley, and while he perseveres, he will find me ready to help but not to flatter, nor to dispute. So utterly has he misunderstood the spirit in which both the memo and PS were written, that had he not placed me during the 3 last days under a debt of profound gratitude for what he is doing for my poor old Keela, I would have never gone to the trouble of doing what might seem as an excuse, or an explanation, or both. However that may be, that debt of gratitude is so sacred, that I now do for her sake, what I might have refused doing even for the society. I crave the Sahib's * permission to acquaint them with some facts. With our Indo-Tibetan ways the most sagacious English official is not yet acquainted. The information now offered may be found useful in our future transactions. I will have to be sincere and outspoken, and Mr. Hume will have to excuse me. If I once am forced to speak, one must say all or say nothing. One am not a fine scholar, Sahib, like my blessed brother, but nevertheless, I believe, one understand the value of words. And if one do, then am I at a loss to understand, what in my PS could have so provoked the ironical displeasure against me of Mr. Hume. We of the Indo-Tibetan hovels never quarrel, this in answer to some expressed thoughts in relation to the subject. Quarrels and even discussions we leave to those, who unable to take in a situation at a glance are thereby forced, before making up their final decision, to anything to analyze and weigh one by one, and over again every detail. Whenever we, at least those of us who are Dikshita, seem, therefore, to an European not quite sure of our facts, it may be often due to the following peculiarity. That which is regarded by most men as a fact to us may seem but a simple result, an afterthought unworthy of our attention, generally attracted but to primary facts. Life, esteemed Sahibs, when even indefinitely prolonged, is too short to burden our brains with flitting details, mere shadows. When watching the progress of a storm, we fix our gaze upon the producing cause and leave the clouds to the whims of the breeze which shapes them. Having always the means on hand carried whenever absolutely needed of bringing to our knowledge minor details, we concern ourselves but with the main facts. Hence we can hardly be absolutely wrong, as we are often accused by you, for our conclusions are never drawn from secondary data but from the situation as a whole. On the other hand, the average man, even among the most intellectual, giving all their attention to the testimony of appearance and outward form, and disabled as they are from penetrating a priori to the core of things, are but too apt to misjudge of the whole situation, left to find out their mistake but when too late. Owing to complicated politics, to debates and what you term, if I mistake not, social talk and drawing-room controversies and discussions, sophistry has now become in Europe, hence among the Anglo-Indians, the logical exercise of the intellectual faculties, while with us it has never outgrown its pristine stage of fallacious reasoning. The shaky, insecure premises from which most of the conclusions and opinions are drawn, formed, and forthwith jumped at. Again, we ignorant Asiatics of Tibet, accustomed to rather follow the thought of our interlocutor or correspondent than the words he clothes it in, concern ourselves generally but little with the accuracy of his expressions. Now this preface will seem as unintelligible as useless to you. And you may well ask, what is he driving at? Patience, pray, for I have something more to say before our final explanation. A few days before leaving us, Kudhumi, speaking of you, said to me as follows, *, I feel tired and weary of these never-ending disputations. The more I try to explain to both of them the circumstances that control us and that interpose between us so many obstacles to free intercourse, the less they understand me. Under the most favorable aspect, this correspondence must always be unsatisfactory, even exasperatingly so, at times, for nothing short of personal interviews, at which there could be discussion and the instant solution of intellectual difficulties as they arise, would satisfy them fully. It is as though we were hallooing to each other across an impassable ravine and only one of us seeing his interlocutor. In point of fact, there is nowhere in physical nature a mountain abyss so hopelessly impassable and obstructive to the traveler as that spiritual one, which keeps them back from me. 2 days later, when his retreat was decided upon in parting, he asked me, will you watch over my work, will you see it falls not into ruins? I promised. What is there I would not have promised him at that hour? At a certain spot not to be mentioned to outsiders, there is a chasm spanned by a frail bridge of woven grasses and with a raging torrent beneath. The bravest member of your Alpine club would scarcely dare to venture the passage, for it hangs like a spider's web and seems to be rotten and impassable, yet it is not, and he who dares the trial and succeeds as he will if it is right that he should be permitted comes into a gorge of surpassing beauty of scenery to one of our places and to some of our people, of which and whom there is no note or minute among European geographers. At a stone's throw from the old Lamaserie stands the old tower, within whose bosom have gestated generations of bodhisattvas. It is there, where now rests your lifeless friend Karat, my brother, the light of my soul, to whom I made a faithful promise to watch during his absence over his work. And is it likely, I ask you, that but 2 days after his retirement I, his faithful friend and brother, would have gratuitously shown respect to his European friend? What reason was there, and what could have caused such an idea in Mr. Hume's and even in your mind? Why, a word or two entirely misunderstood and misapplied by him. I'll prove it. Don't you think that had the expression used coming to hate the sut been changed into and made to read coming to feel again flashes of dislike or of temporary irritation, this sentence alone would have wonderfully changed the results. Had it been so phrased, Mr. Hume would hardly have found an opportunity for denying the fact as vigorously as he did. For there he is right and the word is wrong. It is a perfectly correct statement when saying that such a feeling as hatred has never existed in him. Whether he will be as able to protest against the statement in general remains to be seen. He confessed to the fact that he was irritated, and to a feeling of distrust created by HPB. That irritation, as he will no longer deny, lasted for several days. Where does he then find the misstatement? Let us moreover admit, that the word to use was an incorrect one. Then, since he is so particular in the choice of words, so desirous that they should always convey the correct meaning, why not apply the same rule of action to himself? What might be well excused in an Asiatic ignorant of English, and one, moreover, who never was in the habit of choosing his expressions, for reasons given above, and because among his people he cannot be misunderstood, ought to become inexcusable in an educated, highly literary Englishman. In his letter to Alcott he writes, he, I, or she, HPB, or both between them, so muddled and misunderstood a letter written by Sinnett and myself as to lead to our receiving a message wholly inapplicable to the circumstances and such as necessarily to create distrust. Humbly soliciting permission to put a question, when did either I, or she, or both of us, see, read, and hence muddled and misunderstood the letter in question? How could she, or one, have muddled that, which she had never seen, and one, having neither inclination nor right to look into and mix myself in an affair concerning but the Kohen and never paid the slightest attention to? Did she inform you on the day in question, that it was in consequence of that letter of yours that I had sent her into Mr. Sinnett's room with the message? I was there, respected sahibs, and can repeat to you every word she said. What is it? What have you been doing, or saying to KH, she shouted in her usual excited nervous way to Mr. Sinat W. Ho was alone in the room that naming me, that he should be so angry should tell me to prepare to go and settle our headquarters at Ceylon? Were the first words. She said, thus showing that she knew nothing certain, was told still less, and simply surmised from what I had told her. And what I had told her, was simply that she had better prepare for the worse and depart and settle in Ceylon than make a fool of herself, trembling so over every letter given to her to forward to KH, that unless she learned to control herself better than she did, I would put a stop to that dock business. These words were said by me to her not because I had anything to do with your or any letter, nor in consequence of any letter sent, but because I happened to see the aura all around the new eclectic and herself, black and pregnant with future mischief, and I sent her to say so to Mr. Sinat, not to Mr. Hume. My remark and message upsetting her, owing to that unfortunate disposition and shattered nerves, in the most ridiculous way, the well-known scene ensued. Is it because of the phantoms of theosophical ruin evoked by her unbalanced brain that she is now accused in my company to have muddled and misunderstood a letter she had never seen? Whether there is in Mr. Hume's statement one single word that might be called correct, the term correct being now applied by me to the actual meaning of the whole sentence, not merely to isolated words, I leave to the judgment of minds superior to those of Asiatics. And if I am permitted to question the correctness of opinion in one, so vastly superior to myself in education, intelligence, and acuteness in the perception of the eternal fitness of things, in view of the above explanation, why should I be held as absolutely wrong for the following statement? I have also seen the growing up of a sudden dislike, say irritation, begotten of distrust, Mr. Hume confessing to, and using the identical expression in his answer to Alcott. Please compare quotations from his letter as given above, on the day I sent her with a message to Mr. Sinat's room. Is this incorrect? And further, they know how excitable and ill-balanced she is, and this hostile feeling on his part was almost cruel. For days he barely looked at her, let alone speaking to her, and inflicted upon her supersensitive nature severe and unnecessary pain. And when told of it by Mr. Sinat, he denied the fact. *TTs. Last sentence, continued on page 7 with many other like truths, I tore out with the rest, as upon inquiry it was ascertained from Alcott, who will tell you that originally there were 12 pages, not 10, and that he had sent the letter with far more details than you now find in it, for he is unaware of what I have done, and why it was done. Unwilling to remind Mr. Hume of details long forgotten by him and irrelevant to the case in hand, one tore out the page and obliterated much of the rest. His feelings had already changed and I was satisfied. Now the question is not whether Mr. Hume cares a two pence if his feelings are pleasing to me or not, but rather whether he was warranted by facts to write to Alcott as he did, i.e., that I had entirely misunderstood his real feelings. I say he was not. He can no more prevent me from being displeased, than I can go to the trouble of making him feel otherwise than what he now feels, namely, that he does not care 16. A tuppence whether his feelings are pleasing to me or not **. All this is childishness, and he who is desirous to learn how to benefit humanity, and believes himself able to read the characters of other people, must begin first of all, to learn to know himself, to appreciate his own character at its true value. And this, I venture to say, he has never learned yet. And he has also to learn in v/hat particular cases results may in their turn become important and primary causes, when the result becomes a Chian. Had he hated her with the most bitter hatred, he could not have tortured her foolishly sensitive nerves more effectually than he has, while still loving the dear old woman. He has done so with those he loved best, and, unconsciously to himself he will do so more than once in the hereafter, and yet his first impulse will be always to deny it, for he is indeed fully unconscious of the fact, the extreme kindness of his heart. Being in such cases entirely blinded and paralyzed by another feeling, which, if told of, he will also deny. Undis made by his epithet of goose and Don Quixote * true to my promise to my blessed brother, I will tell him of it whether he likes it or not, for now that he has openly given expression to his feelings, we have either to understand each other or break off. This is no half-veiled threat as he expresses it, for a threat in a man is like the bark in a dog *, it means nothing. I say, that unless he understands how utterly inapplicable to us is the standard according to which he is accustomed to judge Western people of his own society, it would simply be a loss of time for me or KH to teach and for him to learn. We never regarded a friendly warning as a threat, nor do we feel irritated when it is offered to us. He says that personally he does not care in the least, were the brothers to break with him tomorrow, the more reason then that we should come to an understanding. Mr. Hume prides himself in the thought that he never had a spirit of veneration for anything but his own abstract ideals. We are perfectly aware of it. Nor could he possibly have any veneration for anyone or anything, as all the veneration his nature is capable of is concentrated upon himself. Tt is a fact and the cause of all his life troubles. When his numerous official friends and his own family say that, it is conceit, they misstate and say a very foolish thing. He is too highly intellectual to be conceited, he is simply and unconsciously to himself the embodiment of pride. He would have no veneration for even his God, were not that God of his own creation and making, and that is why he could neither be made amenable to any established doctrine. Nor would he ever submit to a philosophy that did not come all armed, like the Grecian Saraswati or Minerva, out of his own her father's brain. This may throw light upon the fact why I refused giving him during the short period of my instruction anything but half problems, hints, and puzzles to solve for himself. For only then would he believe, when his own extraordinary capacity for grasping at the nature of things, would clearly show him that it must be so, since it dovetails with what he conceives to be mathematically correct. If he accuse and so unjustly KH whom he really affections of feeling huffish at his lack of reverence for him, it is because he built his ideal of my brother in his own image. Mr. Hume accuses us of teaching him to oat and has. If he but knew that in our sight an honest boot black was as good as an honest king, and an immoral sweeper far higher and more excusable than an immoral emperor, he would have never uttered such a fallacy. Mr. Hume complains, thousand pardons, laughs * is the correct term, that we show a desire of sitting upon him. I venture to suggest most respectfully that it is absolutely vice versa. It is Mr. Hume who, again unconsciously and yielding but to a lifelong habit, tried that most unconscionable posture with my brother in every letter he wrote to Kudhumi. And when certain expressions denoting a fierce spirit of self-approbation and confidence which reached the apex of human pride, were noted and mildly contradicted by my brother, Mr. Hume forthwith gave them another meaning, and accusing KH of having misunderstood them, called him to himself puffed up and huffish. Do I accuse him then of unfairness, injustice, or worse? Most decidedly not. A more honest, sincere, or a kinder man never breathed on the Himalayas. I know actions of his of which his own family and lady are utterly ignorant of, so noble, so kind, and grand, that even his own pride remains blind to their full worth, so that anything he might do or say, is unable to diminish my respect for him. But with all this, I am forced to tell him the truth, and while that side of his character has all my admiration, his pride will never win my approbation, for which once more, Mr. Hume will not care 1/2, but that matters very little, indeed. The most sincere and outspoken man in India, Mr. Hume, is unable to tolerate a contradiction, and, be that person dev or mortal, he cannot appreciate or even permit without protest the same qualities of sincerity in any other than himself. Nor can he be brought to confess that anyone in this world can know better than himself and 5-hing that he has studied and formed his opinion thereupon. They will not set about a joint work in what seems to me the best way. He complains of us in his letter to Alcott, and that sentence above gives to us the key to his whole character. It gives us the clearest insight into the working of his inner feelings. Having a right, he thinks, to regard himself as slighted and wronged, in consequence of such an ungenerous, selfish refusal to work under his guidance, he cannot help thinking himself at the bottom of his heart, as a most forgiving, generous man, who, instead of resenting our refusal, is nevertheless willing to go on in our way. And this irreverence of ours for his opinions cannot be pleasing to him, and thus the feeling of this great wrong we do him rises, and becomes proportional to the magnitude of our selfishness and huffishness. Hence his disenchantment, and the sincere pain he feels at finding the lodge and all of us so much below the mark of his ideal. He laughs, for my defending HPB, and giving way to a feeling unworthy of his nature, very unfortunately forgets that his is just the disposition to warrant friends and foes at calling him protector of the poor and like names, and that his enemies among others never fail to apply such epithets to himself, and yet, far from falling upon him as an insult, that chivalrous feeling which has ever prompted him to take the defense of the weak and the oppressed and to redress the wrongs done by his colleagues, as in the last instance of the Simla municipality row, it covers him with a garment of undying glory spun out of the gratitude and affection for him of the people he so fearlessly defends. Both of you labor under the strange impression that we can, and even do care for anything that may be said or thought of us. Disabuse your minds, and remember that the first requisite in even a simple fakir, is that he should have trained himself to remain as indifferent to moral pain as to physical suffering. Nothing can give us personal pain or pleasure. And what I now say is, rather to bring you to understand us than yourselves, which is the most difficult science to learn. Tiyat Mr. Hume's intention, prompted by a feeling as transient as it was hasty, and due to a sense of growing irritation against me whom he accused of a desire to sit upon him, was to revenge himself by an iron icle. Hence, to the European mind, an insulting fling at me is as certain as that he missed the mark. Ignorant, or rather forgetful of the fact that we Asiatics are utterly devoid of that sense of the ridiculous which prompts the Western mind to caricature the best, the noblest aspirations of mankind, could I yet feel offended or flattered by the world's opinion, I have felt rather complimented than otherwise. My Rajput blood will never permit me to see a woman hurt in her feelings, though she be a visionary, and the now called imaginary wrong but another of her fancies, without defending her. And Mr. Hume knows enough of our traditions and customs to be sufficiently aware of that remnant of chivalrous feeling for our women in our otherwise degenerated race. Therefore do one say, that whether hoping that the satirical epithet would reach and hurt me, or aware of the fact that he was apostrophizing a granite pillar, the feeling that prompted him was unworthy of his nobler and better nature, as in the first case it was to be regarded as a petty feeling of revenge, and in the second as childishness. Then in his letter to A, he complains of or denounces, you must forgive the limited number of English words one have at my command, the attitude of half threat to break with you that he imagines he finds in our letters. Nothing could be more erroneous. We have no more the intention of breaking with him, than an orthodox Hindu has of leaving the house he is visiting until told that his company is no more wanted. But when the latter is hinted to him, he leaves. So with us. Mr. Hume quite prides himself at repeating that personally he has no desire to see us, no curiosity to meet us, that our philosophy and teaching cannot benefit him in the least, him who has learned and knows all that can be learned, that he cares not a snap whether we break with him or not, nor is he in the least concerned whether we are pleased with him or not. Qui bono then? Between the, by him, imagined reverence we expect from him, and that uncalled for combativeness, which may degenerate at any day with him, into unexpressed yet real hostility, there is an abyss and no middle ground that even the Kohen can see. Though he cannot now be accused of not making, as in the past, any allowance for circumstances and our own peculiar rules and laws, yet he is always hurrying towards that black borderland of amity, where trust is obscured and dark suspicions and erroneous impressions cloud the whole horizon. I am as I was, and as one was and am, so am one likely always to be the slave of my duty to the lodge and mankind, not only taught, but desirous to subordinate every preference for individuals to a love for the human race. It is gratuitous, therefore, to accuse me, or any one of us of selfishness, and desire to regard or treat you as paltry palinges and to ride donkeys, only because we are unable to find convenient horses. Neither the Kohen, nor KH, nor myself ever undervalued Mr. Hume's worth. He has done invaluable service to the SOC, and to HPB, and is alone capable of making the society an efficient agent for good. When the spiritual soul is left to guide him, no purer, no better, nor kinder man can be found. But, when his fifth principle rises in irrepressible pride, we will always confront and challenge it. Unmoved by his excellent worldly counsel as to how you should be armed with proofs of our reality, or how you should set about the joint work in the way that seems the best to him, I will remain so unmoved, till I receive contrary orders. Referring to your last letter, Mr. Sinnets, clothe your ideas as you may, in TK pleasantest of phrases, you are nevertheless surprised and as regards Mr. Sinnet disappointed, that I should neither accord permission for phenomena nor yet any of us make one step towards you. I cannot help it, and whatever the consequences there will be no change in my attitude until my brother's return among the living. You know both of us love our country and our race, that we regard the Theos Society as a great potentiality for their good in proper hands, that he has joyfully welcomed Mr. Hume's identification with the cause and that I have placed a high but only a proper carat value upon it. And so you ought to realize that whatever we could do to bind you and him closer to us we would do with all our heart. But still if the choice lies between our disobeying the lightest injunction of our Kohen as to when we may see either of you, or what we may write, or how, or where, and the loss of your good opinion, even the feeling of your strong animosity and the disruption of the society, we should not hesitate a single instant. It may be considered unreasonable, selfish, huffish, and ridiculous, denounced as Jesuitical and the blame all lain at our door, but law is law with us, and no power can make us abate one jot or tittle of our duty. We have given you a chance to obtain all you desired by improving your magnetism, by pointing you to a nobler ideal to work up to, and Mr. Hume has been shown what he already knew, how he may benefit immensely some millions of his fellow men. Choose according to your best light. Your choice is made, I know, but Mr. Hume may yet change his ideas more than once. I shall be the same to my group and promise whatever he may determine. Nor do we fail to appreciate the great concessions made already by him, concessions the more great in our sight, as he becomes less interested in our existence, and makes a violence to his feelings solely in the hope of benefiting humanity. No one in his place would have accommodated himself to his situation with such a good grace as he has, or stood more strictly upon the declaration of primary objects at the meeting of 21st August, while proving to the native community that members of the ruling class also are desirous of promoting the commendable projects of the TS, he bides his time, for even the obtaining of our metaphysical truths. He has already done an immense good and has yet received nothing in return. Nor does he expect anything. Reminding you that the present is an answer to all your letters, and to all your objections and suggestions, I may add that you are right and that in spite of all your earthiness my blessed brother certainly entertains a real regard for you, and Mr. Hume, who I am happy to find has some good feeling for him, though he is not UQ and really is too proud to look for his reward in our protection. Only where you are and will be ever wrong, my dear sir, it is in entertaining the idea that phenomena can ever become a powerful engine to shake the foundations of erroneous beliefs in the Western mind. None but those who see for themselves will ever believe. Do what you may. Satisfy us and then we will satisfy the world, you once said. You were satisfied, and what are the results? And I wish one could impress upon your minds the deep conviction that we do not wish Mr. Hume or you to prove conclusively to the public that we really exist. Please realize the fact that so long as men doubt, there will be curiosity and inquiry, and that inquiry stimulates reflection which begets efforts. But let our secret be once thoroughly vulgarized, and not only will sceptical society derive no great good, but our privacy would be constantly endangered and have to be continually guarded at an unreasonable cost of power. Have patience, friend of my friend. It took Mr. Hume years to kill enough birds to make up his book, and he did not command them to leave their leafy retreat, but had to wait for them to come and let him stuff and label them. So must you be patient with us. Ah, Sahibs, if you could only catalogue and label us and set us up in the British Museum, then indeed might your world have the absolute, the desiccated truth. And so it all comes around again as usual to the starting point. You have been chasing us around your own shadows, just catching a vanishing glimpse of us now and again, but never coming near enough to escape the gaunt skeleton of suspicion that is at your heel and stares you in the future. So I fear maybe to the end of the chapter, as you not have the patience to read the volume to its end. And you are trying to penetrate the things of the spirit with the eyes of the flesh. To bend the inflexible to your own crude model of what should be, and finding it will not bend, you are as likely as not to break that model and bid goodbye forever to the dream. And now for a few parting words of explanation. O's memo, which produced such disastrous results and a most unique qui pro quo, was written on the 27th. On the night of the 25th, my beloved brother told me, that having heard Mr. Hume say in H.P.B.'s room that he had never himself heard O. state to him that he, had personally seen us, and also had heard that were Alcott to tell him so, he had confidence enough in the man to believe in what he said, he, toyed of asking me to go and tell O. to do so, believing it might please Mr. Hume to learn some of the details. Wishes are law to me. And that is why Mr. Hume received that letter from O. at a time when his doubts were already settled. At the same time as I delivered my message to O, one satisfied his curiosity as to your society and told what I thought of it. O. asked my permission to send to you these notes, which one accorded. Now, that is the whole secret. For reasons of my own I desired you should know what one thought of the situation, a few hours after my beloved brother went out of this world. When the letter reached you my feelings were somewhat changed and I altered, as said before, the memo a good deal. As O's style had made me laugh, I added my postscriptum which related solely to Alcott, but was nevertheless applied wholly by Mr. Hume to himself. Let us drop it. I close the longest letter I have ever written in my life, but as I do it for one am satisfied. Though Mr. Hume may not think it, the mark of the adept is kept at not at Simla, and I try to keep up to it however poor I may be as a writer and a correspondent. Letter No. XXX private, my dear brother. Perhaps, a week ago, I would have hardly failed to embrace this available opportunity and say that your letter concerning Mr. Fern is as complete a misrepresentation of the spirit, and above all, of the attitude of M. towards the said young gentleman, as your complete ignorance of the aims he is pursuing could produce, and I would have said no more. But now, things have changed, and though you have come to know that we did not really possess the power of reading minds as had been pretended, nevertheless, we know enough of the spirit in which my last letters were received, and of the dissatisfaction produced, to suspect, if not to know that unwelcome as truth may often come, Yet the time has arrived for me to speak frankly and openly with you. Lying is a refuge to the weak, and we are sufficiently strong, even with all the shortcomings you are pleased to discover in us, to dread truth very little, nor are we likely to lie, only because it is one written to a humed. To our interest to appear wise concerning matters of which we are ignorant. Thus, perchance it might have been more prudent to remark that you knew that we did not really possess the power of reading minds, unless we brought ourselves thoroughly en rapport with, and concentrated an undivided attention on, the persons whose thoughts we wanted to know, since that would be an undeniable fact, instead of a gratuitous assumption as it now stands in your letter. However it may be, I now find but two ways before us, with not the smallest path for compromise. Henceforth, if your desire is that we should work together, we must do so on a footing of perfect understanding. You will be at perfect liberty to tell us, since you seem, or rather have brought yourself to sincerely believe it, that most of us, owing to the mystery that enshrouds us, lie by getting credit for knowing what we really do not know, while I, for instance, will be as entitled as you are, to let you know what I may think of you, yourself meanwhile promising, that you will not laugh at it outwardly, and bear a grudge for it inwardly, something that notwithstanding your efforts you can rarely help, but that, in case I am mistaken, you will prove it by some demonstration weightier than a mere denial. Unless you bind yourself by such a promise, it is utterly useless for any of us to be losing our time in controversies and correspondences. Better shake hands astrally, across space, and wait until either you have acquired the gift of discerning truth from falsehood to a greater degree than you now have it, or, that we are shown to be no better than impostors, or still worse lying spooks, or finally, that some one of us is in a position to demonstrate our existence to yourself or Mr. Sinnett. Not astrally, for that might only strengthen the asterisk spirit theory, but by visiting you personally. Since it becomes quite hopeless to convince you that even we occasionally do read other people's thoughts, may I hope that you will credit us, at least, with a sufficient knowledge of the English language not to have entirely misunderstood your very plain letter? And, to believe me, when I say, that having perfectly understood it, I answer you as plainly, my dearest brother, you are egregiously mistaken from first to last. Your whole letter is based upon a misconception, an entire ignorance of missing links, which alone may have given you a true key to the whole situation. What can you mean by the following? My dear master, amongst you are utterly spoiling Fern. It is 1,000 pities, for he is really a good fellow at heart, and he has an intense desire for occult knowledge, a strong will, and great capacity for self-mortification. He would, I am sure, be useful for your purposes, but his self-conceit is growing intolerable. And he is becoming a confirmed fabricator of fiction, and this is due to you all. He has thoroughly humbugged Moria from the first, and he has gone persistently lying to Sinnett to keep up the delusion. He has got Moria to entrust him with secrets and to accept him as Aquila, and he now thinks himself a match for anyone. Moria replies, quite falling into the trap this fraud no doubt commenced in, why, our interests, etc., etc., etc. It is unnecessary for me to repeat once more what I have said before, namely, that up to receiving your first letter concerning Mr. Fern, I had never given him one moment's attention. Who then, amongst us, spoils that young gentleman? Is it Moria? Well, it is easy to see, that you know still less of him, than he knows, in your conceptions, of what you have in your mind. He has thoroughly humbugged Moria. Has he? I am sorry to be obliged to confess that, in accordance with your Western code, it would look rather the reverse, that it was my beloved brother who humbugged Mr. Fern had not the ill-sounding term another meaning with us, as also another name. The latter, of course, may appear to you still more revolting, since even Mr. Sinnett, who is but the echo in that of every English society man, regards it as thoroughly revolting to the feelings of the average Englishman. That other name is probation, something. Every Kila who does not want to remain simply ornamental has nolens volens to undergo for a more or less prolonged period, something that for this very reason that it is undoubtedly based upon what you Westerns would ever view as a system of humbug or deception that I, who knew European ideas better than Moria, have always refused to accept or even to regard any of you two as Chelis. Thus, what you have now mistaken for humbug as coming from Mr. Fern, you would have charged M. with it, had you only known a little more than you do of our policy. Whereas the truth is, that one is utterly irresponsible for much he is now doing, and that the other is carrying out that of which he has honestly warned Mr. Fern beforehand, that, which, if you have read, as you say, the correspondence you must have learned from H.P.B.'s letter to Fern from Madras, that in her jealousy for M.'s favors, she wrote to him to Simla, hoping she would thereby frighten him off. Akila under probation is allowed to think and do whatever he likes. He is warned and told beforehand, you will be tempted and deceived by appearances, two paths will be opened before you, both leading to the goal you are trying to attain, one easy, and that will lead you more rapidly to a fulfillment of orders you may receive, the other more arduous, more long, aiath full of stones and thorns that will make you stumble more than once on your way, and, at the end of which you may, perhaps, find failure after all and be unable to carry out the orders given for some particular small work, but, whereas the latter will cause the hardships you have undergone on it to be all carried to the side of your credit in the long run, the former, the easy path, can offer you but a momentary gratification, an easy fulfillment of the task. The Kila is at perfect liberty, and often quite justified from the standpoint of appearances to suspect his guru of being a fraud as the elegant word stands. More than that, the greater, the sincerer his indignation whether expressed in words or boiling in his heart, the more fit he is, the better qualified to become an adept. He is free to, and will not be held to account for using the most abusive words and expressions regarding his guru's actions and orders, provided he comes out victorious from the fiery ordeal, provided he resists all and every temptation, rejects every allurement, and proves that nothing, not even the promise of that which he holds dearer than life, of that most precious boon, his future adeptship, is unable to make him deviate from the path of truth and honesty, or force him to become a deceiver. My dear sir, we will hardly ever agree in our ideas of things, even of the value of words. You have once upon a time called us Jesuits, and, viewing things as you do, perhaps, you were right to a certain extent in so regarding us, since apparently our systems of training do not differ much. But it is only externally. As I once said before, they know that what they teach is a lie, and we know that what we impart is truth, the only truth and nothing but the truth. They work for the greater power and glory of their order, we for the power and final glory of individuals, of isolated units, of humanity in general, and we are content, nay forced to leave our order and its chiefs entirely in the shade. They work and toil and deceive, for the sake of worldly power in this life, we work and toil, and allow our Chelis to be temporarily deceived, to afford them means never to be deceived hereafter, and to see the whole evil of falsity and untruth, not alone in this but in many of their after lives. They the Jesuits sacrifice the inner principle, the spiritual brain of the ego, to feed and develop the better the physical brain of the personal evanescent man, sacrificing the whole humanity to offer it as a holocaust to their society, the insatiable monster feeding on the brain and marrow of humanity, and developing an incurable cancer on every spot of healthy flesh it touches. We the criticized and misunderstood brothers, we seek to bring men to sacrifice their personality a passing flash for the welfare of the whole humanity, hence, for their own immortal egos, a part of the latter, as humanity is a fraction of the integral whole, that it will one day become. They are trained to deceive, we to undeceive, they do the scavengers' work themselves, barring a few poor sincere tools of theirs con amore, and for selfish ends, we leave it to our menials the Dugpas at our service, by giving them carte blanche for the time being dash, and with the sole object of drawing out the whole inner nature of the Kila, most of the nooks and corners of which, would remain dark and concealed forever, were not an opportunity afforded to test each of these corners in turn. Whether the Kila wins or loses the prize depends solely of himself. Only, you have to remember that our Eastern ideas about motives and truthfulness and honesty differ considerably from your ideas in the West. Both we believe that it is moral to tell the truth and immoral to lie, but here every analogy stops and our notions diverge in a very remarkable degree. For instance, it would be a most difficult thing for you to tell me, how it is that your civilized Western society, church and state, politics and commerce have ever come to assume a virtue that it is quite impossible for either a man of education, a statesman, a trader, or anyone else living in the world to practice in an unrestricted sense. Can any one of the above-mentioned classes, the flower of England's chivalry, her proudest peers and most distinguished commoners, her most virtuous and truth-speaking ladies, can any of them speak the truth, I ask, whether at home, or in society, during their public functions or in the family circle? What would you think of a gentleman, or a lady, whose affable politeness of manner and suavity of language would cover no falseness, who, in meeting you, would tell you plainly and abruptly what he thinks of you, or of anyone else? And where can you find that pearl of honest tradesman, or that God-fearing patriot, or politician, or a simple casual visitor of yours, but conceals his thoughts the whole while, and is obliged under the penalty of being regarded as a brute, a madman, to lie deliberately, and with a bold face, no sooner he is forced to tell you what he thinks of you, unless for a wonder his real feelings demand no concealment. All is lie, oh, falsehood, around and in us, my brother, and that is why you seemed so surprised, if not affected, whenever you find a person, who will tell you bluntly truth to your face, and also why it seems impossible for you to realize that a man may have no ill feelings against you, nay, even like and respect you for some things, and yet tell you to your face what he honestly and sincerely thinks of you. In noticing M's opinion of yourself expressed in some of his letters, you must not feel altogether so sure that because they are in his handwriting they are written by him, though of course every word is sanctioned by him to serve certain ends. You say he has a peculiar mode of expressing himself, to say the least. Now, that way is simply the bare truth, which he is ready to write to yourself, or even say and repeat to your face, without the least concealment or change, unless he has purposely allowed the expression to be exaggerated for the same purposes as mentioned above, and he is of all the men I know just the one to do it without the least hesitation. And for this, you call him an imperious sort of chap, very angry if he is opposed, but add, that you bear him for it no malice, and like him none the less for that. Now this is not so, my brother, and you know it. However, I am prepared to concede the definition in a limited sense, and to admit and repeat with you, and himself at my elbow, that he is a very imperious sort of chap. And certainly very apt sometimes to become angry, especially if he is opposed in what he knows to be right. Would you think more of him, were he to conceal his anger, to lie to himself and the outsiders, and so permit them to credit him with a virtue he has not? If it is a meritorious act to extirpate with the roots all feelings of anger, so as to never feel the slightest paroxysm of a passion we all consider sinful, it is a still greater sin with us to pretend that it is so extirpated. Please read over the Elixir of Life No. 2. April, p. 169 col. I, paras 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And yet in the ideas of the West, everything is brought down to appearances, even in religion. A confessor does not inquire of his penitent whether he felt anger, but whether he has shown anger to anyone. Thou shalt in lying, stealing, killing, etc. Avoid being detected seems to be the chief commandment of the Lord gods of civilization, society and public opinion. That is the sole reason why you, who belong to it, will hardly if ever be able to appreciate such characters as Maurya's, a man as stern for himself, as severe for his own shortcomings, as he is indulgent for the defects of other Ethiopal, not in words but in the innermost feelings of his heart, for, while ever ready to tell you to your face anything he may think of you, he yet was ever a stauncher friend to you than myself, who may often hesitate to hurt anyone's feelings, even in speaking the strictest truth. Thus, were M. 1 to ever descend to an explanation he could have told you, my brother, in my opinion you are intensely egotistical and haughty. In your appreciation and self-adulation you generally lose sight of the rest of mankind, and I verily believe that you regard the whole universe created for man, and that man yourself. If I cannot bear to be opposed when I know I am right, you can bear contradiction still less, even when your conscience plainly tells you that you are wrong. You are unable to forget, though I admit that you are one to forgive the smallest slight. And, sincerely believing yourself to have been so slighted, by me, sat upon as you once expressed it, to this day the supposed offense exercises a silent influence over all your thoughts in connection with my humble individual. And though your great intellect will ever prevent any vindictive feelings from asserting themselves and thus overruling your better nature, yet they are not without a certain influence even over your reasoning faculties, since you find pleasure, though you will hardly admit it to yourself, in devising carrot means to catch me tripping, to the length of representing me in your imagination a fool, a credulous ignoramus capable of falling into the trap of a fern. Let us reason, my brother. Let us put entirely aside the fact of my being an initiate, an adept, and reason out the position your imaginative faculties have created for me, like two common mortals with a certain dose of common sense in mine, and a great dose of the same in your head. If you are prepared to concede me even so little, I am prepared to prove to you that it is absurd to think that I could have been taken in the meshes of so poor a scheme. You write that in order to test me. Fern wanted to know if Maurya wished it, his vision, published, and Maurya replied, quite falling into the trap, that he did wish it. Now, to credit the last assertion is rather hard, and it needs a man of but moderate good sense and reasoning powers to perceive that there are two insuperable difficulties in the way of reconciling your foregoing opinion of myself and the belief that I was actually caught in the trap. Ist, the substance and text of the vision. In that vision there are three mysterious beings: the Guru, the Mighty One, and the Father, the latter one being your humble servant. Now it is hard to believe that unless I am credited with faculties of a hallucinated medium, that I, knowing well that I had never approached, until then, the young gentleman from within a mile's distance, nor had I ever visited him in his dreams, that I should believe the reality of the vision described, or that, at least, my suspicions should not have been aroused by such a strange assertion. Second, the difficulty of reconciling the double fact of my being an imperious chap who gets very angry when opposed, and my quiet submission to the disobedience, the rebellion of Akela under probation, who upon learning that Maurya did wish it, i.e., to have his vision published and had actually promised to rewrite it, never thought of obeying the wish after that, nor had the poor fatuous Guru and Father thought any more of the matter. Now the whole of the foregoing would be madfak quite plain even to a man of an average intellect. The reverse having happened, and a man of undoubtedly great intellectual and still greater reasoning powers, having been caught in the poorest cobweb of falsehood ever imagined, the conclusion is imperative and no other can be formed, that man allowed unknown to himself to have his little vindictive feelings gratified at the expense of his logic and good sense. Bus, and we will talk no more of it. With all that, and while openly expressing my dislike for your haughtiness and selfishness in many things, I frankly recognize probation, and Kilaship 235, and express my admiration for your many other admirable qualities, for your sterling merits, and good sense in everything unconnected directly with yourself, in which cases you become as imperious as myself, only far more impatient, and heartily hope you will pardon me for my blunt and according to your Western code of manners really talk. At the same time, like yourself, I will say, that not only do I not bear you malice, and like you none the less for that, but that what I say is a strict reality, the expression of my genuine feelings, not merely words written to satisfy a sense of assumed duty. And now, that I have made myself the spokesman unto you for Moria, I may, perhaps permitted to say a few words for myself. I will begin by reminding you, that at different times, especially during the last 2 months, you have repeatedly offered yourself as Akila, and the first duty of one is to hear without anger or malice anything the Guru may say. How can we ever teach or you learn if we have to maintain an attitude utterly foreign to us? And our methods, that of two society men? / You really want to be Akila, i.e. to become the recipient of our mysteries, you have to adapt yourself to our ways, not we to yours. Until you do so, it is useless for you to expect any more than we can give under ordinary circumstances. You wanted to teach Moria, and you may find out, and will if I am allowed by to have my own way, that he has taught you one, which will either make us friends and brothers forever, or, if there is more of the Western gentleman than of the Eastern Kila and future adept, you will break with us in disgust and perhaps proclaim it all over the world. For this we are all prepared and are trying to hurry on the crisis one way or the other. November is fast approaching, and by that time everything has to be settled. The second question, do not you think, good brother, that the uncivilized, imperious chap who would tell you his mind, honestly and for your own good, and, at the same time would be carefully though unseen protecting yourself, family and reputation from any possible harm, brother, to the length of watching for nights and days a ruffian Musulman menial bent upon having his revenge of you and actually destroying his evil plans, do not you think him worth 10 times his weight in gold, a British resident, a gentleman, who tears down your reputation to shreds behind your back and will smile upon and heartily shake hands with you whenever he meets you? Do not you think it is far nobler to say what one thinks, and having said that even which you naturally regard as an impertinence, and then render to the person so treated all manner of services of which he is never likely to hear, not only to find them out, than to do what the highly civilized Colonel or General Watson and especially his lady have done, when upon seeing for the first time in their lives the 2 strangers in their house, Alcott and a native judge in Baroda, took a pretext to disparage the society because you were in it. I will not repeat to you the lies they were guilty of, the exaggerations and slanders directed against you by Mrs. Watson, and corroborated by her husband the gallant soldier. So struck and unruffled was poor Alcott, by the unexpected attack, he who feels so proud of your belonging to the society, that he appealed in his dismay to M. Had you heard what was told by the latter of you, how much he appreciated your present work and frame of mind, you would have willingly conceded him the right of being occasionally apparently rude. He forbade him telling any more than what he had already told HPB, and which carrot woman like she immediately imparted to Mr. Sinnott, though angry as she was with you at the time. Even she resented the insult and offense done to you deeply, and went actually to the trouble of looking back into that past when, as Mrs. Watson said, you were receiving the hospitality at their house. Such is then the difference between alleged well-wishers and friends of Western superior origin, and the as alleged ill-wishers of the Eastern inferior race. Apart from this, I concede to you the right of feeling angry with M. For he has done something that, though it is in strict accordance with our rules and methods, will, when known, be deeply resented by a Western mind, and, had I known it in time to stop it, I would have certainly prevented it from being done. It is certainly very kind of Mr. Fern to express his intention to catch us, not of course to expose the old lady, for what has the poor old lady to do with all this? But he is quite welcome to catch us and even to expose us, not only for his and your protection but for that of the whole world, if it can in any way console him for his failure. And jail he will, that's certain, if he goes on in that way, playing a double game. The option of receiving him or not as a regular Kila remains with the Kohen. M has simply to have him tested, tempted and examined by all and every means, so as to have his real nature drawn out. This is a rule with us as inexorable as it is disgusting in your Western sight, and I could not prevent it even if I would. It is not enough to know thoroughly what the Kila is capable of doing or not doing at the time and under the circumstances during the period of probation. We have to know of what he may become capable under different and every kind of opportunities. Our precautions are all taken. None of our Upasika or Uposa, neither HPB, nor O, nor even Damodar, nor any of them can be incriminated. He is welcome to show every letter in his possession, and to divulge that, which was offered to him to do, the choice between the two paths being left at his option, and that which he has actually done, or rathii not done. When the time comes, if it ever comes to his misfortune, we have the means to show how much of it is true, and how much wrong and invented by him. In the meanwhile, I have an advice to offer. Watch and do not say a word. He was, is, and will be tempted to do all manner of wrong things. As one say, I knew nothing of what was going on till the other day, when learning that even my name was indirectly mixed in the probation, I warned whom I had to warn, and forbid strictly my own business being mixed up with it. Yet, he is a magnificent subject for clairvoyance, and not at all as bad as you think him. He is conceited, but who is not? Who of us is entirely free from this defect? He may imagine and say what he likes, but that you should allow yourself to be so carried away with a prejudice the existence of which you are not even prepared to admit, is surpassingly strange. You sincerely crediting the statement that M was humbugged and caught into the trap by Mr. Fern is something really too ludicrous, when even not only the old lady never believed in it, since they knew he was to be under probation and also knew what the thing meant. M took pains a few days ago, to prove to you that he was never taken in, as you hoped, and that he laughed at the very idea, and most certainly Alcott will give you a good proof of it, albeit he is in the interior of Ceylon at this moment, where no letters let alone telegrams can reach. Nor was this fraud, if you will call it so, ever commenced in our interest, for the simple reason that we have no interest in it but in that of Mr. Fern and the society. In the ideas of HPB. But why call it fraud? He asked her advice, he worried and supplicated her, and she told him work for the cause, try to inquire and search and so to obtain every evidence you can of the existence of the brothers. You see, they will not come this year, but there are plenty of lamas descending every year to Simla and the neighborhood, and so, get all the evidence you can for yourself and Mr. Hume, etc. Is there anything wrong in this? When she received the MSS containing his vision, she asked M. And he who is called in it the Mighty One and the Father and what not, told her the truth and then ordered her to ask Mr. Fern whether he would publish it, telling her beforehand that he would not. What Moria knows of this and other visions, he alone knows, and even I will never interfere in his ways of training, however distasteful they may be to me personally. The old lady, since you ask me, will of course know nothing. But you must know that since she went to Baroda, she has a worse opinion of Fern than even yourself. She learned there certain things of him and of Brooks, and heard others from the latter, he being, as you know, the Baroda Mejanur of Ferns. She is a woman, though she be in 17. Upasika, female disciple, and except on occult matters can hardly hold her tongue. I believe we had enough of this. Whatever has or will yet happen, it will affect but Fern no one else. I hear of the projected grand theosophical conversation, and if, at that time you are still theosophists, of course it is better that it should be in your house. And now, I would like to say to you a few parting words, notwithstanding the painful knowledge I have of your chief and almost one defect, one that you have yourself confessed to in your letter to me. I wish you to believe me, my dearest brother, when I say that my regard and respect for you in all other things is great and very sincere. Nor am I likely to forget, whatever happens, that for many months past, without expecting or asking for any reward or advantage for yourself, you have worked and toiled, day after day, for the good of the society and of humanity at large in the only hope of doing good. And, I pray you, good brother, not to regard as reproaches any simple remarks of mine. If I have argued with you, it was because I was forced to do so, since the Kohen regarded them your suggestions, as something quite unprecedented, claims, in his position, not to be listened to for one moment. Though you may now regard the arguments directed against you in the light of undeserved reproaches, yet you may recognize some day, that you were really wanting unreasonable concessions. The fact that, your pressing proposals that you, not anyone else, should, if possible, be allowed to acquire some phenomenal gift, which would be used in convincing others, though it may be accepted as standing simply, in its dead letter sense as a suggestion for, my, consideration, and that in no way constituted a claim, yet for anyone who could read beneath the surface of the lines, it appeared as a definite claim. Indeed, I have all your letters, and there is hardly one that does not breathe the spirit of a determined claim, a deserved request, i.e., a demand of that which is due and the rejection of which gives you the right to feel yourself wronged. I doubt not, that such was not your intention in penning them. But such as your secret thought and that inner most feeling was always detected by the Kohen, whose name you several times use, and who took note of it. You undervalue what you got so far on the ground of inconsistency and incompleteness. I have asked you, take notes of the former, beginning with the inconsistencies as you regard them in our first arguments pro and con, the existence of God, and ending with the supposed contradiction in respect to accidents and suicides. Send then to me, and I will prove to you that there is not one for him who knows you the whole doctrine. It is strange to accuse one, in the full possession of his brains, that on Wednesday he wrote one thing, and on the Saturday or Sunday next had all forgotten about it and contradicted himself point blank. I do not think even our HPB, with her ridiculously impaired memory, could be guilty of such a complete oblivion. In your opinion it is not worthwhile to be working merely for the second-class minds, and you propose following out the lines of such an argument either. Get all or leave of the work entirely if you cannot get out immediately a scheme of philosophy, which will bear the scrutiny and criticism of such men as Herbert Spencer. To this I reply that you sin against the multitudes. It is not among the Herbert Spencers and Darwins or the John Stuart Mills that the millions of spiritualists now going intellectually to the dogs are to be found, but it is they who form the majority of the second-class minds. If you had but patience, you would have received all that you would like to get out of our speculative philosophy, meaning by speculative that it would have to remain such, of course, to all but adepts. But really, my dear brother, you are not overloaded with that virtue. However, I still fail to see why you should be disheartened with the situation. Whatever happens, I hope you may not resent the friendly truths you have heard from us. Why should you? Would you resent the voice of your conscience whispering to you that you are at times unreasonably impatient, and not at all as forbearing as you yourself would like to be? True, you have been laboring for the cause without intermission for many months and in many directions, but you must not think that because we have never shown any knowledge of what yet I have been doing, nor that, because we have never acknowledged or thanked you for it in our letters, that we are either ungrateful for, or ignore purposely or otherwise what you have done, for it is really not so. For, though no one ought to be expecting thanks, for doing his duty by humanity and the cause of truth, since, after all, he who labors for others, labors but for himself, nevertheless, my brother, I feel deeply grateful to you for what you have done. I am not very demonstrative by nature, but I do hope to prove to you some day, that I am not an ingrate, as you think. And you yourself, though you have been, indeed, forbearing in your letters to me, in not complaining about what you call flaws and inconsistencies in our letters, yet, you have not carried so far that forbearance, as to leave to time and further explanations the task of deciding whether such flaws were real or only apparently so upon their surface. You have always complained to Sinnett and even, in the beginning, to Fern. If you but consented for 5 minutes or so to fancy yourself in the position of a native guru and a European Keela, you would soon perceive how monstrous must appear any such relations as ours to a native mind, and you would blame no one for disrespect. Now, pray, understand me. Do not complain, but the bare fact of your addressing me as Master * in your letters makes me the laughing stock of all our Chutukais who know anything of our mutual relation. I would never have mentioned this fact, but I am in a position to demonstrate to you by enclosing here a letter from Subburo to myself full of excuses, and another to HPB as full of sincere truths, since they are both chelas, or rather disciples. I hope I am not committing an indiscretion in the Western sense. You will please return to me both after reading them and noting what they say. This is sent to you in strict confidence and only for your personal instruction. You will perceive therein, how much you English have to undo in India, before you can hope to do anything good in the country. Meanwhile, I must close, reiterating to you once more the assurance of my sincere regards and esteem. Yours K. H. Believe me, you are too severe upon and unjust to Fern. Letter No. XXX I received London, March 26, 1881. It is from the depths of an unknown valley, amid the steep crags and glaciers of Tarakmere, a vale never trodden by European foot since the day its parent mount was itself breathed out. From within our Mother Earth's bosom that your friend sends you these lines. For, it is there KH. Received your affectionate homages, and there he intends passing his summer vacations. A letter from the abodes of eternal snow and purity sent to and received at the abodes of vice. Queer, NSCE Pa. Would, or rather could I be with you at those abodes? No, but I was at several different times, elsewhere, though neither in astral nor in any other tangible form, but simply in thought. Does not satisfy you? Well, well, you know the limitations I am subjected to in your case, and you must have patience. Your future book is a little jewel, and, small and tiny as it is, it may, one day, be found to soar as high as Mount Everest over your Simla hills. Among all other works of that class, in the wild jungle of spiritualistic literature, it shall undoubtedly prove the Redeemer, offered as a sacrifice for the sin of the world of spiritualists. They will begin by rejecting nay vilifying it, but, it will find its faithful 12, and the seed thrown by your hand into the soil of speculation will not grow up as a weed. So far may be promised. You are oft too cautious. You remind too often the reader of your ignorance, and presenting but as a modest theory, that, which at the bottom of your heart you know and feel to be an axiom, a primary truth, instead of helping, you but perplex him and create doubt. But it is a spirited and discriminative little memoir, and, as a critical estimate of the phenomena witnessed by you personally, far more useful than Mr. Wallace's work. It is at this sort of springs that spiritualists ought to be compelled to slake their thirst for phenomena and mystic knowledge, instead of being left to swallow the idiotic gush they find in the banners of light and others. The world, meaning that of individual existences, is full of those latent meanings and deep purposes which underlie all the phenomena of the universe, and occult sciences, i.e., reason elevated to supersensuous wisdom, can alone furnish the key wherewith to unlock them to the intellect. Believe me, there comes a moment in the life of an adept, when the hardships he has passed through are 1,000-fold rewarded. In order to acquire further knowledge, he has no more to go through a minute and slow process of investigation and comparison of various objects, but is accorded an instantaneous, implicit insight into every first truth. Having passed that stage of philosophy which maintains that all fundamental truths have sprung from a blind impulse, it is the philosophy of your sensationalists or positivists, and left far behind him that other class of thinkers, the intellectualists or skeptics, who hold that fundamental truths are derived from the intellect alone, and that we, ourselves, are their only originating causes. The adept sees and feels and lives in the very source of all fundamental truths, the universal spiritual essence of nature, Shiva the creator, the destroyer, and the regenerator. As spiritualists of today have degraded spirit, so have the Hindus degraded nature by their anthropomorphistic conceptions of it. Nature alone can incarnate the spirit of limitless contemplation. Absorbed in the absolute self-unconsciousness of physical self, plunged in the depths of true being, which is no being but eternal, universal life, his whole form as immovable and white as the eternal summits of snow in Kailasa, where he sits, above care, above sorrow, above sin and worldliness, a mendicant, a sage, a healer, the king of kings, the yogi of yogis. Such is the ideal Shiva of Yoga Shastras, the culmination of spiritual wisdom. Oh, ye Max Mullers and Monier Williamses, what have ye done with our philosophy? But you can hardly be expected to enjoy or even understand the above phanerosis of our teachings. Pardon me. I write but seldom letters, and whenever compelled to do so follow rather my own thoughts than strictly hold to the subject I ought to have in view. I have labored for more than a quarter of a century night and day to keep my place within the ranks of that invisible but ever busy army which labors and prepares for a task which can bring no reward but the consciousness we are doing our duty to humanity, and, meeting you on my way, I have tried to do not fear, not to enroll you, for that would be impossible, but to simply draw your attention, excite your curiosity if not your better feelings to the one and only truth. You proved faithful and true, and have done your best. If your efforts will teach the world but one single letter from the alphabet of truth, that truth which once pervaded the whole world, your reward will not miss you. And now that you have met the asterisk mystics of Paris and London, what do you think of them? Yours, K. HPS. Our hapless old lady is sick. Liver, kidneys, head, brain, legs, every organ and limb shows fight and snaps its fingers at her efforts to ignore them. One of us will have to fix her, as our worthy Mr. Alcott says, or it will fare bad with her. Let her know. XXXII. I am sorry for all that has happened, but it was to be expected. Mr. Hume has put his foot in a hornet's nest and must not complain. If my confession has not altered your feelings, I am determined not to influence you and therefore will not look your way. To find out how the matter stands with you, my friend, and if you are not entirely disgusted with our system and ways, if in short it is still your desire to carry on a correspondence and learn, something must be done to check the irresponsible benefactor. I prevented her sending to Hume a worse letter than she wrote to yourself. I cannot force her to transmit his letters to me nor mine to him, and since it is no longer possible for me to trust Fern, and that G.K. can hardly be sacrificed with any sense of justice, to a man who is utterly unable to appreciate any service rendered except his own, what shall we do about it? Since we have mixed ourselves with the outside world, we have no right to suppress the personal opinion of its individual members, nor eschew their criticisms, however unfavorable to us. Hence the positive order to HPB to publish Mr. Hume's article. Only, as we would have the world see both sides of the question, we have also allowed the joint protest of Deb, Subbaro, Damodar, and a few other cellists to follow his criticism of ourselves and our system in the Theosophist. I gave you but hints of what at some other time I will write more at length. I think in the meantime of the difficulties that be naturally in our way, and let us not, if your friendship for me is sincere, by struggling with our chains, make them straighter and heavier. For my part I will run willingly the hazard of being thought a self-contradicting ignoramus, and criticized in unmeasured terms by Mr. Hume in print, provided you really profit by the tuition, and share from time to time your knowledge with the world. But to give you my thoughts without disguise, I am never like to risk myself again with any other European but yourself. As you now see, connection with the outside world can bring but sorrow to those who so faithfully serve us, and discredit to our brotherhood. No Asiatic is ever likely to be affected by Mr. Hume's egotistical thrusts against us, the result of my last letter, and of the promise exacted that he will write me more rarely and less than he has done, but these thrusts and criticisms that the European readers will accept as a revelation and a confession, without ever suspecting from whence they have arisen. And by what a deeply egotistical feeling they have been generated. These thrusts are calculated to do a great harm in a direction you have not hitherto dreamt of. Resolve not to lose so useful a tool, useful in one direction. Of course, the Kohen permitted himself to be overpersuaded by us, into giving sanction to my intercourse with Mr. Hume. I had pledged my word to him that he had repented, was a changed man. And now how shall I ever face my great master, who is laughed at, made the object of Mr. Hume's wit, called Rameses the Great, and such like indecent remarks? And he used terms in his letters, the brutal grossness of which prevents me from repeating them, which have revolted my soul when I read them, words so filthy as to pollute the very air that touched them, and that I hastened to send to you with the letter that contained it, so as not to have those pages in my house, full of young and innocent cellists, that I would prevent from ever hearing such terms. Then you yourself, my friend, influenced in this by him more than you know or suspect of, you yourself deduce but too readily from incompleteness contradictions. The novelty or inexplicable aspect of any asserted fact in our science is not a sufficient reason for setting it immediately down as a contradiction, and proclaim as Hume does in his article that he could teach in 1 week that which he succeeded in drawing out of us in 18 months, for your knowledge is as yet so limited that it would be difficult for him to say how much we do or do not know. But I have lingered too long over this irrational, unphilosophical and illogical attack upon ourselves and system. One day we will show the invalidity of the objections preferred by Mr. He may be regarded as a sapient councillor in the municipality, but he could hardly be regarded in such a light by us. He accuses me of giving through him false ideas and facts to the world, and adds that he would willingly keep aloof from break with us but for his desire of benefiting the world. Verily a most easy method of burking all the sciences, for there is not one in which false facts and wild theories do not abound. Only while the Western sciences make confusion still more confused, our science explains all the seeming discrepancies and reconciles the wildest theories. However, if you do not bring him to his senses, there will be soon an end to all this, time irrevocable. I need not assure you of my sincere regard for you and our gratitude for what you have for the society here, indirectly for us too. Whatever happens, I am at your service. I would, could I but see my way, do all that can be done for your friend Colonel Chesney. For your sake, if the crisis is avoided and the black cloud blows off, I will instruct him as far as I can. But may it not be too late? Yours in good faith, K. H. Letter No. XXXHL. I am sincerely afraid that you may have been pagey LCVVEH V. The apparent contradiction between the notes received by you from my brother M. and myself. Know, my friend, that in our world, though we may differ in methods, we can never be opposed in principle of action, and the broadest and most practical application of the idea of the brotherhood of humanity is not incompatible with your dream of establishing a nucleus of honest scientific inquirers of good repute, who would give weight to the T.S. organization in the eyes of the multitude, and serve as a shield against the ferocious and idiotic attack of sceptics and materialists. There are even among English men of science those who are already prepared to find our teachings in harmony with the results and progress of their own researches, and who are not indifferent to their application to the spiritual needs of humanity at large. Amongst these it may be your task to throw the seeds of truth and point out the path. Yet, as my brother reminded you, not one of those who have only tried to help on the work of the society, however imperfect and faulty their ways and means, ill have done. So in vain the situation shall be more fully explained to you by and by. Meanwhile use every effort to develop such relations with a Besant that your work may run on parallel lines and with full sympathy, an easier request than some of mine with which you have ever loyally complied. You may, if you see fit, show this note to her, only. In traveling your own thorny path I say again courage and hope. This is not an answer to your letter. Yours ever truly, K. H. Letter No. 30. It is positively distressing to find oneself so systematically misunderstood, one's intentions misconceived, and the whole plan imperiled by this endless hurrying on. Are we never then to be granted any credit for knowing what we are about, or allowed the benefit of the doubt in the absence of any reasonable proof? Whatever that we have determined to bar the progress of the Theos, society. Mr. Hume maintains that he does not say Kh. Or any brother is wrong. With all every line of his numerous letters to myself and H.P.B. breathes the spirit of calm, plaint and bitter accusation. I tell you, my good friend, he will never be satisfied do what we may. And as, we cannot consent to overflood the world at the risk of drowning them, with a doctrine that has to be cautiously given out, and bit by bit like a too powerful tonic which can kill as well as cure, the result will be a reaction in that insatiable craving of his, and then well you yourself know the consequences. Enclosed 2 letters written and addressed to her with an eye to myself. Well, we can do no better for the present. The society will never perish as an institution, although branches and individuals in it may. I have done to humor him lately more than I have ever done for you, and you may judge of the situation in the chaotic but on the whole reasonable remarks that H.P.B. addresses today to Mr. H. We must be left to judge for ourselves and be permitted to be the best judges. Everything will be explained and given out, good time if we are but allowed our own ways. Otherwise, rather give up the eclectic. I had volumes from him during the past week. I send you a few notes through her. Keep this confidential. Yours, K.H. Letter No. XXXV. Letter from K.H. Received Allahabad, March 8th, 1882. You did not quite apprehend the meaning of my note, good friend, of March 1th. I said it was easy to produce phenomena, when the necessary conditions were given, but not that even the presence of Alkat and Malapura at your house brought such an accession of force as would suffice for the tests you propose. These latter were reasonable enough from your point of view, I do not at all blame you for asking them. I, myself, would perhaps wish you to have them for your personal gratification, not that of the public, for, as you know, conviction in these cases must be reached by individual experience. Second-hand testimony never really satisfied any but a credulous, or rather non-sceptical, mind. No spiritualist who should read in your second edition even a narrative of the very tests you have named to me, would for one moment ascribe the facts to aught but mediumship, and your lady and yourself would probably be included by them in the sum of the mediumistic factors. Fancy that. No, bide your time. You are slowly gathering together the materials for what we here call, as you know, real gin, make the best of it. It is not physical phenomena that will ever bring conviction to the hearts of the unbelievers in the brotherhood, but rather phenomena of intellectuality, philosophy and logic, if I may so express it. See Spirit Teachings by Plus as given out by Oxon Carrot, the most intellectual as the best educated of all mediums. Read and pity. Do you not see then where we are driving at, as O says? Do you not realize that were it not for your exceptional intellect and the help to be derived therefrom, the Kohen would long ago have closed every door of communication between us? Yes, read and study, my friend, for there is an object. You seemed annoyed, disappointed, when reading the words, impossible. No power here, will write through Bombay. Those 8 words will cost me 8 days recuperative work in the state I am in at present. But you carrot note not what I mean, you are absolved. You will not disguise from yourself the difficulties of working out your scheme of degrees. I wanted you to develop it at your leisure, as the spirit moved you. For even though you should not quite succeed in forming a scheme that would fit the needs of Asia and Europe, you might hit upon something that would be good for either the one or the other, and another hand might supply the lacking portion. Asiatics are so poor, as a rule, and books are so inaccessible to them in these degenerate days, that you can see plainly how different a plan of intellectual culture in preparation for practical experiments to unfold psychic power in themselves must be thought. In the olden time, this want was supplied by the Guru who guided the Kela through the difficulties of childhood and youth, and afforded him an oral teaching as much, or more than through books the food for mental and psychic growth. The want of such a guide, philosopher, and friend, and who so well deserves the tripartite title, can never be supplied, try as you may. All you can do is to prepare the intellect. The impulse toward soul culture must be furnished by the individual. Thrice fortunate they who can break through the vicious circle of modern influence and come up above the vapors. To recur to your degrees, are you not drawing the lines too vaguely between the first 3 or 4 groups? What test do you apply to decide their respective mental states? How guard against mere cramming and copying and substitute writing? Many clever Jesuits might pass all your degrees, even up to the 6th and 7th, would you, then, admit him into the 2nd section? Remember the lessons of the past and Carter block. It is quite possible, as Murad Ali Bey said and Alcott confirmed to you, for one who had passed the first 5 stages to acquire occult faculties in the 6th. Nay, it can be done without the help of either, by adopting either the method of the Arhats, the Dasturs, the Yogis, or the Sufis, among each of which groups of mystics there have been many who did not even read or write. If the psychic idiosyncrasy is lacking, no culture will supply it. And the highest theoretical as also practical school of this kind, is that one in which we associates, your interested correspondents, were taught. All that precedes has been said not for your discouragement but as a stimulus. If you are a true Anglo-Saxon, no obstacle will daunt your zeal, and unless my eye has been dimmed, this is your character, O fond. We have one word for all aspirants. Try. And now, to your laugh in September last, as to the imaginary dangers to him who produces phenomena, dangers growing in size, in proportion to the magnitude of the phenomena so produced, and the impossibility to refute them. Remember the proposed test of the times to be brought here. My good friend, if the trifling phenomena, for they are trifling in comparison with what could and might be done, shown by Eglinton, provoke such bitter hatred, evoking before him scenes of imprisonment owing to false witnesses, what would not be the fate of the poor old lady? You are yet barbarians with all your boasted civilization. And now to Moria. This strictly between us, and you must not breathe it even to Mrs. Gordon. Eglinton was preparing to depart, leaving on poor Mrs. G mind the fear that she had been deceived, that there were no brothers, since E.G. Uncton had denied their existence, and that the spirits were silent as to that problem. Last week then stalking into the motley crowd, took the spooks by the skin of their throats, and the result was the unexpected admission of the brothers, the actual existence and the honor claimed of a personal acquaintance with the illustrious. The lesson for you and others derived from the above may be useful in future events having to grow and to develop. Yours faithfully, K.H. Letter No. 30, received about January, 1882. My impatient friend, allow me, as one having some authority in your theosophical mela, to empower you to ignore the rules for a short time. Make them fill up the forms and initiate the candidates right away. Only whatever you do, do it without delay. Remember, you are the only one now. Mr. Hume is fully engrossed in his index and expects me to write to him and make puja first. I am rather too tall for him to reach so easily as that my head, if he has any intention to cover it with the ashes of contrition. Nor will I put on sackcloth to show repent. Ans for what I have done. If he writes and puts questions, all well and good, I'll answer them. If not, I will keep my lectures for someone else. Time is no object with me. Had your letter. I know your difficulties. We'll see to them. Great will be the disappointment of KH. If upon returning to us he finds so little progress done. You are sincere, others put their pride above all. Then those Pragyog-theosophists, the pundits and babus. They do not and expect us to correspond with them. Fools and arrogant men. Letter No. XXXVII received at Allahabad, January, 1882. Private. Honored Sir, the Master has awaked and bids me write. To his great regret, for certain reasons he will not be able until a fixed period has KSPROBATIOLSR, and Keelaship 249 ed to expose himself to the thought currents inflowing so strongly from beyond the Himavat. I am therefore commanded to be the hand to indite his message. I am to tell you that he is quite as friendly to you as heretofore, and well satisfied with both your good intentions and even their execution so far as it lay in your power. You have proved your affection and sincerity by your zeal. The impulse you have personally given to the cause we love, will not be checked, therefore the fruits of it, the word reward is avoided being used, but for the goody-goody, will not be withheld when your balance of causes and effects, your karma, is adjusted. In unselfishly and at personal risk laboring for your neighbor, you have most effectually worked for yourself. 1 year has wrought a great change in your heart. The man of 1880 would scarcely recognize the man of 1881 were they confronted. Compare them, then, good friend and brother, that you may fully realize what time has done, or rather what you have done with time. To do this, meditate alone with the magic mirror of memory to gaze into. Thus shall you not only see the lights and shadows of the past, but the possible brightness of the future, as well. Thus, in time, will you come to see the ego of aforetime in its naked reality. And thus also you shall hear from me direct at the earliest practical opportunity, for we are not ungrateful, and even nirvana cannot obliterate good ***. These are the Master's words, as with his help I am enabled to frame them in your language, honored sir. I am personally permitted, at the same time, to thank you very warmly for the genuine sympathy which you have felt for me at the time when a slight accident due to my forgetfulness laid me on my bed of sickness. Though you may have read in the modern works on mesmerism how that which we call will essence and you fluid is transmitted from the operator to his objective point, you perhaps scarcely realize how everyone is practically, albeit unconsciously, demonstrating this law every day and every moment. Nor can you quite realize how the training for adeptship increases both one's capacity to emit and to feel this for me of force. I assure you that I, though but a humble Keela as yet, felt your good wishes flowing to me as the convalescent in the cold mountains feels from the gentle breeze that blows upon him from the plains below. I have also to tell you that in a certain Mr. Bennett of America who will shortly arrive at Bombay, you may recognize one, who, in spite of his national provincialism, that you so detest, and his too infidelistic bias, is one of our agents, unknown to himself, to carry out the scheme for the enfranchisement of Western thought from superstitious creeds. If you can see your way towards giving him a correct idea of the actual present and potential future state of Asiatic, but more particularly of Indian thought, it will be gratifying to my master. He desires me to let you know, at the same time, that you should not feel such an exaggerated delicacy about taking on the work left undone from Mr. Hume's hands. That gentleman chooses to do but what suits his personal fancy without any regard whatever to the feelings of other people. His present work, also a pyramid of intellectual energy misspent, his objections and reasons, are all calculated but to exonerate himself only. Master regrets to find in him the same spirit of utter, unconscious selfishness with no view to the good of the cause he represents. If he seems interested in it at all, it is because he is opposed and finds himself roused to combativeness. Thus the answer to Mr. Terry's letter sent to him from Bombay ought to have been published in the January number. Will you kindly to see to it, Master asks. Master thinks you can do it as well as Mr. Hume if you but tried, as the metaphysical faculty in you, is only dormant but would fully develop were you but to awake it to its full action by constant use. As to our Reverend M., he desires me to assure you that the secret of Mr. Hume's professed love for humanity lies in, and is based upon, the chance presence in that word of the first syllable. As for mankind, he has no sympathy for it. Since Master will not be able to write you himself for a month or two longer, though you will always hear of him, he begs you to proceed for his sake with your metaphysical studies, and not to be giving up the task in despair whenever you meet with incomprehensible ideas in M. Sahib's notes, more so, as M. Sahib's only hatred in his life, is for writing. In conclusion, Master sends you his best wishes, and praying you may not forget him orders me to sign myself, your obedient servant, the Disinherited. P.S. Should you desire to write to him though unable to answer himself, Master will receive your letters with pleasure. You can do so through D. K. Mavalankar. D.D. Letter No. 38th received Allahabad. About February, 1882. Your illustrious friend did not mean to be satirical, whatever other construction might be put on his words. Your illustrious friend was simply feeling sad at the thought of the great disappointment KH is sure to experience when he returns among us. The first retrospective glance at the work he has so much at heart, will show him such samples of mutual feeling exchanged as the two herein enclosed. The undignified, bitter, sarcastic tone of one will give him as little cause to rejoice as the undignified, foolish, and childish tone of the other. I would have left the subject untouched had you not so misunderstood the feeling that dictated my last. It is better I should be frank with you. The term highness, to which I am not in the least entitled, is far more suggestive of satire than anything I have hitherto said. Yet as no epithet will hang to the shirt collar of a bodpa, I heed it not, advising you to do the same and see no satire where none is meant, and which is but frankness in speech, and the correct definition of the general state of your FNGS towards the natives. Your solicitor knows better, of course. If the paragraph in question is not libel laws, then all I can say is, that a complete recodification of your libel law is very much needed. You will certainly have trouble with her about the female branch. Her scorn for the sex has no bounds, and she can hardly be persuaded that any good can ever come from that quarter. I will be frank with you again. Neither myself nor any of us being entirely left out of the question would consent to become the founders, let alone the conductors, of a female branch, we all having had enough of our aunties. Yet we confess that a great good may result of such a movement, the females having such an influence over their children and the men in the houses, you being such an old and experienced hand in that direction, could with Mr. Hume's help be of immense use to from within the area of whose lovable nature, with the exception of his sister females, were always excluded, and love for his country and humanity reigned alone. He knows nothing of the creatures you do. He always felt the need of enrolling women, yet would never meddle with them. There's a chance for you to help him. On the other hand, we claim to know more of the secret cause of events than you men of the world do. I say then that it is the vilification and abuse of the founders, the general misconception of the aims and objects of the society, that paralyzes its progress, nothing else. There's no want of definitiveness in these objects were they but properly explained. The members would have plenty to do were they to pursue reality with half the fervour they do mirage. I am sorry to find you comparing theosophy to a painted house on the stage, whereas in the hands of true philanthropists and theosophists it might become as strong as an impregnable fort. The situation is this: men who join the society with the one selfish object of reaching power, making a cult Science their only or even chief aim may as well not join it. They are doomed to disappointment as much as those who commit the mistake of letting them believe that the society is nothing else. It is just because they preach too much the brothers and too little if at all brotherhood that they fail. How many times had we to repeat, that he who joins the society with the sole object of coming in contact with us and if not of acquiring at least of assuring himself of the reality of such powers and of our objective existence was pursuing a mirage? I say again then, it is he alone who has the love of humanity at heart, who is capable of grasping thoroughly the idea of a regenerating practical brotherhood, who is entitled to the possession of our secrets. He alone, such a man will never misuse his powers, as there will be no fear that he should turn them to selfish ends. A man who places not the good of mankind above his own good is not worthy of becoming Arkela. He is not worthy of becoming higher in knowledge than his neighbor. If he craves for phenomena, let him be satisfied with the pranks of spiritualism. Such is the real state of things. There was a time, when from sea to sea, from the mountains and deserts of the north to the grand woods and Dow-Ns of Ceylon, there was but one faith, one rallying cry to save humanity from the miseries of ignorance in the name of him who taught first the solidarity of all men. How is it now? Where is the grandeur of our people and of the one truth? These, I say, are beautiful visions which were once realities on earth, but had flitted away like the light of a summer's evening. Yes, and now we are in the midst of a conflicting people, of an obstinate, ignorant people seeking to know the truth yet not able to find it, for each seeks it only for his own private benefit and gratification, without giving one thought to others. Will you, or rather they never see the true meaning and explanation of that great tech of desolation which has come to our land and threatens all lands, yours first of all? It is selfishness and exclusiveness that killed ours, and it is selfishness and exclusiveness that will kill yours, which has in addition some other defects which I will not name. The world has clouded the light of true knowledge, and selfishness will not allow its resurrection, for it excludes and will not recognize the whole fellowship of all those who were born under the same immutable natural law. You are mistaken again. I may blame your curiosity when I know it to be profitless. I am unable to regard as an impertinence that which is but the free use of intellectual capacities for reasoning. You may see things in a false light, and you do often so see them. But you do not concentrate all the light in yourself as some do, and that's one superior quality you possess over other Europeans, we know. Your affection for KH is sincere and warm, and that is your redeeming quality in my eyes. Why should you then await my reply with any nervousness at all? Whatever happens, we two will ever remain your friends, as we would not blame sincerity even when it is manifest under the somewhat objectionable form of trampling upon a prostrate enemy, the hapless Babu. Yours, M. Letter No. 36, received Allahabad, about February, 1882. If my advice is sought and asked, then first of all the real and true situation has to be defined. My Arhat * vows are pronounced, and I can neither seek revenge nor help others to obtain it. I can help her with cash only when I know that not a mace, not a fraction of a tael will be spent upon any unholy purpose, and revenge is unholy. But we have defense, and she has a right to it. Defense and full vindication she must have, and that is why I telegraph to offer option before proceeding to file a suit. Demand retraction and threaten with a lawsuit she has a right, and she can also institute proceedings, for he will retract. For that reason have I laid a stress upon the necessity of an article touching upon no other subject but that of the alleged debt. This alone will prove sufficient to frighten the traducer, for it will reveal him before the public as a slanderer and show to himself that he was in the wrong box. The mistake is due to the very illegible and ugly handwriting of McAuliffe, a calligrapher and scribe of my kind, who sent in the information to statesmen. This was a lucky mistake, for on that may be built the whole vindication if you act wisely. But the most has to be made of it now, or you will lose the opportunity. So, if you condescend once More to take my advice since you have opened the first shot in Pioneer, seek out the accounts in Theosophist and on that data and the Tuesday article write for her a nice pungent letter sign with her name and alkits. This can be published first in the Pioneer or, if you object to it, in some other paper, but at all events they will have to print it in the form of a circular letter and send it into every paper in the land. Demand retraction in it from statesmen and threaten with lawsuit. If you do that, I promise success. The Odessa old lady, the Nadejda, is quite anxious for your autograph, that of a great and celebrated writer. She says she 18 was very indisposed to part with your letter to the general, but had to send you a proof of her own identity. Tell her I the cozy iron asterisk, her niece's cozy iron. She called me as I went to see her thrice, gossiped the thing to you, advising you to write to her, furnishing her thus with your autograph. Also send back through HPB her portraits as shown to your lady, for she at Odessa is very anxious to have them back, especially the young face. That's her, as I knew her first, the lovely maiden. I'm a little busy just now, but will furnish you with explanatory appendix as soon as at leisure, say in 2-3 days. The illustrious will look to all that needs watching. What about Mr. Hume's superb address? Can't you have it ready for your January number? Ditto your editorial answer to Spiritualist's editorial. Hope y'all not accuse me of any desire to sit upon you. Nor will you view my humble request in any other light than the true one. My object is twofold: to develop your metaphysical intuitions and help the journal by infusing into it a few drops of real literary good blood. Your 3 articles are certainly praiseworthy, the points well taken, and as far as I can judge calculated to arrest the attention of every scholar and metaphysician, especially theist. Later on you will learn more about creation. Meanwhile I have to create my dinner. You would scarcely like it, I'm afraid. Your young friend the disinherited is on his legs again. Would you really care for his writing to you? In such case, better ventilate in Pioneer the question as to the advisability of coming to terms with China in regard to the establishment of a regular postal service between Prague and Ksigadze. Letter No. XL received about February, 1882. To your first, there's little to answer. Can you do anything to help on the society? Want me to speak frankly? W*L I say no, neither yourself nor the Lord Sangyas himself, so long as the equivocal position of the founders is not perfectly and undeniably proved due to fiendish malice and a systematic intrigue, could help it on. That's the situation as I found it, as ordered by the chiefs. Watch the papers all except 2 or 3. The dear old lady ridiculed when not positively libeled, Alcott attacked by all the hellhounds of the press and missions. A pamphlet headed Theosophy, printed and circulated by the Christians at Tinvelli October 23 on the day of OS arrival there, with the Buddhist Legfates, a pamphlet containing the Saturday Review article, and another filthy heavy attack by an American paper. The C. and M. of Lahore hardly missing a day without having some attack and other papers reprinting them, etc., etc. You English have your notions, we have our own upon the subject. If you keep the clean kerchief in your pocket and throw but the soiled one into the crowd, who will pick it up? Enough. We must have patience and do what, meanwhile, we can. My opinion is that if your Radigan is not quite a scoundrel, one of his papers having thrown and throwing daily dishonor upon an innocent woman, he would be the first to suggest you the idea of translating and publishing her uncle's letters, to you and herself, in the Pioneer, with a few words in a leader, to say that a still more substantial official proof is shortly expected from the Prince D, which will settle the vexed question as to her identity forever at rest. But you know best. This idea may have struck you, but will it ever be seen in such a light by others? Subhi Ram, a truly good man, yet a devotee of another error. Not his guru's voice, his own. The voice of a pure, unselfish, earnest soul, absorbed in misguided, misdirected mysticism. Add to it a chronic disorder in that portion of the brain which responds to clear vision, and the secret is soon told. That disorder was developed by forced vision, by hatha yoga and prolonged asceticism. SRAM is the chief medium and at the same time the principal magnetic factor. VV-Ho spreads his disease by infection unconsciously to himself, who inoculates with his vision all the other disciples. There is one general law of vision, physical and mental or spiritual, but there is a qualifying special law proving that all vision must be determined by the quality or grade of man's spirit and soul, and also by the ability to translate diverse qualities of waves of astral light into consciousness. There is but one general law of life, but innumerable laws qualify and determine the myriads of forms perceived and of sounds heard. There are those who are willingly and those who are unwillingly blind. Mediums belong to the former, sensitives to the latter. Unless regularly initiated and trained concerning the spiritual insight of things and the supposed revelations made unto man in all ages from Socrates down to Swedenborg and Fern, no self-tutored seer or clairaudient ever saw or heard quite correctly. No harm and much instruction may come to you by joining his society. Go on until he demands what you will be obliged to refuse. Learn and study. You are right, they say and affirm, that the one and only God of the universe was incarnated in their Furu, and were such an individual to exist he would certainly be higher than any asterisk planetary. But they are idolaters, my friend. Their guru was no initiate, only a man of extraordinary purity of life and powers of endurance. He had never consented to give up his notions of a personal God, and even gods though offered more than once. He was born an Orthodox Hindu and died a self-reformed Hindu, something like Rishabh Ch. Sen, but higher, purer, and with no ambition to taint his bright soul. Many of us have regretted his self-delusion, but he was too good to be forcibly interfered with. Join them and learn, but remember your sacred promise to Kh. 2 months more and he will be with us. I think of sending her to you. I believe you could persuade her, for I do not wish to use my authority in this case. Letter No. XLI received about February, 1882. I believe verily I am unfit to express my ideas clearly in your language. I never thought of giving any importance to the circular letter I had asked you to draft for them appearing in the Pioneer, or ever meant to imply that it should so appear. I had asked you to compose it for them, send your drafted copy to Bombay and make them issue it as a circular letter, which, once out, and on its round in India, might be copied in your journal as other papers would be sure to copy it. Her letter BG was foolish, childish, and silly. I have overlooked it. But you must not so labor under the impression that it will undo all the good yours has done. There are a few sensitive persons on whose nerves it will jar, but the rest will never appreciate its true spirit, nor is it in any way libel louse, only vulgar and foolish. I will force her to stop. At the same time I must say that she suffers acutely and I am unable to help her, for all this is effect from causes which cannot be undone. Occultism in Theosophy. She has now to either conquer or die. When the hour comes she will be taken back to Tibet. Do not blame the poor woman, blame me. She is but a shell at times and I, often careless in watching her. If the laugh is not turned on the statesman, the ball will be caught up by other papers and flung at her again. Do not feel despondent. Courage, my good friend, and remember you are working off by helping her your own law of retribution, for more than one cruel fling she receives is due to K.H.'s friendship for you, for his using her as the means of communication. But courage. I saw the lawyer's papers and perceive he is averse to taking up the case. But for the little he is needed for, he will do. No lawsuit will help but publicity in the matter of vindication, as much as in the question of accusation. 10,000 circular letters sent throughout to prove the accusation false. Yours till the morrow. Letter No. XLIP received about February, 1882. I say again what you like me not to say, namely that no regular instruction, no regular communication is possible between us before our mutual path is cleared of its many impediments. The greatest being the public misconception about the founders. For your impatience you cannot nor will you be blamed. But if you fail to make a profitable use of your newly acquired privileges, you would indeed be unworthy, friend. 3. 4 weeks more and I will retire to give room with you all, to him to whom that room belongs, and whose place I could but very inadequately occupy, for I am neither a scribe nor a Western scholar. Whether the Kohen finds yourself and Mr. Hume more qualified than he did before to receive instructions through us is another question. But you ought to prepare for it. For much remains yet to break forth. You perceived, hitherto but the light of a new day you may, if you try, see with K.H's help the sun of full noonday. When it reaches its meridian. But you have to work for it, work for the shedding of light upon other minds through yours. How, will you say? Hitherto of you two, Mr. H was positively antagonistic to our advice, you passively resisting it at times, often yielding against what you conceived your better judgment. Such is my answer. The results were what they had to be expected. No good or very little came out of a kind of spasmodic defense, the solitary defense of a friend presumably prejudiced in favor of those whose champion he had come out and a member of the society. Mr. Hume would never listen to K.H's suggestion of a lecture in his house, during which he might have well disabused the public mind of a part of the prejudice at least, if not entirely. You thought it was unnecessary to publish and spread among the readers as to who she was. 1. This letter is unsigned but is in M's handwriting. Ed. Think ye, Primrose and Radigan are likely to spread the knowledge and give out reports of what they know to be the case? And so on. Hints are all sufficient to an intelligence like yours. I tell you this for I know how profound and sincere is your feeling for K.H. I know how bad y'all feel, if when among us again you find that communication between you has not improved. And it's sure to pass when the Kohen finds no progress since he made him have you. See what the fragments the most superb of articles has done, how little effect it will produce unless the opposition is stirred up, discussion provoked, and spiritualists forced to defend their foolish claims. Read editorial Spiritualist in November I-8, speculation spinning. She cannot answer it as either he or you might, and the result will be that the most precious hints will fail to reach the minds of those craving for truth, for a solitary pearl is soon outshone in the midst of a heap of false diamonds, when there's no jeweler to point out its worth. So on again. What can we do? I hear already K.H. exclaiming. It is so, friend. The pathway through earth life leads through many conflicts and trials, but he who does not to conquer them can expect no triumph. Let then the anticipation of a fuller introduction into our mysteries under more congenial circumstances, the creation of which depends entirely upon yourself, inspire you with patience to wait for, perseverance to press on to, and full preparation to receive the blissful consummation of all your desires. And for that you have to remember that when K.H. shall say to you, "Come up hither," you should be ready. Otherwise the all-powerful hand of our Kohen will appear once more between you and him. Send both portraits sent to you from Odessa back to HPB, the OL. When you done with them, write a few lines to the old generalist to Odessa, for the society wants your autograph. I know. Remind her that both you belong to one society and are brothers, and promise help for her niece. Let her know. XLHI received Allahabad, February, 1882. Before another line passes between us we must come to an agreement, my impulsive friend. You will have first to promise me faithfully never to judge of either of us, nor of the situation, nor of anything else bearing any relation to the mythical brothers, tall or short, thick or thin, carried by your worldly experience, or you will never come at the truth. By doing so until now you have only disturbed the solemn quiet of my evening meals several nights running, and made my snake-like signature, what with your writing it and thinking about it, to haunt me even in my sleep, as by sympathy I felt it being pulled by the tail at the other side up the hills. Why will you be so impatient? You have a lifetime before you for our correspondence, though while the dark clouds of the Devalok * eclectic are lowering on the horizon of the parent, it has to be a spasmodic and uncertain one. It may even suddenly break off owing to the tension given it by our two intellectual friend. Oi hi, Ram Ram. To think that our very mild criticism upon the pamphlet, a criticism reported by you to Hume Sahib, should have brought the latter to kill us at a blow. To destroy, without giving us one moment to call a padri in or even time to repent, to find ourselves alive, and yet so cruelly deprived of our existence, is truly sad, though not quite unexpected. But it is all our own fault. Had we instead prudently sent a laudatory hymn to his address, we might now have been alive and well, waxing in health and strength, if not in wisdom, for long years to come, and finding in him our Vedavyasa to sing the occult prowess of the Krishna and Arjuna on the desolate shores of Tsampa. Now that we are dead and desiccated, though I may as well occupy a few minutes of my time to write as a piet to you in the best English I find lying idle in my friend's brain, where also I find in the cells of memory the phosphorescent thought of a short letter to be sent by himself to the editor of the Pioneer to soothe his English impatience. My friend's friend K.H. has not forgotten you, K.H. does not intend breaking off with you unless Hume Sahib should spoil the situation beyond mending. And why should he? You have done all you could, and that is as much as we ever intend asking of anyone. And now we will talk. You must thoroughly put aside the personal element if you would get on with occult study, and for a certain time even with himself. Realize, my friend, that the social affections have little, if any, control over any true adept in the performance of his duty. In proportion as he rises towards perfect adeptship, the fancies and antipathies of his former self are weakened, as K.H. in substance explained to you. He takes all mankind into his heart and regards them in the mass. Your case is an exceptional one. You have forced yourself upon him, and stormed the position, by the very violence and intensity of your feeling for him, and once he accepted, he has to bear the consequences in the future. Yet it cannot be a question with him what the visible sin it may be, what his impulses, his failures or successes in his world, his diminished or undiminished regard for him. With the visible one we have nothing to do. It is to us only a veil that hides from profane eyes that other ego with whose evolution we are concerned. In the external rupa, do what you like, think what you like. Only when the effects of that voluntary action are seen on the body of our correspondent is it incumbent upon us to notice it. We are neither pleased nor displeased because you did not attend the Bombay meeting. If you had gone, it would have been better for your merit. As you did not go, you lost that little paint. I could and had no right to influence you anyway, precisely because you are no Keela. It was a trial, a very little one, though it seemed important enough to you to make you think of wife and child's interests. You will have many such, for though you should never be a Keela, still we do not give confidences even to correspondents and protégés whose discretion and moral pluck have not been well tested. You are the victim of Maya. It will be a long struggle for you to tear away the cataracts and see things as they are. Hume Sahib is a 77 ayaya to you, as great as any. You see only his mounds of flesh and bones, his official personality, his intellect and influences. What are these, pray, to his true self that you cannot see, do what you may? What has his ability to shine in a durbar or as the leader of a scientific society to do with his fitness for occult research, or his trustworthiness to keep our secrets? If we wanted anything about our lives and work to be known, is not the Theosophist columns open to us? Why should we dribble facts through him, to be dressed for the public meal with a curry of nauseous doubts and biting sarcasm fit to throw the public stomach into confusion? To him there is nothing sacred, either within, or without occultism. His is a bird-killing and a faith-killing temperament. He would sacrifice his own flesh and blood as remorselessly as a singing bulbul, and would desiccate yourself and us, K.H. and the dear old lady, and make us all bleed to death under his scalpel if he could, with as much ease as he would an owl, to put us away in his asterisk museum with appropriate labels outside and then recount our necrologies in stray feathers to the amateurs. No. Sahib, the outside Hume is as different, and superior, from the inside Hume, as the outside Sinnett is different and inferior, to the nascent inside asterisk protege. Learn that and sit the ladder to watching the editor lest he play him a bad trick someday. Our greatest trouble is to teach pupils not to be befooled by a peer. Answers. As you have already been notified by Damodar through the D, I did not call you Akila examine your letter to assure yourself of it, I but jokingly asked the question whether he recognized in you the stuff of which cellos are made. You saw only that Bennett had unwashed hands, uncleaned nails, and used coarse language and had carried to you a generally unsavory aspect. But if that sort of thing is your criterion of moral excellence or potential power, how many adepts or wonder-producing lamas would pass your muster? This is part of your blindness. Were he to die this minute, and I'll use a Christian phraseology to make you comprehend me the better, few hotter tears would drop from the eye of the recording angel of death over other such ill-used men, as the tear Bennett would receive for his share. Few men have suffered and unjustly suffered as he has, and as few have a more kind, unselfish and truthful a heart. That's all, and the unwashed Bennett is morally as far superior to the gentlemanly Hume as you are superior to your bearer. What HPB repeated to you is correct, asterisk the natives do not see Bennett's coarseness, and KH is also a native. What did I mean? W carried high simply that our Buddha-like friend can see through asterisk the varnish, the grain of the wood beneath and inside the slimy, stinking oyster, the priceless pearl within. B is an honest man and of a sincere heart, besides being one of tremendous moral courage and a martyr to boot. Such are KH. Loves carrot, whereas he would have only scorn for a Chesterfield and a Grandison. I suppose that the stooping of the finished gentleman KH to the coarse-fibred infidel Bennett is no more surprising than the alleged stooping of the asterisk gentleman Jesus to the prostitute Magdalene. There's a moral smell as well as a physical one, good friend. See how much KH. Read your character when he would not send the Lahore youth to talk with you without a change of dress. The sweet pulp of the orange is inside the skin, Sahib. Try to look inside boxes for jewels and do not trust to those lying in the lid. I say again, the man is an honest man and a very earnest one, not exactly an angel they must be hunted for in fashionable churches, parties at aristocratical mansions, theaters and clubs and such other sanctums, but as angels are outside our cosmogony we are glad of the help of even honest and plucky though dirty men. All this I say to you without any malice or bitterness, as you erroneously imagine. You have made progress during the past year and therefore nearer to us, hence I talk with you as with a friend, whom I hope of finally converting to some of our ways of thinking. Your enthusiasm for our study has a tinge of selfishness in it, even your feeling for KH has a mixed character, still you are nearer. Only you trusted Hume too much, and mistrusted him too late, and now his bad karma reacts upon yours, to your detriment. Your friendly indiscretions as to things confided to you alone by HPB the cause produces his rash publicities the effect. This I am afraid must count against you. Be wiser hereafter. If our rule is to be chary of confidences, it is because we are taught from the first that each man is personally responsible to the law of compensation for every word of his voluntary production. Mr. Hume would of course call it Jesuitry. Also try to break through that great Maya against which occult students, the world over, have always been warned by their teachers, the hankering after phenomena. Like the thirst for drink and opium, it grows with gratification. The spiritualists are drunken with it, they are thaumaturgic sots. If you cannot be happy without phenomena, you will never learn our philosophy. If you want healthy, philosophic thought, and can be satisfied with such, let us correspond. I tell you a profound truth in saying that if you, like your fabled Shloma, but choose wisdom, all other things will be added unto it in time. It adds no force to our metaphysical truths that our letters are dropped from space onto your lap or come under your pillow. If our philosophy is wrong, a wonder will not set it right. Put that conviction into your consciousness and let us talk like sensible men. Why should we play with Jack in the Box? Are not our beards grown? And now it is time to put a stop to my abominable penmanship and so relieve you from a task. Yes, your cosmogony. Well, good friend, your cosmology is between the leaves of my Kadaka Piha, my family El Karatibal, and making a supreme effort I will try to answer it as soon as I am relieved, for just now I am on duty. It is a long task you have chosen, and somehow instead of generalizing you manage always to rest upon those details that prove the most difficult to a beginner. Take warning, my good Sahib. The task is difficult, N.K. H. in remembrance of old times, when he loved to quote poetry, asks me to close my letter with the following: to your address, does the road wind uphill all the way? Yes, to the very end. Will the day's journey take the whole long day? Asterisk, from morn to night, my friend. Knowledge for the mind, like food for the body, is intended to feed and help to growth, but it requires to be well digested, and the more thoroughly and slowly the process is carried out, the better both for body and mind. I saw Alcott and instructed him what to say to our Simla sage. If the OL rushes into epistolary explanations with him, stop her as O covered all the ground. I have no time to look after her, but I made her promise never to write to him without showing her letter first to you. Namaskar. Yours, M. Letter No. XLIV, received Allahabad, February, 1882. Your letter was addressed to me, as you were not aware that K.H. had again put himself in relations with you. Nevertheless, as I am addressed, I will answer. Do so, by all means, go ahead. The result may be disastrous to spiritualism, though the reality of the phenomena be proved, hence beneficial to theosophy. It does seem cruel to allow the poor sensitive lad to risk himself inside the lion's den, but as the acceptance or the rejection of the kind invitation is with the medium under the counsel and inspiration of his mighty and far-seeing Ernest, why should others worry themselves? As we are not likely, worthy sir, to correspond very often now, I will tell you something you should know, and may derive profit from. On the 17th November next, the septenary term of trial given the society at its foundation in which to discreetly preach us will expire. One or two of us hoped that the world had so far advanced intellectually, if not intuition ally, that the occult doctrine might gain an intellectual acceptance, and the impulse given for a new cycle of occult research. Others carried wiser, as it would now seem held differently, but consent was given for the trial. It was stipulated, however, that the experiment should be made independently of our personal management, that there should be no abnormal interference by ourselves. In casting about, we found in America the man to stand as leader, a man of great moral courage, unselfish, and having other good qualities. He was far from being the best, but, as M.R. Hume speaks in H.P.B.'s case, he was the best one available. With him we associated a woman of most exceptional and wonderful endowments. Combined with them she had strong personal defects, but just as she was, there was no second to her living fit for this work. We sent her to America, brought them together, and the trial began. From the first both she and he were given clearly to understand that the issue lay entirely with themselves. And both affired themselves for the trial for certain remuneration in the far distant future, as SKH would say, soldiers volunteer for a forlorn hope. For the 6 carat years they have been struggling against such odds as would have driven off anyone who was not working with the desperation of one who stakes a life and all he prizes on some desperate supreme effort. Their success has not equaled the hopes of their original backers, phenomenal as it has been in certain directions. In a few more months the term of probation will end. if by that time the status of the society as regards ourselves the question of the brothers be not definitely settled, either dropped out of the society's program or accepted on our own terms, that will be the last of the brothers of all shapes and colors, sizes, or degrees. We will subside out of public view like a vapor into the ocean. Only those who have proved faithful to themselves and to truth, through everything, will be allowed further intercourse with us. And not even they, unless, from the President downward they bind themselves by the most solemn pledges of honor to keep an inviolable silence thenceforth about us, the Lodge, Tibetan affairs. Not even answering questions of their nearest friends, though silence might seem likely to throw the appearance of humbug upon all that has transpired. In such a case effort would be suspended until the beginning of another septenary cycle when, if circumstances should be more auspicious, another attempt might be made, under the same or another direction. My own humble impression is that Hume Sahib's present pamphlet, highly intellectual as it is, might be improved so as to help enormously in giving the needed turn to society affairs. And if he would trust more to his personal intuitions, which when he heeds them are strong, and less to the voice of one who neither represents entirely, as you seem to think, public opinion, nor would he believe, though he were to have a loca proofs, the pamphlet would be converted into one of the most powerful works that this modern movement has evolved. Your cosmological questions will be attended to when I am not harassed with mightier business. Health and prosperity. M. Letter No. XLV first received after revival in February, 1882. My brother, I have been on a long journey after supreme knowledge. I took a long time to rest. Then, upon coming back, I had to give all my time to duty, and all my thoughts to the great problem. It is all over now, the New Year's festivities are at an end, and I am self once more. But what is self? Only a passing guest, whose concerns are all like a mirage of the great desert. Anyhow, this is my first moment of leisure. I offer it to you, whose inner self reconciles me to the outer man, who but too often forgets that great man is he who is strongest in the exercise of patience. Look around you, my friend, see the three poisons raging within the heart of man: anger, greed, delusion, and the five obscurities: envy, passion, vacillation, sloth, and unbelief, ever preventing their seeing truth. They will never get rid of the pollution of their vain, wicked hearts, nor perceive the spiritual portion of themselves. Will you not try, for the sake of shortening the distance between us, to disentangle yourself from the net of life and death in which they are all caught, to cherish less, lust and desire? Young Portman is seriously meditating to leave all, to come over to us, and become a Tibetan monk, as he puts it. His ideas are singularly mixed upon the two entirely different characteristics and qualifications of the monk or lama and the living lha, or brother, but let him try by all means. I am only now able to correspond with you. At the same time, let me tell you that it is more difficult than before to exchange letters with you, though my regard for you has sensibly increased, instead of being lessened as you feared, and will not diminish unless but as the consequence of your own acts. That you will try to avoid in raising any such obstacle, I know well, but man, after all, is the victim of his surroundings while he lives in the atmosphere of society. We may be anxious to befriend such as we have an interest in, and yet be as helpless to do so, as is one who sees a friend engulfed in a stormy sea when no boat is near to be launched, and his personal strength is paralysed by a stronger hand that keeps him back. Yes, I see your thought. But you are wrong. Blame not the holy man for strictly doing his duty by humanity. Had it not been for the Kohan and his restraining influence, you would not be reading now again a letter from your trans-Himalayan correspondent. The world of the plains is antagonistic to that of the mountains, that you know, but what you do not know is the great harm produced by your own unconscious indiscretions. Shall I give you an instance? Remember the wrath produced on Stainton Moses by your too imprudent letter quoting ad libitum, and with a freedom pregnant with the most disastrous results from my letter to you about him. The cause generated at that time has now developed its results. Not only has SM completely estranged himself from the society some of whose members believe in us, but he has determined in his heart the utter annihilation of the British branch. A psychic society is being founded and he has succeeded in bringing over to it Wild, Massey, and others. Shall I also tell you the future of that new body? It will grow and develop and expand, and finally the Theos SOC of London will be swamped in it, and lose first its influence then its name, until Theosophy in its very name becomes a thing of the past. It is you alone, the simple action of your swift pen, which will have produced the Nidana and the Tyndale, the cause and its asterisk effect, and thus the work of 7 years, the constant untiring efforts of the builders of the Theos Society will perish, killed by the wounded vanity of a medium. This simple act on your part is silently digging out a chasm between us. The evil may yet be averted. Let the society exist but in name till the day it can get members with whom we can work de facto and by the creation of another counteracting cause. We may save the situation. The hand of the Kohen alone can bridge it, but it must be yours that places the first stone for the W-orc. How will you do it? How can you do it? Think of it well, if you care for further intercourse. They want something new. A ritual to amuse them. Consult with Subaru, with Sankaria the Diwan Nabe of Cochin. Read attentively his pamphlet, extracts from which you will find in the last Theosophist, c. A Flash of Light upon Occult Freemasonry. Page 35. I can come nearer to 30U, but you must draw me by a purified heart and a gradually developing will. Like the needle the adept follow his attractions. Is this not the law of the disembodied principles? Why then not of the living also? As the social ties of the carnal man are too weak to call back the soul of the deceased except where there is a mutual affinity which survives as a force in the region within the terrestrial region, so the calls of mere friendship or even enthusiastic regard are too feeble to draw the Lha who has passed on a stage of the journey to him he has left behind, unless a parallel development goes on. M spoke well and truthfully W-Han, saying that a love of collective humanity is his increasing inspiration, and if any one individual should wish to divert his regards to himself he must overpower the diffusive tendency by a stronger force. All this I say, not because its substance has not been told you before, but because I read your heart and detect in it a shade of sadness, not to say disappointment, that hovers there. You have had other correspondence but are not perfectly satisfied. To gratify, I write you therefore with some effort to bid you keep a cheerful frame of mind. Your strivings, perplexities and forebodings are equally noticed, good and faithful friend. In the imperishable record of the masters you have written them all. There are registered your every deed and thought, for, though not Aquila, as you say, to my brother Moria, nor even a protege as you understand the term still, you have stepped within the circle of our work, you have crossed the mystic line which separates your world from ours, and now hither you persevere or not, whether we become later on, in your sight, still more living real entities or vanish out of your mind like so many dream fictions, perchance an ugly nightmare, you are virtually ours. Your hidden self has mirrored itself in our Akasa. Your nature is yours, your essence is ours. The flame is distinct from the log of wood which serves it temporarily as fuel, at the end of your apparitional birth, and whether we two meet face to face in our grosser rupas you cannot avoid meeting us in real existence. Yeah, verily good friend, your karma is ours, for you imprinted it daily and hourly upon the pages of that book where the minutest particulars of the individuals stepping inside our circle are preserved, and that your karma is your only poor sonality to be when you step beyond. In thought and deed, by day, in soul struggles by nights, you have been writing the story of your desires and your spiritual development. This, every one does who approaches us with any earnestness of desire to become our co-worker. He himself precipitates the written entries by the identical process used by us when we write inside your closed letters and uncut pages of books and pamphlets in transit. CPP 32, 2 report sent by Alcott, once more. I will tell you this for your private information and it must not figure in the next pamphlet from Simla. During the past few months, especially, when your weary brain was plunged in the torpor of sleep, your eager soul has often been searching after me, and the current of your thoughts has been beating against my protecting barriers of axe as the lapping wavelets against a rocky shore. What that inner self impatient, anxious has longed to bind itself to. The carnal man, the worldling's master has not ratified, the ties of life are still as strong as chains of steel. Sacred, indeed, some of them are, and no one would ask you to rupture them. There below, lies your long-cherished field of enterprise and usefulness. Ours can never be more than a bright phantom world to the man of thorough practical sense, and if your case be in some degree exceptional, it is because your nature has deeper inspirations than those of others, who are still more business like, and the fountainhead of whose eloquence is in the brain not in the heart, which never was in contact with the mysteriously effulgent and pure heart of Tathagata. If you hear seldom from me, never feel disappointed, my brother, but say it is my fault. Nature has linked all parts of her empire together by subtle threads of magnetic sympathy, and there is a mutual correlation even between a star and a man. Thought runs swifter than the electric fluid, and your thought will find me if projected by a pure pulse, as mine will find, has found, and often impressed upon your mind. We may move in cycles of activity divided, not entirely separated from each other. Like the light in the somber valley seen by the mountaineer from his peaks, every bright thought in your mind, my brother, will sparkle and attract the attention of your distant friend and correspondent. If thus we discover our natural allies in the S/IA/our world, your world, and ours outside the precincts, and it is our job to approach every such an one if even there be but the feeblest glimmer of the true Tathagata light within him, then how far easier for you to attract us. Understand this. And the admission into the society of persons often distasteful to you will no longer amaze you. They that be whole need not the physician, but they that be sick is an axiom, whoever may have spoken it. And now, let me bid you farewell for the present until the next. Indulge not in apprehensions of what evil might happen if things should not go as your worldly wisdom thinks they ought. Doubt not, for this complexion of doubt unnerves and pushes back one's progress. To have cheerful confidence and hope is quite another thing from giving way to the fool's blind optimism. The wise man never fights misfortune in advance. A cloud does lower over your path, it gathers about the hills of Jocko. He whom you made your confidant, I advised you to become but his co-worker, not to divulge things to him that you should have kept back with. In your bosom is under a baneful influence, and may become your enemy. You do right to try to rescue him from it, for it bodes ill to him, to you, and to the society. His greater mind, fumed by vanity and charmed by the piping of a weaker but more cunning one, is for the time under a spell of fascination. You will easily detect the malign power that stands behind both and uses them as tools for the execution of its own nefarious plans. The intended catastrophe can be averted by redoubled vigilance and increased fervor of pure will on the part of the friends of SBL. Work then, if you still will, to turn the blow aside, for if it falls you will not escape unhurt however great my brother's efforts. The cause will never be ruined, though albeit the Sisyphus rock may crush a good many toes. Farewell, again, my friend, for longer or shorter, as you may determine. I am called to duty. Yours faithfully, K. H. Letter No. XLV. I received Simla, 1882. I will thank you, my dear Sinat Sahib, for a personal favor. Since K.H. is too much of a perfect yogi arhat, to stop the hand that undaunted by failure keeps on trying to catch the Tibetan yak by the neck to bend it under its yoke, then all that remains for me to do is to make once more my appearance on the Natakas Hala, to put a stop to a performance that threatens to become monotonous even to us well-trained in patience. I cannot avail myself of your kind advice to write to Mr. Hume in my brightest red, since it would be opening a new door for an endless correspondence, an honor I would rather decline. But I write to you instead, and send you a telegram and answer on back on T, for your perusal. What talk of his is this? Reverence may not be in his nature, nor does any one claim or care for it anyway. But I should have thought that his head, that is capacious enough to hold anything, had a corner in it for some common sense. And that sense might have told him that either we are what we claim, or we are not. That in the former case, however exaggerated the claims made on behalf of our powers, still if our knowledge and foresight do not transcend his, then we are no better than shams and impostors, and the quicker he parts company with us the better for him. But if we are in any degree what we claim to be, then he acts like a wild ass. Let him remember, that we are not Indian Rajas in need of and compelled to accept political ayahs, and nurses to lead us on by the string. That the society was founded, went on and will go on with or without him, let him suit himself as to the latter. So far his help, that he thrusts on us, much after the fashion of Spanish mendicant hidalgos who offer their sword to protect the traveler with one hand and clutch him by the throat with the other, has not, as far as I can find, very beneficial to the society. So far, not to one of its founders, at any rate, whom he has nigh killed last year at Simla and whom he now harasses, sticking to her like grim death, turning her blood into water and eating her liver out. Therefore I expect you to impress upon his mind that all we should give thanks for would be to see him take care of his eclectic and to leave the parent society to take care of itself. His advice and help to the editor of the Theosophist has no doubt been advantageous to the editor, and she does feel grateful to him for it after deducting the large share she owes to yourself. But we beg leave to state, that some line ought to be drawn somewhere between said editor and ourselves, for we are not quite the Tibetan triplets he takes us to be. Therefore, whether we be the ignorant savages and orientals of his making, every wolf being master in his own den, we claim the right to know our own business best, and respectfully decline his services as a captain to steer our theosophical ship even on the ocean of worldly life, as he metaphorizes in his sloka. We have allowed ed him, under the good pretext of saving the situation with the British Theosophists, to ventilate his animosity against us in the organ of our own 19 society, and to draw our portrait likenesses with a brush dipped in haughty bile. What more does he want? As I ordered the old woman to telegraph him back, he is not the only skillful navigator in the world. He seeks to avoid western breakers and we to steer our course clear off eastern sandbanks. Does he mean in addition to this to dictate from the Kohan down to Jualakol and Deb what we shall and what we shall not do? Ram, and the holy Nagas. Is it after centuries of independent existence that we have to fall under a foreign influence, to become the puppets of a Simla nabob? Are we schoolboys, or what, in his fancy to submit to the rod of a pelaying schoolmaster? Notwithstanding his sulks, I beg you will tell him that you heard from me, and that I have asked you to let him know my ultimatum, if he would not break with the whole shop altogether. And forever I will not suffer him to interfere with his wisdom between our ignorance and the parent society. Nor shall he ease his bad humor on one who is not responsible for anything we may do or say. A woman so sick that, as in 1877, happy face, again forced to carry her away when she is so needed where she now is, at the headquarters, for fear she will fall all to pieces. And that this state of hers was brought on lately by him owing to constant anxiety for the society, and partially if not wholly by his behavior at Simla. You can take my word for it. The whole situation and future of the eclectic hangs on Kuthumi if you will not help him. If, notwithstanding my advice and the Kohan's evident displeasure, he will persist making a fool of himself, sacrificing himself for a man who is the evil genius of the society in one direction, it's his own business, only I will have nothing to do with it. Your true friend I will ever remain, though you turn against me one of these days. Fern was tested and found a thorough dugpa in his moral nature. We will see, But very little hope left, notwithstanding his splendid capacities. Had I hinted to him to deceive his own father and mother, he would have thrown in their fathers and mothers in the bargain. Vile nature, yet irresponsible. O ye Westerns, who boast of your morality. May the bright Kohans keep you and all yours from the approaching harm is the sincere wish of your friend M. Letter No. Slahi I received Allahabad, 3rd March, 1882. Reply to my remonstrance, through Damodar, against treatment of Europe, well say I am an ignoramus in your English ways, and I'll say you are one in our Tibetan customs and we will split the difference and shake our astral hands over Bamawe and square the discus. Zion. The old woman. Carrot of course she will be frantic but who cares? It's kept from her however secret. No use making her more miserable than what she is. Cook is a pump of filth, with perpetually working pistons and the sooner he screws them up the better for him. Your last letter to me is less a petition than a protest, my respected Sahib. Its voice is that of the war sank of my Rajput ancestors. Rather than the cooing of a friend. And I like it all the more I promise you. It has the right ring of honest frankness. So let us talk for sharp as your voice may be, your heart is warm and you end by saying whether you decree that what seems to me right be done or not you are ever ours faithfully etc. Europe is a large place but the world is bigger yet. The sun of Theosophy must shine for all, not for a part. There is more of this movement than you have yet had an inkling of, and the work of the T.S. is linked in with similar work that is secretly going on in all parts of the world. Even in the T.S. there is a division, managed by a Greek brother about which not a person in the society has a suspicion excepting the old woman and Alcott, and even he only knows it is preparing, and occasionally executes an order I send him in connection with it. The cycle I spoke of refers to the whole movement. Europe will not be overlooked, never fear, but perhaps you even may not anticipate how the light will be shed there. Ask your Seraph Kh. to let you have details thereof. You speak of Massey and Crooks, do you not recollect that Massey was offered 4 years ago, the chance to head the English movement and declined? In his place was set up that old grim idol of the Jewish Sinai Wild, who with his Christian rant and fanatical rot shut us out of the movement altogether. R. Cohen forbade us absolutely to take any part in it. Massey has to thank but himself for it, and you may tell him so. You ought to have learned by this time our ways. We advise and never order. But we do influence individuals. Ransack the spiritualistic literature if you will till the year I8YY. Search and find in it if you can, one single word about occult philosophy or esotericism or anything of that element now so largely infused in the spiritual movement. Ask and inquire whether the very word of occultism was not so completely unknown in America, that we find Cora of the Seven Husbands, the Zappan woman and talking medium inspired in her lectures to say that the word was one just coined by the Theosophists then dawning, that no one ever heard of elementary spirits and astral light save the petroleum manufacturers and so on and on. Well, ascertain this. And compare. This was the first war cry, and the battle kept raging hot and fierce to the very day of the departure for India. To say and point out to Edison and Crooks and Massey Carrot would sound much like boasting of that which can never be proven. And Crooks, has he not brought science within our hail in his radiant matter discovery? What but occult research was it that led him first to that? You know Kh. And me bus. Know you anything of the whole brotherhood and its ramifications? The old woman is accused of untruthfulness, inaccuracy in her statements. Ask no questions and you will receive no lies. She is forbidden to say what she knows. You may cut her to pieces and she will not tell. Nay, she is ordered in cases of need to mislead people, and, were she more of a natural-born liar she might be happier and won her day long since by this time. But that's just where the shoe pinches, Sahib. She is too truthful, too outspoken, too incapable of dissimulation, and now she is being daily crucified for it. Try not to be hasty, respected sir. The world was not made in a day, nor has the tail of the yak developed in 1 year. Let evolution take its course naturally, lest we make it deviate and produce monsters by presuming to guide it. Massey talks of coming to India, does he not? And supposing that after coming here and doing what is right and spending the needed time for disciplinary training he should be sent back with a message? And supposing that Crookes and Edison and others have other things to discover? So I say wait. Who knows what may be the situation in November? You might think it such as to justify us in carrying out our threat to lock the door, while it may seem very different to us. Let us all do our best. There are cycles of 7, 11, 21, y/107, 700, 11,000, 21,000 etc. So many cycles will make a major. And so on. Bide your time, the record book is well kept. Only, look out sharp, the Dugpas and the Gelupkas are not fighting but in Tibet alone. See their vile work in England among the occultists and seers. T here your acquaintance Wallace preaching like a true hierophant of the left hand, the marriage of soul with the spirit, and getting the true definition topsy-turvy. Seek to prove that every practicing hierophant must at least be spiritually married. If for some reasons he cannot do so physically, there being otherwise a great danger of adulteration of God and devil. I tell you the Shamars are there already. And their pernicious work is everywhere in our way. Do not regard this as metaphorical but as a real fact, which may be demonstrated to you some day. It's quite useless to say anything more about Alcott's eccentricity and the inferiority of America to England. All that is real in your point we recognize and knew long ago, but you do not know how much that is mere superficial prejudice glares in your eyes like the reflection of a thin taper on deep water. Take care lest we should some day take you at your thought and put you in Alcott's place, after taking him to our own, as he has longed to have us do these several years. Martyrdom is pleasant to look at and criticize, but harder to suffer. There never was a woman more unjustly abused than H.B. See the infamous insulting letters she was sent from England for publication against herself and us and the Society. You may find them undignified perhaps, but the answers to correspondence in supplement are written by myself. So do not blame her. I'm anxious to know your frank opinion on them. Perchance you might think she might have done herself better. Letter No. Slayeth received Allahabad, March 3, 1882. Good friend, I know of course. And knowing, without your telling me I would, were I but authorized to influence you in one direction, answer most gladly, that knowledge thou shalt share with me some day. When, or how is not for me to say, nor for myself to know, as you alone, have to weave your destiny. Perhaps soon and perchance never, but why feel despairing, or even doubting? Believe me, we may yet walk along the arduous path together. We may yet meet, but if at all, it has to be along and on those adamantine rocks, with which our occult rules surround us, never outside them, however bitterly we may complain. No, never can we pursue our further journey if hand in hand along that highway, crowded thoroughfare, which encircles them, and on which spiritualists and mystics, prophets and seers elbow each other nowadays. Yet, verily, the motley crowd of candidates may shout for an eternity to come, for the sesame to open. It never will, so long as they keep outside those rules. Vainly do your modern seers and their prophetesses creep into every cleft and crevice without outlet or continuity they chance to see, and still more vainly, when once within do they lift up their voices and loudly cry, Eureka! We have gotten a revelation from the Lord. For verily have they nothing of the kind. They have disturbed but bats, less blind than their intruders, who, feeling them flying about, mistake them as often for angels as they too have wings. Doubt not, my friend, it is but from the very top of those adamantine rocks of ours, and not at their foot, that one is ever enabled to perceive the whole truth, by embracing the whole limitless horizon. And though they may seem to you to be standing in your way, it is simply because you have hitherto failed to discover or even so much as suspect the reason and the operation of those laws, hence they appear so cold and merciless and selfish in your sight, although yourself have intuition ally recognized in them the outcome of ages of wisdom. Nevertheless, were one but to obediently follow them out, they could be made to gradually yield to one's desire and give to him all he asks of them. But no one could ever violently break them, without becoming the first victim to his guilt, yea, to the extent of risking to lose his own, his hard-won share of immortality, here and there. Remember, too anxious expectation is not only tedious, but dangerous too. Each warmer and quicker throb of the heart wears so much of life away. The passions, the affections are not to be indulged in by him, who seeks to know, for they wear out the earthly body with their own secret power, and he, who would gain his aim must he cold. He must not even desire too earnestly or too passionately the object he would reach, else, the very wish will prevent the efficacibility of its fulfillment, at best retard and throw it back. You will find in the forthcoming number, 2 articles which you must read. I need not tell you why, as I leave it with your intuitions. As usual, it is an indiscretion, which, however, I have allowed to remain, as there are few, if any, who will understand the hint contained but you. There are more than one such hint though, hence your attention is asked to the Elixir of Life and W. Oxley's Philosophy of Spirit. The former contains references and explanations, the haziness of which may remind you of a man who stealthily approaching one gives him a hit upon his back, and then runs away, as they most undeniably belong to the genus of those fortunes that come to one like the thief by night and during one's sleep, and go back, finding no one to respond to the offer of which you complain in your letter to brother. This time, you are warned, good friend, so complain no more. Article No. 2, is penned by the Manchester seer Oxley. Having received no reply to his summons to K.H., he criticizes mildly so far the utterances of that internal power for which new title I feel rather obliged to him. At the sight of the gentle rebuke, our blunderbuss editor failed not to explode. Nor would she be soothed, until Chwal Cool, with whom the famous review was concocted, one by Thebai, which seen by, ought to have never been permitted to see the day by you, was authorized, under the safe nom de plume of reviewer to answer, by correcting some of his blunders, the seer, in a few innocent footnotes. Yet, I must say, that of all the present English prophets, W. Oxley is the only one who has an inkling of truth, hence the only one calculated to effectually help our movement. The man runs constantly in and out of the straight road, deviating from it every time he thinks he perceives a new path, but finding himself in a cul-de-sac as invariably returns to the right direction. I must admit, there is much sound philosophy here and there in what he writes, and, though his story of Bizarus in its anthropomorphic presentation is ridiculous nonsense, and his rendering of Sanskrit names is mostly wrong, and though he seems to have but very hazy notions about what he calls the astro-Masonic basis of Bhagavad Gita * and Mahabharata, to both of which he evidently attributes the same author, yet he is positively and absolutely the only one, whose general comprehension of spirit, and its capabilities and functions after the first separation, we call death, are on the whole if not quite correct, at least approximating very nearly truth. Read it, when it comes out, especially Par. 3, Col. I, page 152 et sec, where you will find them. You may then understand, why, instead of answering your direct question, I go into a subject, so far, perfectly indifferent to you. Follow, for instance, his definition of the term angel. It will be on line 30, and try to follow and comprehend his thoughts, so clumsily yet withal so correctly expressed, and then compare it with the Tibetan teaching. Poor humanity, when shall thou have the whole and unadulterated truth? Behold, each of the privileged ones, saying, Asterisk I alone am right? There is no lacuna. No, none, not on that one special page opened before him, and which he alone is reading in the endless volume of spirit revelation, called seership. But why such stubborn oblivion of the important fact that there are other and innumerable pages before and after that one solitary page that each of the seers has so far hardly learned to decipher? Why is it that every one of these seers believes himself the Alpha and the Omega of truth? Thus SM is taught that there are no such beings as brothers, and to reject the doctrine of frequent annihilation and that of the elementary and of the non-human spirits. Maitland and Mrs. K have revealed to them by Jesus and God themselves, that alone would be plus, that many of the supposed spirits which control mediums and converse with visitors, spiritualists, are no disembodied spirits at all, but only flames, and the relicii of dogs, cats, and pigs, help to communicate with mortals by the spirits of trees, vegetables, and minerals. Though more hazy than the human, cautious discourses of the alleged plus those teachings are nearer to the mark than anything uttered so far by the mediums, and I will tell you why. When the seeress is made to reveal that immortality is by no means a matter of course for all, that souls shrink away and expire, it being the nature of them to burn out and expand themselves, etc., she is delivering herself of actual, incontrovertible facts. And why? Because both Maitland and herself as well as their circle are strict vegetarians, while SM is a flesh-eater and a wine and liquor drinker. Never will the spiritualists find reliable, trustworthy mediums and seers, not even to a degree, so long as the latter and their circle will saturate themselves with animal blood, and the millions of infusoria of the fermented fluids. Since my return I found it impossible for me to breathe even in the atmosphere of the headquarters. M had to interfere, and to force the whole household to give up meat, and they had, all of them, to be purified and thoroughly cleansed with various disinfecting drugs before I could even help myself to my letters. And I am not, as you may imagine, half as sensitive to the loathsome emanations as a tolerably respectable disembodied shell would be, leaving out of question a real presence, though but a projecting one. In a year or so, perchance earlier, I may find myself hardened again. At present I find it impossible do what I may. And now, with such a preface instead of answering I will put you a question. You know, S. Moses, and you know Maitland and Mrs. K personally. And, you have heard of and read about a good many seers, in the past and present centuries, such as Swedenborg, Boehme, and others. Not one among the number, but thoroughly honest, sincere, and as intelligent, as well educated, even learned. Each of them in addition to these qualities, has or had an F of his own, a guardian and a revelator, under whatever mystery and mystic name, whose mission it is or has been to spin out to his spiritual ward a new system embracing all the details of the world of spirit. Tell me, my friend, do you know of two that agree? And why, since truth is one, and that putting entirely the question of discrepancies in details aside we do not find them agreeing even upon the most vital problems, those that have either to be, or not to be, and of which there can be no two solutions. Summed up, it comes to the following: all the Rosicrucians, all the Medical mystics, Swedenborg, P.B. Randolph, Oxley, etc., etc. There are secret brotherhoods of initiates in the East, especially in Tibet and Tartary, there only can the lost word, which is no word, be found, and there are spirits of the elements, and spirit flames, that were never incarnated, in this cycle, and immortality 1*5 conditional. Mediums and clairvoyants, of the type of S. Moses, there are no brothers in Tibet or India, and the lost word is in the soul keeping Goff, my guardian, who knows the word but knows of no brothers. And, immortality is for all and unconditional, there being no spirits, but the human and the disembodied, etc. etc. A system of radical denial of the first one and in complete antagonism with it. While Oxley and Mrs. H. Billing are in direct communication with the * brothers, S.M. rejects the very idea of one. While Bizarus is an * angel au pluriel, or the spirit of a congeries of spirits, Tyan Kohans, the soul of a disembodied sage solo. His teachings are authoritative, yet we always find a ring of uncertainty and hesitation in them. We are not able to say now. It is doubtful. We do not understand whether it is pretended. It seems that we do not feel sure, etc. Thus speak the man, conditioned and limited in his means of obtaining absolute knowledge. But why should a soul within the universal soul, a spirit sage, use such a cautious, uncertain phraseology if the truth is known to him? Why not, in answer to her direct, fearless, and challenging remark, "You want objective proof of the lodge? Have you not plus? And can you not ask him whether I speak the truth?" Why not answer? If it is plus who answers, either one way or the other, and say, "The poor wench is hallucinated," or, as there cannot be another or a third alternative if SM is right, she lies intentionally, with such and such an object, beware of her. Why so hazy? Verily, because he, plus, knows / and his name be blessed, but he, SM, know it not, for, as his spirits, plus he thinks repeatedly reminds him, you do not appear to have gathered rightly what we said. Controversy stirs up your mind and feeling, and in place of a transparent medium, gives us one that is turbid. We require a passive mind, and cannot act without it. See Light February 4th. As we do not require a passive mind but on the contrary are seeking for those most active, which can put two and two together once that they are on the right scent, we will, if you please, drop the subject. Let your mind work out the problem for itself. Yes, I am indeed satisfied with your last article, though it will satisfy no spiritualist. Yet there is more philosophy and profound logic in it than in a dozen of their most pretentious publications. Thanks will come later on. Thus, little by little, the now incomprehensible will become the self-evident, and many a sentence of mystic meaning will shine yet out before your soul. Like a transparency illuminating the darkness of your mind. Such is the course of gradual progress. A year or two back you might have written a more brilliant, never a more profound article. Neglect then, not, my good brother, the humble, the derided journal of your society, and mind not either its quaint, pretentious cover, nor the * heaps of manure contained in it to repeat the charitable, and to yourself the too familiar remark used often at Simla. But let your attention be rather drawn to the few pearls of wisdom and occult truths to be occasionally discovered under that manure. Our own ways and manners are, perchance, as quaint and as uncouth, nay more so. Subbarao is right. He who knows aught of the ways of the Siddhas shall concur with the views expressed on the 3rd page of his incomplete letter. Many of us would be mistaken for madmen, by your English gentleman. But he, who would become a son of wisdom can always see beneath the rugged surface. So, with the poor old journal. Behold, its mystically bumptious clothing, its numerous blemishes and literary defects, and with all that cover the most perfect symbol of its contents, the main portion of its original ground, thickly veiled, all smutty and as black as night, through which peep out grey dots, and lines, and words, and even sentences. To the truly wise those breaks of grey, may suggest an allegory full of meaning, such as the streaks of twilight, upon the eastern sky, at morning's early dawn, after a night of intense darkness, the aurora of a more spiritually intellectual cycle. And who knows, how many of those, who, undis made by unprepossessing appearance, the hideous intricacies of its style, and the other many failures of the unpopular magazine will keep on tearing its pages, may find themselves rewarded some day for their perseverance. Illuminated sentences may gleam out upon them, at some time or other, shedding a bright light on some old puzzling problems. Yourself, some fine morning, while poring over its crooked columns with the sharpened wits of a well-rested brain, peering into what you now view as hazy, impalpable speculations, having only the consistency of vapor, yourself you may, perchance, perceive in them the unexpected solution of an old, blurred, forgotten dream of yours, which once recalled will impress itself in an indelible image upon your outer from your inner memory, to never fade out from it again. All this is possible and may happen, for our ways are the ways of madmen. Then why feel unhappy and disappointed, my good, my faithful friend? Remember that hope deferred is no hope lost. Conditions may change for the better, for we too spook-like need our conditions, and can hardly work without them, and then, the vague depression of spirit, which is now settling down upon you like a heavy cloud upon a landscape, may be blown away at the first favorable breeze. Bhavani Shankar is with O, and he is stronger and fitter in many a way more than Damodar or even our mutual female friend. No, you will not be snatched away from your studies before you have thoroughly mastered the alphabet, so as to learn to read by yourself, and, it depends but on you alone to nail forever the too attractive vision which seems to you now to be fading away. Whole situation. That I am not a seraph yet is shown by the fact of my writing to you this endless letter. When it is proved that you have not misunderstood my meaning, I may say more. Moria, to enable you, as he says, to confront your enemies, the believers in the materialization of individual souls, wanted me, to acquaint you with the totality of the subtle bodies and their collective aggregate, as well as with the distributive aggregate or the sheaths. I believe it is premature. Before the world can be made to understand the difference between the Sutratma, thread soul, and Tejasa, the brilliant or the luminous, they have to be taught the nature of the grosser elements. What I blame him for, is that he allowed you to begin from the wrong end, the most difficult unless one has thoroughly mastered the preparatory ground. I have looked over you, R.M.S. to him, and more than once have I detected on the white margin the shadow of your face, with its earnest, inquiring gaze in the eyes, your thought having projected your image on the spot you had on your mind, and which you longed to receive back, filled thirsting as you say for more notes and information. Well, if his laziness overcomes his good intentions much longer, I will have to do it myself, though my time is limited. At all events, to write for you is no ungrateful task, as you make the best use of the little you may pick up here and there. Indeed, when you complain of being unable to comprehend the meaning of Eliphaz Levi, it is only because you fail, like so many other readers, to find the key to their way of writing. On close observation, you will find that it was never the intention of the occultists really to conceal what they have been writing from the earnest, determined students, but rather to lock up their information for safety's sake, in a secure safe box, the key to which is intuition. The degree of diligence and zeal with which the hidden meaning is sought by the student, is generally the test how far he is entitled to the possession of the so buried treasure. And certainly if you are able to make out that which was concealed under the red ink of M. you need despair of nothing. I believe, it is time now to bid you farewell, hoping one whole page of the original letter is misjacing here. Ed. You will find less trouble to read the blue than the red hieroglyphics. O will be with you shortly, and you ought to make the best of this opportunity, which may be the last for both. And now, need I remind you that this letter is strictly private? Yours, whatever may come of it. KH letter no. XLLX from KH. Received at Umballa on the way to Simla, August 5, 1881. Just home. Received more letters than I care to answer. Yours accepted. Have nothing particular to say, I will simply attend to your questions, a task which may seem an easy one, but is not. So, in reality, if we but remember that similar in that to the deity described in Upanishad Sokamayata Bahasyam Pragyeti, they love to be many and to multiply. At any rate, Thirst for knowledge was never regarded as a sin, and you will always find me prompt to answer such queries that can be answered. Certainly I am of the opinion that since our correspondence was established for the good of the many, it would prove very little profitable to the world at large unless you do recast the teaching and ideas contained therein in the form of an essay, not only on the occult philosophical view of creation but upon every other. Question. The sooner you begin your future book the better, for who can answer for unexpected incidents? Our correspondence may break off suddenly, the obstacle coming from those who know best. Their mind, as you know, is a sealed book for many of us, and which no amount of art magic can break open. Further aids to reflection will however come in good time, and the little I am permitted to explain may, I hope, prove more comprehensive than Eliphas Levi's Haute Magi. No wonder you find it cloudy, for it was never meant for the uninitiated reader. Eliphas studied from the Rosicrucian MSS. Now reduced to 3 copies in Europe. These expound our Eastern doctrines from the teachings of Rosenkreuz, who, upon his return from Asia, dressed them up in a semi-Christian garb intended as a shield for his pupils, against clerical revenge. One must have the key to it, and that key is a science per se. Rosenkreuz taught orally. Saint Germain recorded the good doctrines in figures, and his only exciphered MS. Remained with his staunch friend and patron, the benevolent German prince from whose house and in whose presence he made his last exit home. Failure, dead failure. Speaking of figures and numbers, Eliphas addresses those Iprobation, and Kelaship 281 who know something of the Pythagorean doctrines. Yes, some of them do sum up all philosophy and include all doctrine. Isaac Newton understood them well, but withheld his knowledge very prudently for his own reputation, and very unfortunately for the writers of Saturday Review and its contemporaries. You seem to admire it, I do not. However talented from the literary point of view, a paper which gives vent to such unprogressive and dogmatic ideas as the one I came across in it, lately, ought to lose caste among its more liberal conf. Scientific men, it thinks, do not make at all good observers at exhibitions of modern magic, spiritism, and other 9 days wonders. This is certainly not as it should be, it adds, for, knowing as well as they do the limits of the natural, they should begin by assuming that what they see, or what they think they see, cannot be done, and should next look for the fallacy, etc. etc. Circulation of the blood, electric telegraphy, railway, and steamer argument all over again. They know the limits of the natural. O century of conceit, and mental obscuration. And we are invited to London, among these academical rags whose predecessors persecuted Mesmer and branded St. Germain as an impostor. All is secret for them as yet in nature. Of man they know but the skeleton and form, hardly are they able to outline the paths through which the invisible messengers they call senses pass on their way to man's perception. Their school of science is a hotbed of doubts and conjectures, it teaches but for its own sophistry, infects with its emasculation, its scorn for truth, its false morality and dogmatism, and its representatives would boast knowing the limits of the natural. Bus, my good friend, I would forget you belong to this generation, and are an admirer of your modern science. Her behests and oracular verdicts are on a level with the papal non possumus. Yes, the Saturday Review has let us off easily enough, to be sure. Not so the spiritualist. Poor perplexed, wee paper. You gave it a tremendous blow. Losing its footing on mediumistic ground, it fights its death struggle for supremacy of English adeptship over Eastern knowledge. I almost hear its sub rosa cry, if we spiritualists are shown to be in the wrong box, so are you theosophists. The great adept, the formidable J.K., is certainly a dangerous enemy, and I am afraid, our bodhisattvas will have to confess some day their profound ignorance before his mighty learning. Real adepts like Gautama Buddha or Jesus Christ did not shroud themselves in mystery, but came, and talked openly, quotes our oracle. If they did, it's news to us, the humble followers of the former. Gautama is qualified the divine teacher and at the same time God's messenger. CSPT, July 8, p. 21 Para 2. Buddha has now become the messenger of one, whom he, Sankhya Khao Chu, the precious wisdom, has dethroned 2,500 years back, by unveiling the tabernacle and showing its emptiness. Where did that Cockney adept learn his Buddhism, I wonder? You really ought to advise your friend Mr. C.C. Massey to study with that London jewel who so despises Indian occult knowledge, the lotus of the good law, and Atma Bodhlaya in the light of Jewish Kabbalism. I, annoyed at newspaper ribald notices. Certainly not. But I do feel a little wrathful at the sacrilegious utterances of J.K. That I confess. I felt like answering the conceited fool but asterisk so far shalt thou go and no further again. The Hobilgan to whom I showed the passage laughed till the tears streamed down his old cheeks. I wish I could. When the old lady reads it, there will be a cedar or two damaged at Simla. Thanks indeed for your kind offer to let me have possession of the review scraps, but I rather you should preserve them yourself, as these notices may prove unexpectedly valuable to you in a few years hence. To your offer to give a solemn pledge never to divulge anything without permission I can give no answer, at present. Neither its acceptance nor rejection depend of me, to tell you the truth, since it would be quite an unprecedented event to pledge an outsider to our own particular form of oath or promise, and that no other would hold good in my superior's opinion. Unfortunately for both of us, once or rather twice upon a time you made use of an expression which was recorded, and but 3 days ago, when pleading for some privileges for you, it was brought out before me very unexpectedly, I must say. Upon hearing it repeated and seeing it recorded, I had but to turn, as gently as I could, the other cheek to still more unexpected buffets of fortune dealt out by the respected hand of him whom I so revere. Cruel as the reminder seemed to me, it was just, for you have pronounced these words at Simla. I am a member of the Theosophical Society but in no way a theosophist, you said. I am not breaking a confidence in revealing this result of my plaidoyer to you, as I am even advised to do so. We have to travel then, at the same slow rate at which we have hitherto gone, or halt at once and write finus at the bottom of our letters. I hope you will give preference to the former. Once we are upon the topic, I wish you would impress upon your London friends some wholesome truths that they are but too apt to forget, even when they have been told of them over and over again. The occult science is not one, in which secrets can be communicated of a sudden, by a written or even verbal communication. If so, all the brothers should have to do, would be to publish a handbook of the art which might be taught in schools. As grammar is. It is the common mistake of people that we willingly wrap ourselves and our powers in mystery, that we wish to keep our knowledge to ourselves, and of our own will refuse wantonly and deliberately to communicate it. The truth is that till the neophyte attains to the condition necessary for that degree of illumination to which, and for which, he is entitled and fitted, not all of the secrets are incommunicable. The receptivity must be equal to the desire to instruct. The illumination must come from within. Till then no hocus pocus of incautious, or mummery of appliances, no metaphysical lectures or discussions, no self-imposed penance can give it. All these are but means to an end, and all we can do is to direct the use of such means as have been empirically found by the experience of ages to conduce to the required object. And this was and has been no secret for thousands of years. Fasting, meditation, chastity of thought, word, and deed, silence for certain periods of time to enable nature herself to speak to him who comes to her for information, government of the animal passions and impulses, utter unselfishness of intention, the use of certain incense and fumigations for physiological purposes, have been published as the means since the days of Plato and Lamblicius in the West, and since the far earlier times of our Indian rishis, How these must be complied with to suit each individual temperament is of course a matter for his own experiments and the watchful care of his tutor or guru. Such is in fact part of his course of discipline. And his guru or initiator can but assist him with his experience and willpower, but can do no more until the last and supreme initiation. I am also of opinion that few candidates imagine the degree of inconvenience, nay suffering and harm to himself the said initiator submits to for the sake of his pupil. The peculiar physical, moral, and intellectual conditions of neophytes and adepts alike very much as anyone will easily understand. Thus, in each case, the instructor has to adapt his conditions to those of the pupil, and the strain is terrible, for to achieve success we have to bring ourselves into a full rapport with the subject under training. And as, the greater the powers of the adept, the less he is in sympathy with the natures of the profane, who often come to him saturated with the emanations of the outside world, those animal emanations of the selfish, brutal, crowd that we so dread. The longer he was separated from that world and the purer he has himself become, the more difficult the self-imposed task. Then knowledge can only be communicated gradually, and some of the highest secrets, if actually formulated even in your well-prepared ear, might sound to you as insane gibberish, notwithstanding all the sincerity of your present assurance that absolute trust defies misunderstanding. This is the real cause of our reticence. This is why people so often complain with a plausible show of reason that no new knowledge is communicated to them, though they have toiled for it for 2, 3, or more years. Let those who really desire to learn abandon all and come to us, instead of asking or expecting us to go to them. But how is this to be done? In your world, an atmosphere? Woke up sad on the morning of the IATH. Did you? Well, patience, my good brother, patience. Something has occurred, though you have preserved no consciousness of the event, but let this rest. Only what more can I do? How am I to give expression to ideas for which you have as yet no language? The finer and more susceptible heads get, like yourself, more than others do, and even when they get a little extra dose it is lost for want of words and images to fix the floating ideas. Perhaps, and undoubtedly you know not to what I now refer to. You will know it one day. Patience. 2. Give more knowledge to a man than he is yet fitted to receive is a dangerous experiment, and furthermore, other considerations go to restrain me. The sudden communication of facts, so transcending the ordinary, is in many instances fatal not only to the neophyte but to those directly about him. It is like delivering an infernal machine or a cocked and loaded revolver into the hands of one who had never seen such a thing. Our case is exactly analogous. We feel that the time is approaching, and that we are bound to choose between the triumph of truth or the reign of error and terror. We have to let in a few chosen ones into the great secret, or allow the infamous shammars to lead Europe's best minds into the most insane and fatal superstitions, spiritualism, and we do feel as if we were delivering a whole cargo of dynamite into the hands of those we are anxious to see defending themselves against the red-capped brothers of the shadow. You are curious to know where I am traveling about, to learn more of my great work and mission? Were I to tell you, you could hardly make anything of it. To test your knowledge and patience, I may answer you though this once. I now come from Sakyayung. To you the name will remain meaningless. Repeat it before the old lady and observe the result. But to return. Having then, to deliver with one hand the much needed yet dangerous weapon to the world, and with the other to keep off the shammars, the havoc produced by them already being immense, do you not think we have a right to hesitate, to pause, and feel the necessity of caution, as we never did before? To sum up, the misuse of knowledge by the pupil always reacts upon the initiator, nor, do I believe you know yet, that in sharing the secrets with another, the adept by immutable law, is delaying his own progress to the eternal rest. Perhaps, what I now tell you may help you to a truer conception of things, and to appreciate our mutual position the better. Loitering on the way, does not conduce to a speedy arrival at the journey's end. And, it must strike you as a truism that a price must be paid for everything and every truth by somebody, and in this case we pay it. Fear not. I am willing to pay my share, and I told so those who put me the question. I will not desert you, nor will I show myself less self-sacrificing than the poor, worn-out mortality we know as the old lady. TB above must remain between us two. I expect you to regard this letter as strictly confidential, for it is neither for publication nor your friends. I want you alone to know it. Only, if all this was more generally known to candidates for initiation, I feel certain that they would be both more thankful and more patient, as well as less inclined to be irritated at what they consider our reticence and vacillation. Few possess your discretion, fewer still know to appreciate at their true value the results obtained. Your 2 letters to S.M. will lead to no result whatever. He will remain as immovable, and your trouble will have been taken in vain. You will receive a letter from him full of suspicion and with no few unkind remarks. You cannot persuade him that Plus is a living brother, for that was tried and failed, unless, indeed, you convert him to popular exoteric Lamaism, which regards our Biang Sayubs and Changchubs, the brothers who pass from the body of one great Lama to that of another as Lhas or Deceit-jabodied spirits. Remember what I said in my last of planetary spirits. The Changchub, an adept who has, by the power of his knowledge and soul enlightenment, become exempt from the curse of unconscious transmigration, may, at his will and desire, and instead of incarnating himself only after bodily death, do so, and repeatedly during his life if he chooses. He holds the power of choosing for himself new bodies, whether on this or any other planet, while in possession of his old form, that he generally preserves for purposes of his own. Read the Book of Kinti and you will find in it these laws. She might translate for you some paras, as she knows them by rote. To her you may read the present. Do I often laugh at the helpless way in which you grope in the dark? Most decidedly not. That would be as unkind and about as foolish for me to do as for you to laugh at a Hindu for his pidgin English, in a district where your government will not teach people English. Whence such a thought? And whence that other to have my portrait? Never had but one taken, in my whole life, a poor pharaoh type produced in the days of the Gaudiamus by a traveling female artist, some relative, I suppose, of the Munich beer hall beauties that you have interviewed of late, and from whose hands I had to rescue it. The pharaoh type is there, but the image itself has vanished, the nose peeled off and one of the eyes gone. No other to offer. I dare not promise, for I never break my word. Yet I may try some day to get you one. Quotation from Tennyson? Really cannot say. Some stray lines picked up in the astral light or in somebody's brain and remembered. I never forget what I once see or read. A bad habit. So much so, that often and unconsciously to myself I string together sentences of stray words and phrases, before my eyes, and which may have been used hundreds of years ago or will be hundreds of years hence, in relation to quite a different subject. Laziness and real lack of time. The old lady called me a brain pirate and a plagiarist, the other day for using a whole sentence of 5 lines, which, she is firmly convinced, I must have pilfered from Dr. Wilder's brain, as 3 months later, he ducated in an essay of his on prophetic intuition. Never had a look into the old philosopher's brain cells. Got it somewhere in the northern current, don't know. Write this for your information as something new for you, I suppose. Thus a child may be born bearing the greatest resemblance and features to another person, thousands of miles off, no connection to the mother, never seen by her, but whose floating image was impressed upon Heg's soul memory during sleep or even waking hours, and reproduced upon the sensitized plate of living flesh she carries in her. Yet, I believe, the lines quoted were written by Tennyson years ago, and they are published. I hope these disjointed reflections and explanations may be pardoned in one, who remained for over 9 days in his stirrups without dismounting. From Gathering Joe Lamazui, where your occult world was discussed and commented upon, heaven save the mark. Will you think? I crossed to the Horpa Pala territory, the unexplored regions of Turkey. Tribes say your map's ignorant of the fact that there are no tribes there at all, and thence carried home. Yes, I am tired, and therefore will dose. Yours faithfully, K. H. In October I will be in Bhutan. I have a favor to ask of you, try and make friends with Ross Scott. / need him. Letter No. L. Received August, 1882. My dear friend, I feel terribly piddled down, mentally, with this unceasing attitude of unavoidable opposition, and as continual attacks on our stronghold. During the whole of my quiet, contemplative life, I have never met with a man more tenacious or unreasonable. I cannot go on hke that passing my fay in useless protest, and if you cannot bring to bear upon him your friendly influence, we will have all of us to part company, at some not distant day. I was with the Kohen when I received the letter I now enclose, and the Kohen was perfectly disgusted, and called the whole thing the Tibetan name for comedy. It is not that he is anxious to do good or help the progress of the TS. It is simply, believe me or not, insatiable pride in him, a ferocious, intense desire to feel and show to others that he is the *1 elect, that he knows that which all others are barely allowed to suspect. Do not protest, for it is useless. We know, and you do not. The Kohen heard the other day the idiotic but painfully sincere lamentations of the wife, and took note of them. Such is not a man who aims at becoming a perfect soul, and he who would write of a brother theosophist what he has written to me of Fern is no theosophist. Let this be strictly private, and do not let him know but what he will read himself in my letter. I want you to read the 2 letters before you take them to him, and I beg of you to be present when he reads them. I will see what can be done for Colonel Chesney, and I believe Jewel Cole is after him. For the first time in my life I think I feel really disheartened. Yet for the sake of the society I would not lose him. Well, I will do all I can, but I am seriously afraid that he will spoil the broth himself some day. Yours with sincere affection, K. H. Letter No. Lee received 22/8/82. Private. My good friend, remember that in the phenomenon intended for Colonel Chesney there was, is, and will be but one real phenomenal thing, or rather an act of occultism. The likeness of your humble servant, the best of the 2 productions of D. Cole, I am sorry to say for you. The rest of the performance is, notwithstanding its mysterious character, something but too natural, and, of which I do not at all approve. But I have no right to go against the traditional policy, however much I would like to avoid its practical application. Keep this strictly within your and friendly heart until the day comes to let several persons know that you were warned of it. I dare not say more. The probations are hard all round, and are sure not to meet your European notions of truthfulness and sincerity. But reluctant as I do feel to use such means, or even to permit them to be used in connection with my chalice, yet I must say that the deception, the lack of good faith, and the traps intended to inveigle the brothers, have multiplied so much of late, and there is so little time left to that day that will decide the selection of the chalice, that I cannot help thinking that our chiefs, and especially M. may be after all right. With an enemy one has to use either equal or better weapons. But do not be deceived by appearances. Were that I could be as frank with Mr. Hume, whom I as sincerely respect for some of his genuine, sterling, qualities as I cannot help blaming for some others. When will any of you know and understand what we really are, instead of indulging in a world of fiction? In case Col. Chesney speaks to you of certain things, tell him not to trust to appearances. He is a gentleman, and ought not to be allowed to labor under a deception, never meant for him but only as a test for those who would impose themselves upon us with an unclean heart. The crisis is near at hand. Who will win the day? Letter No. LH received Simla, Autumn, 1882. There is nothing below the surface, my faithful friend, absolutely nothing. Hume is simply furiously jealous of everyone who received or is likely to receive any information, favors, attention, or anything of the sort, emanating from us. The word jealous is ridiculous, but correct unless we call it envious, which is still worse. He believes himself wronged, because he fails to become our sole center of attraction. He attitudinizes before himself and feels maddened to fury on finding no one who would admire him, writes out a Hebrew passage which means in Eliphaz Levi's book as I have rendered it, and failing to catch me in a new contradiction for the purpose of which he went to the trouble of quoting it, he impresses himself with the illusion that he is far more of an Advaiti than either M. or myself ever were, an easy thing to prove since we never were Advaitis. And writes an abusive letter directed against our system and ourselves to the OL. By way of soothing his feelings. Are you really so generous as not to have suspected long ago the whole truth? And did I not warn you, and is it possible that you should not have perceived that he will never allow even an adept to know more or better than himself? That his was a false humility, that he is an actor who enacts a part for his own benefit, regardless of the pleasure or displeasure of his audience, though when the latter is manifested to the slightest degree, he turns round, concealing admirably his rage and hisses and spits internally. Every time I contradict and prove him wrong, whether in a question of Tibetan terms, or in any other trifle, the record he keeps against me swells, and he comes out with some new accusation. It is idle, my dear brother, to be always repeating that there are, nor can there be any contradictions in what was given to you. There may be inaccuracy of expression, or incompleteness of detail, but to accuse us of blundering is really too funny. I have asked you several times to make notes and to send them to me, but neither Mr. Hume nor you have thought of doing it, and indeed, I have very little time to explore back letters, compare notes, look into your heads, etc. I confess my ignorance, in one thing at any rate. I am perfectly at a loss to understand why the expression used by me with regard to H.P.B's answer to CCM should have so shocked you, and why you should object to my exercising my ingenuity. If, perchance, you give it another meaning than I do, then we are again both at si jota entendre. Put yourself for a moment in my place, and see whether you would not have to exercise all the ingenuity you have at your command, in a case like that between CCM and HPB. In reality, there is no contradiction between that passage in Isis and our later teaching. To anyone, who never heard of the 7 principles constantly referred to in Isis as a trinity, without any more explanation there certainly appeared to be as good a contradiction as could be. You will write so and so, give so far, and no more, she was constantly told by us, when writing her book. It was at the very beginning of a new cycle, in days when neither Christians nor spiritualists ever thought of, let alone mentioned, more than 2 principles in man, body and soid, which they called spirit. If you had time to refer to the spiritualistic literature of that day, you would find that with the phenomenalists as with the Christians, soul and spirit were synonymous. It was HPB, who, acting under the orders of Atriya, one whom you do not know, was the first to explain in the spiritualist the difference there was between psyche and nous, nefesh and ruach, soul and spirit. She had to bring the whole arsenal of proofs with her, quotations from Paul and Plato, from Plutarch and James, etc. Before the spiritualists admitted that the theosophists were right. It was then that she was ordered to write Isis just a year after the society had been founded. And, as there happened such a war over it, endless polemics and objections to the effect that there could not be in man 2 souls, we thought it was premature to give the public more than they could possibly assimilate, and before they had digested the 2 souls, and thus the further subdivision of the Trinity into 7 principles is left unmentioned in Isis. And is it because she obeyed our orders, and wrote, purposely veiling some of her facts that now, when WC think the time has arrived to give most of, if not the whole truth, that she has to be left in the lurch? Would I, or any of us, ever leave her as a target for the spiritualists to shoot at, and laugh at the contradictions when these were entirely apparent and proceeded but from their own ignorance of the whole truth, a truth they would not listen to, nor will they accept it even now except under protest and with the greatest reservations? Certainly not. And when I use the word ingenuity, that may be an American slang expression for all I know, and that I suspect has with the English another meaning, I meant neither cunning nor anything like a dodge, but simply to show the difficulty I had to labor under, to explain the right meaning with an endless and clumsy paragraph before me, that insisted upon non-reincarnation without inserting one word in it to show that the latter had reference but to the animal soul, not spirit, to the astral, not the spiritual monad. Will you kindly explain to me at the first opportunity what you mean by referring to my expression as an unhappy phrase? If you asked a friend to draw for the pioneer a cow, and that friend starting with the intention of reproducing a cow would, owing to his inability in drawing, sketch instead an ox or a buffalo, and the engraving would so appear perhaps, because you were crowded with other work, and had no time to perceive the shortcoming, would you not exercise your ingenuity and try your best to set the readers right, to prove to them that in truth a cow was meant by the artist, and confessing your friend's inability, do whatever you could, at the same time, to screen him from unmerited humiliation? Yes, you are right. H has neither delicacy of perception and feeling, nor any real, genuine kindness of heart. He is one to sacrifice his own family, those nearest and dearest to him, if there are such for him, something, I doubt, for any whim of his own, and he would be the first to allow a hecatomb of victims if he needed one drop of blood, to insist upon the advisability of suttee if it were the only thing that would keep him warm, help his benumbed fingers to do their work, and he diligently writing a treatise upon some philanthropic subject during that time, and sing sincerely Hosanna to himself in his own thought. Exaggeration, you think? Not so, for you have no conception of the potential selfishness there is in him, of the cruel, remorseless egotism he brought back with him from his last incarnation, a selfishness and egotism which remained latent only owing to the ungenial soil of the sphere he is in, of his social status and education, and we have. Can you believe he wrote his famous article in the Theosophist simply for the reason he gives you to help breaking the unavoidable fall? To save the situation, and by answering Davidson and CCM, etc. To make the work of answering in the future and reconciling the contradictions in the past easier? Not at all. If he sacrifices in it remorselessly HPB, and the author of the Review of the Perfect Way, and shows the brothers as inferior in intelligence to the educated European gentleman and devoid of any correct notions about honesty or right and wrong in the European sense, selfish and cold, stubborn and domineering, it is not at all because he cares one button for either of you, least of all for the society, but simply because in view of certain possible events, that he is too highly intelligent not to have foreshadowed in his mind, he wants to screen him self, to be the only one to come out unscarred if not immaculate in case of a crush, and to dance, if need be, the death dance of the Maccabeans over the prostrate body of the T.S. rather than risk one little finger of the great Simla I am to be sneered at. Knowing him as we do, we say that Mr. Hume is at perfect liberty to quote the unhappy phrase as many times a day as his breath will allow him to, if it can in any way soothe his ruffled feelings. And, it is just because Moria saw through him as plainly as I see my writing before me, that he allowed the cell, as you call it. Nay more, for the things are so prepared, that in the case the eclipse asterisk has to sink, he will be the only one to go down with it, the only one laughed at, and thus his selfishness and carefully prepared plans will prove of no avail. Believing he knew better than I did, he was kind and considerate enough to add his explanations to mine in H.P.B's answer to CCM. And with the exception of karma that he explained correctly enough, made a mess of the rest. And now, the first time I contradict what he says in his article, he will turn round in a fury and express his disgust at what he will call my, not his, contradictions. I am sorry to have to what will appear to you denounce him. But I must draw your attention to the fact, that 9 times out of 10, when he accuses me of having entirely misconceived his meaning, he says what anyone has a right to regard as deliberate falsehood. The instance of E. Levi's carrot is a good instance. In order to prove me at fault, he had to become an Adwaiti and deny his moral governor and ruler of the universe, by throwing him over. A phrase in Hebrew characters appears here in the original, which translated means I am that I am. Ed. Bored for the last 20 years. This is not honest, my friend, and I do not see any help for it. For who can prove when he says that the arguments embodied in his letters to me were not the expression of his own personal belief and opinions, but brought forward simply to answer the probable objections of a theistic public that it is no better than cheating? With such an intellectual acrobat, ever ready to perform the grand trapeze whether in reference to what he states verbally, or puts on paper, even we have to appear beaten. For the latter we care very little, personally. But then he is ever ready to crow victory in his private letters, and even in print. He is willing that we should exist. He is too clever to risk at this hour being caught in a want of sagacity, since he knows through correspondents who are dead against the founders of the actual existence of our brother Hood, but he will never submit to the recognition of such powers or knowledge in us, as would render his unasked advice and interference as ridiculous as they are useless, and he works on that line. I had no right to suppress the offensive article, as you call it, for several reasons. Having allowed our name to be connected with the TS and ourselves dragged into publicity, we have to suffer, the verb, a simple figure of speech if you please, as Alcott would put it, the penalty of our greatness. We must permit the expression of every opinion, whether benevolent or malevolent, to feel ourselves picked to pieces one day, preached on the following, worshipped on the next, and trampled down in the mud on the fourth. Reason no. 2. The Kohen has so ordained it. And with him this means fresh developments, unexpected results, and danger, I am afraid. The 2 names that you find heading the signatures of the 12 cellists who protest, belong to the confidential cellist of the Kohen himself. In this direction there is no more hope for Mr. Hume consummatum est. He has overdone the thing, and I will never have any more opportunities of pronouncing his name before our venerable chief. On the other hand, the denunciation has done good. The Kohen gave orders that the young Teatir Moy, a lad of 14, the son of Babuno bin Bunarji, whom you know, should be accepted as a pupil in one of our Lama series near Chamto Dong, about 100 miles off Chigads, and his sister, a virgin yogin of 18, at the female monastery of Pali. Thus, the founders will have 2 witnesses in good time, and will not depend upon the caprice of Mr. Hume to kill and resurrect us at pleasure. As to proving whether we do, or do not know more of the mysteries of nature than your men of science and your theologians do, it rests with you, JTND, those you will select to help you in the important task. Probation, and Kilaship 293. I hope, my dear friend, that you will undertake to impress upon Mr. Hume the following facts, though the work done by him for the society would become ultimately most important, and although it might have borne the most useful fruits, yet his denunciatory article has nigh upset the labor done by him. People will now regard him more than ever a lunatic. Hindu members will blame him for years, and our cellists can never be made to look upon him but in the light of an iconoclast, a haughty intruder, incapable of any gratitude, hence unfit to be one of them. This you must give out as your personal opinion. Of course not unless it meets your own views, and may be given as the expression of your real feelings in the matter, for I, personally, am ordered not to break with him until the day of the crisis comes. If he desires to retain his official position in the eclectic, help him to do so. If not, I beg you most urgently to accept the position of president yourself. But I leave all this to your tact and discretion. Let him also know that the protest of the Chellas is no work of ours, but the result of a positive order emanating from the Kohan. The protest was received at the headquarters, 2 hours before the postman brought the famous article, and telegrams were received from several Chellas in India on the same day, together with the footnote sent by Jewel Cole to be appended to W. Oxley's article. The September number is calculated to create a certain sensation among the mystics of England and America, not only among our Hindus. The brothers' question is kept up pretty alive, and may bear its fruit. Mr. Hume's graphic pen spurts under the mask of philanthropy, the bitterest gall assailing us with the weapon which, for being represented or rather imagined as lawful and legitimate, and used for the most honest of purposes, wield by turns ridicule and abuse. And, yet he has so preserved the semblance of a sincere belief in our knowledge, that we are more than likely to be thenceforth remembered as he has painted us, and not as in reality we are. What I once said of him, I maintain. He may, outwardly, sometimes sincerely forgive, he can never forget. He is that which Johnson is said to have much admired, a good hater. Oh, my friend, with all your faults, and your rather too lively past, how immeasurably much higher you stand in our sight than our I am, with all his high splendid mental capacity, and outwardly pathetic nature concealing the inward absence of anything like real feeling and heart. M wants me to tell you that he refuses most decidedly to take any precaution of the nature you suggest. He despises H. thoroughly, yet in a case of any real danger would be the first to protect him for the pains and labor given by him for the T.S. He saves that in case H. comes to know of his ridiculous blunder, he will be ready to prove to others the existence of occult powers, but will not leave H. one leg to stand upon. His punishment must be allowed to be complete, or else it will have no effect upon him, and he will only retaliate upon innocent victims. H has shown us to the world as dishonest and lying, before he ever had one single, undeniable proof that we were that, and that he was justified in his denunciations by even an appearance, a semblance of dishonesty. If H. chooses tomorrow to represent us as murderers, M. will try to raise a Maya to make the words good, and then destroy it, and show him a calumniator. I am afraid he is right from the standpoint of our rules and customs. They are anti-European, I confess. With the exception of the telegram, M. never wrote Fern but one letter, the 5 or 6 other letters in his handwriting emanating from the Dugpas who has charge of Fern. He hopes that you will not spoil his work, and that you will ever remain a loyal and true friend to him, as he will be one to you. Fern will never repeat any experiment a la napkin for the simple reason that he will be trusted with no more letters. I have received a letter from Colonel Chesney and will answer it in a few days with a young Keela who will deliver it to your care with my respectful greeting. Do not frighten the boy. Hell is ordered to answer all the questions he can answer but no more. From Simla he will proceed to Buddha Gaya and Bombay on business and will be back home about November. With sincere friendship, yours, K. H. Letter No. LHI strictly private and confidential. My patient friend, yesterday, I had a short note posted to you, and it accompanied a long letter to Hume. I had it Regis tiered somewhere in Central P. By a happy, free friend. Today, it is a long letter to yourself, and it is intended to be accompanied by a tolling of Jeremiades, a doleful story of a discomfiture, which may, or may not make you laugh as it does that bulky brother of mine, but which makes me feel like the poet, who could not sleep aright, for his soul kept up too much light under his eyelids for the night. I hear you uttering under breath, now what in the world does he mean? Patience, my best Anglo-Indian friend, patience. And when you have heard of the disreputable conduct of my probation, and Keelaship 295 wicked, more than ever laughing brother, you will plainly see, why, I come to regret, that instead of tasting in Europe, of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil I have not remained in Asia, in all the sancto simplicitus of ignorance of your ways and manners, for then I would be now grinning too. I wonder what you will say when you will have learned the dreadful secret. I long to know it, to be delivered of a nightmare. Were you to meet me now, for the first time in the shadowy alleys of your Simla, and demanded of me the whole truth, you would hear me tell it to you, most unfavorable for myself. My answer to you, would remind the world, if you were cruel enough to repeat it, of the famous answer given by Warren Hastings to Dog Jennings on his first meeting with the ex-governor after his return from India. My dear Hastings, asked Jennings, is it possible you are the great rascal Burke says, and the whole world is inclined to believe? I can assure you, Jennings, was the sad and mild reply, that though sometimes obliged to appear rascal for the company, I was never one for myself. I am the WH. For the sins of the brotherhood. But to facts. Of course you know the asterisk OL. Told you I think that when we take candidates for Chellis, they take the vow of secrecy and silence respecting every order they may receive. One has to prove himself fit for Keelaship, before he can find out whether he is fit for adeptship. Fern is under such a probation, and a nice mess they have prepared for me between them two. As you already know from my letter to Hume, he did not interest me. I knew nothing of him, beyond his remarkable faculties, his powers for clairaudience and clairvoyance, and his still more remarkable tenacity of purpose, strong will, and other a loose, immoral character. For years, a tavern Pericles with a sweet smile for every street Aspasia, he had entirely and suddenly reformed after joining the Theosoph Society, and took him seriously in hand. It is no business of mine to tell even yourself how much of his visions is truth and how much hallucination, or even perchance fiction. That he bamboozled our friend Hume considerably must be so, since Mr. Hume tells me the most marvelous yarns of him. But the worst of all this business is the following. He bamboozled him so well, indeed, that whereas H. did not believe one word when Fern was speaking the truth, nearly every lie uttered by F. was accepted by our respected press of the eclectic as gospel truth. Now you will readily understand, that it is impossible for me to try and set him, H. right, since F. is MS Keela, and that I have no right whatever, either legal, or social, according to our code, to interfere between the two of the several grievances. However, it is the smallest. Another of our customs, when corresponding with the outside world, is to entrust Aquila with the task of delivering the letter or any other message, and if not absolutely necessary, to never give it a thought. Very often our very letters, unless something very important and secret, are written in our handwritings by our Chellis. Thus, last year, some of my letters to you were precipitated, and when sweet and easy precipitation was stopped, well, I had but to compose my mind, assume an easy position, and think, and my faithful asterisk disinherited had but to copy my thoughts, making only occasionally a blunder. Ah, my friend, I had an easy life of it unto the very day when the eclectic sprung into its checkered existence. Anyhow, this year, for reasons we need not mention, I have to do my own work, the whole of it, and I have a hard time of it sometimes, and get impatient over it. As Jean-Paul Richter says somewhere, the most painful part of our bodily pain is that which is bodiless or immaterial, namely our impatience, and the delusion that it will last forever. Having one day permitted myself to act as though I were laboring under such a delusion, in the innocence of my unsophisticated soul, I trusted the sacredness of my correspondence into the hands of that alter ego of mine. The wicked and imperious chap, your illustrious, who took undue advantage of my confidence in him and placed me in the position I am now in. The wretch laughs since yesterday, and to confess the truth I feel inclined to do the same. But as an Englishman, I am afraid you will be terror-struck at the enormity of his crime. You know, that notwithstanding his faults Mr. Hume is absolutely necessary, so far, to the TS. I grow sometimes very irritated at his petty feelings and spirit of vindictiveness, yet withal, I have to put up with his weaknesses, which lead him at one moment to vex himself that it is not yet and at another that it is already midday. But our illustrious is not precisely of that opinion. Mr. Hume's pride and self-opinion, he argues, wish, as our saying goes, that all mankind had only two bent knees, to make puja to him, and he is not going to humor him. He will do nothing, of course, to harm or even to vex him purposely. On the contrary, he means to always protect him as he has done until now, but he will not lift his little finger to disabuse him. The substance and pith of his argument are summed up in the following: Hume laughed and chuckled at real, genuine phenomena, the production of which have brought us well nigh into the Cohen's disgrace, only and solely because the manifestations were not sketched by himself, nor were they produced in his honor or for his sole benefit. And now let him feel happy and proud over mysterious manifestations of his own making and creation. Let him taunt Sinnett in the depths of his own proud heart, and even by throwing out hints to others that even he, Sinnett, was hardly so favored. No one has ever attempted a deliberate deception. Nor would anyone be permitted to attempt anything of the sort. Everything was made to follow its natural, orderly course. Fern is in the hands of two clever dwellers of the threshold, as Bulwer would call them, two dugpas kept by us to do our scavenger's work, and to draw out the latent vices if there be any from the candidates, and Fern has shown himself on the whole far better and more moral than he was supposed to be. Fern has done but what he was ordered to do, and he holds his tongue because it is his first duty. As to his posing with Hume, and attitudinizing before himself and others as a seer, since he has brought himself to believe it, and that it is but certain details that can be really called a fiction, or to put it less mildly, fibs, there is no real harm done but to himself. Hume's jealousy and pride will ever be in the way, to prevent him swallowing truth as much as ornamental fiction, and Sinnett is shrewd enough to sift very easily Fern's realities and dreams. Why then, should I, or you or anyone else, concludes offer advice to one who is sure not to accept it, or, which will be still worse, in case he learns for a certainty that he has been permitted to make a fool of himself, is still more sure to become an irreconcilable enemy to the society, the cause, the much suffering founders and all. Let him, then, strictly alone. He will not be thankful for undeceiving him. On the contrary, he will forget that no one is to be blamed but himself, that no one had ever whispered him one word that could have led him into his extra delusions, but will turn more fiercely than ever on those chaps the adepts, and he will call them publicly impostors, Jesuits, and pretenders. I gave him one genuine pukka phenomenon, and that ought to satisfy him as to the possibility of everything else. Such is MS reasoning, and were I not indirectly mixed in the quiproquo, it would be also mine. But now, owing to the plants of that little double-dealing monkey Fern, I am compelled to disturb you for a friendly advice, since our ways are not your ways and vice versa. But now see what happened. Hume has lately received a good many letters from me, and I hope you will kindly follow with me the fate and various fortunes of 3 of them, ever since he began to receive them in a direct way. Try also, to well understand the situation and to thus realize my position. Since we had 3 cellists at Simla, 2 regular ones and 1 an irregular one, the candidate Fern, I conceived the unfortunate idea of saving power, of economizing, as though I had a savings bank. To tell truth, I sought to separate as much as it was possible under the circumstances, the suspected headquarters from every phenomenon produced at Simla, hence from the correspondence that passed between Mr. Hume and myself. Unless HPB, Damodar, and Deb were entirely disconnected, there was no saying what might, or might not, happen. The first letter, the one found in the conservatory, I gave to M. to have it left at Mr. H.'s house by one of the two regular cellists. He gave it to Subaru for he had to see him on that day. S.R. passed it in the ordinary way, posted it, to Fern, with instructions to either leave it at Mr. Hume's house, or to send it to him through post, in case he were afraid that Mr. H should ask him, since Fern had not the right to answer him, and thus would be led to telling an untruth. Several times D.K.H. had tried to penetrate into Rothney Castle, but suffered each time so acutely, that I told him to give it up. He is preparing for initiation and might easily fail as a consequence. Well, Fern did not post it but sent a friend his Dugpa to leave it at the house, and the latter placed it in the conservatory about 2 a.m. This was half of a phenomenon, but H took it for an entire thing, and got very mad when M refused, as he thought, to take up his answer in the same way. Then I wrote to console him, and told him as plainly as I could say, without breaking M's confidence in relation to Fern, that D.K. could do nothing for him, at present, and that it was one of Moriah's cellists that had placed the letter there, etc., etc. I believe the hint was quite broad enough and no deception practiced. The second letter, I think, was thrown on his table by D.J. Cole, the real spelling of whose name is Jewel, but not so phonetically, and, as it was done by himself, it was a pukka orthodox phenomenon, and Hume has no need to complain. Several were sent to him in various ways, and he may be sure of one thing, however ordinary the means by which the letters reached him, they could not be but phenomenal in reaching India from Tibet. But this does not seem to be taken into any consideration by him. And now we come to the really bad part of it, a part for which I blame entirely M. for permitting it and exonerate Fern. 7 Viho could not help it. Of course you understand that I write you this in strict confidence, relying upon your honor that whatever happens you will not betray Fern. Indeed, and I have looked most attentively into the thing, the boy was led to become guilty of a deliberate Jesuitical deception rather through Hume's constant insults, suspicious attitude, and deliberate slights at meals, and during the hours of work, than from any motive in consequence of his loose notions of morals. Then M.'s letters, the production of the amiable Dugpa, in reality E% Dugpa, whose past sins will never permit him to fully atone for his misdeeds, distinctly say, do either so and so, or in such a way, they tempt him, and lead him to imagine that in doing no injury to any human being, and when the motive is good, every action becomes legal. Was thus tempted in my youth, and had nearly succumbed twice to the temptation, but was saved by my uncle from falling into the monstrous snare, and so was the illustrious, who is a pukka orthodox occultist and holds religiously to the old traditions and methods, and so would be any one of you had I consented to accept you for cellist. But as I was aware from the first, of what you have confessed to, in a letter to HPB, namely that there was something supremely revolting to the better class of European minds in that idea of being tested, of being under probation, I therefore had always avoided the acceptance of Mr. Hume's often expressed offer to become Aquila. This may, perhaps, give you the key to the whole situation. However, this is what happened. Fern had received a letter of mine through Aquila, with the injunction of causing it to reach its destination immediately. They were going to take breakfast, and there was no time to lose. Fern had thrown the letter on a table and ought to have left it there, since there would have been no occasion for him then to lie. But he was vexed with H, and he devised another dodge. He placed the letter in the folds of Mr. H's napkin, who at breakfast took it up and accidentally shook out the letter onto the floor, it appears, to the terrible fright of Moggy and the contented surprise of Hume. But, his old suspicion returning to him, a suspicion he had always harbored since I wrote to him that my first letter was brought into the conservatory by one of M's cellists, and that Michaela could do little, though he had visited invisibly every part of the house before, Hume looks at Fernful and asks him whether it was he who had placed it there. Now I have the entire picture before me of FS brain at that moment. There's the rapid flash. In it asterisk this saves me. For I can swear I never put it there asterisk, meaning the spot on the floor where it had fallen. No, he boldly answers. I have never put it there, he adds mentally. Then a vision of M. And a feeling of intense satisfaction and relief for not having been guilty of a direct lie. Confused pictures of some Jesuits he had known, of his little child, a disconnected thought of his room and beams in Mr. H.'s garden, etc. Not a thought of 5e / deception. Truly then, our friend was taken in but once, but I would pay any price could I but recall the event and replace my letter with somebody else's message. But you see how /am situated. M tells me he gives me carte blanche to tell anything I like to you. He will not have me say a word to Hume, nor would he ever forgive you, he says, were you to interfere between the punishment of Hume's pride and fate. Fern is not really to be blamed for thinking that so long as the result is accomplished the details are of no account, since he was brought at such a school, and that he really has the welfare of the cause at heart, whereas, with Hume it is really bona fide selfishness, egotism the chief and only motive power. Egotistic philanthropist is a word which paints his portrait at full length. Now for Col. Chesney. Since he really and sincerely was kind enough, it appears, to discern something in the outlines of your poor, humble friend's face, an impression drawn, most probably, from the depths of his imagination rather than from any real presence of such an expression as you say, in D.J. Cole's or M***'s production. The former felt quite proud and begged my permission to precipitate another such likeness, for Col. Chesney. Of course, the permission was granted, though I laughed at the idea, and M. told D.K. that the Col. would also laugh at what he will suspect as my conceit. But D.K. would try and then went and begged permission to present it himself to Col. Chesney, a permission which was, as a matter of course, refused by the Kohen and he himself reprimanded. But the picture was ready 3 minutes after I had consented to it, and D.K. seemed enormously proud of it. He says, and he is right, I think, that this likeness is the best of the three. Well, it went the usual way, via Jewel Cole, Deb, and Fern the HPB. And Damodar being both at Pune at that time. M was training and testing Fern for a phenomenon, of course a genuine one, so that a Pukka manifestation could be produced in Col. Chesney's house by Fern, but, while Fern swore he needed but 3 months preparation, M knew he would never be ready for the season, nor do I think he will be ready next year. Anyhow, he entrusted the new picture to Fern, telling him again to better send it by post, for were the Colonel to ever learn that Fern was concerned in it, he would disbelieve even in its precipitated production. But D.K. wanted it delivered immediately, and while the Col. as he said had master hot in his head still, and Fern, the conceited young fool, answers, no, before I do anything in connection with the packet I must study him, Col. Chesney, more fully. I want, this time, to obtain the highest possible results at the first onset. From what I have seen of the author of the * Battle of Dorkin, I have not been able to satisfy myself about him. Father told me to be his eyes and ears * he not having always the time. I must find out the character we have to deal with. In the interval, I, fearing that Master Fern may, perhaps, place the portrait in the folds of Col. Chesney's napkin, and produce some spiritual manifestation with his foot, I wrote to you from Pune through Damodar, giving you a very broad hint, I believe, which, of course, you did not understand but will now. Meanwhile, yester morning D.K. came and told me that Fern still had his picture and that he feared that some trick had or would be played. Then I immediately aroused my too indifferent brother from his apathy. I showed to him how dangerous was the situation left in the unscrupulous hands of a boy, whose sense of morality was still more blunted, by the probation tests and deceit which he regarded nigh as legal and permissible, and aroused him finally into action. A telegram was sent to Fern in M's own handwriting, this time, from the central provinces, Busala, I believe, where lives Aquila, ordering Fern to send on immediately the packet he had for the colonel to his address by post, and Fern, as I see, received it, yesterday, in the forenoon by our time, Tuesday, 22. And thus when you hear of it, you will know the whole truth. I have strictly forbidden my letters or anything connected with my business to ever be given to Fern. Thus Mr. H. and yourself or anyone else at Simla may take my word of honor that Fern will have nothing more to do with my business. But my dearest friend, you must promise me faithfully, and for my sake, never to breathe one word of what I told you to anyone, least of all to Hume or Fern, unless Fern forces you by his fibs to stop him, in which case you may use what you think proper of it, to force him to shut up, yet, without ever allowing him to know how and from whom you have learned it. Apart from this, use of the knowledge, at your discretion. Read my letter, registered and sent to your name from Busala yesterday, or rather my letter to Hume, carefully, and think well over before sending it to him, for this letter may provoke him to a fit of madness and hurt pride and make him quit the society at once. Better keep it, as means for future emergency, to prove to him that at least, I am one, who will not permit even my enemies to be won over by unfair means. At least, I so regard the means that Mr. Fern seems but too ready to use. But above all, good and faithful friend, do not allow yourself to misconceive the real position of our great brotherhood. Dark and tortuous as may seem to your Western mind the paths trodden, and the ways by which our candidates are brought to the great light, you will be the first to approve of them when you know all. Do not judge on appearances, for you may thereby do a great wrong and lose your own personal chances to learn more. Only be vigilant and watch. If Mr. Hume but consents to wait, he will have more, and far more extraordinary phenomena to silence the critics than he hitherto had. Exercise your influence with him. Remember, in November comes the great crisis, and September will be full of dangers. Save at least our personal relations from the wreck. Fern is the queerest psychological subject I have ever met. The pearl is inside, and truly profoundly hidden by the unattractive oyster shell. We cannot break it at once, nor can we afford to lose such subjects. While protecting yourself, protect him from Hume. Generally I never trust a woman, any more than I would an echo. Both are of the female gender, because the goddess echo, like woman, will always have the last word. But with your lady, it is otherwise, and I firmly believe that you can trust her with the above if you think proper. But beware of poor Mrs. Gordon. An excellent lady, but would talk death herself to death. And now I have done. Yours ever faithfully, K. H. Please do not regard it as a compliment, but believe me when I say that your 2 letters, and especially * the evolution of man, is simply superb. Do not fear any contradictions or inconsistencies. I say again, make notes of them and send them to me, and you will see. 1. Pray you, kind sir, to lock the foolish letter sent on yesterday to Hume Sahib into your trunk and leave it there to roost until in demand. I tell you it will create mischief and no better. K.H. is too sensitive by far. He is becoming in your Western society irregular. Miss yours, M. Letter No. Live received Simla, October, 1882. My dear friend, the deposition and abdication of our great I am is one of the most agreeable events of the season for your humble servant. Mea culpa, I exclaim, and willingly place my guilty head under a shower of ashes from the Simla cigars if you like, for it was my doing. Some good has come of it in the shape of excellent literary work, though, indeed, I prefer your style, for the parent body, but none whatever for the hapless eclectic. What has he done for it? He complains in a letter to Shishir Kumar Ghosh, of the A.B. Petrarca, that owing to his Hume's incessant efforts, he had nearly converted Chesney to Theosophy when the great anti-Christian spirit of the Theosophist threw the kernel violently back. This is what we may call tampering with historical facts. I send you his last letter to me, in which you will find him entirely under the influence of his new guru the good Vedantic Swami, who offers to teach him the Advaita philosophy with a God in it by way of improvement, and of the Sandaram spirit. His argument is, as you will find, that with the good old Swami he will at any rate learn something, while with us, it is impossible for him to ever learn anything. I never gave him the assurance that all the letters were not evolved out of the old lady's fertile brain. Even now, he adds, when he has obtained subjective certainty, that we are distinct entities from mad. I cannot tell what you are, you might be Jewel Kull, or a spirit of the high eastern plane, etc. In like strain. In the letter enclosed he says we may be tantrikists, better ascertain the value of the compliment paid, and, he is preparing, nay all prepared to plunge from extreme Advaitism into transcendental theism, once more. Amen. I hand him over to the Salvation Army. I would not like to see him sever his connection with the society altogether, though, first for his intrinsic literary worth, and then because you would be sure to have an indefatigable though a secret enemy, who would pass his time in writing out his ink dry against Theosophy, denouncing all and everyone in the society to all and everyone outside of it, and making himself disagreeable in 1,000 ways. As I once said before, he may seem to forgive, and he is just the man to bamboozle himself before his own reflection in the looking-glass into magnanimous forgiveness, but in reality he neither forgives nor ever forgets. It was pleasant news for M. and all of us to hear how unanimously and quietly you were elected president, and we all masters and cellists greet fraternally and warmly your ascension to the office, an accomplished fact which reconciles us even with the sad and humiliating tidings that Mr. Hume expressed his utter indifference to cellists and even to their masters, adding that he cared very little to meet either. But enough of him, who may be better described in the words of the Tibetan proverb: like the bird of night, by day a graceful cat, in darkness an ugly rat. One word of advice and earnest warning from both of us: trust not little fern, beware of him. His placid serenity and smiles when talking to you of the mild scolding tempered with mercy, and that it is better to be scolded than cast off, are all assumed. His letter of penitence and remorse to M, which he sends you to keep, is not sincere. If you do not watch him closely, he will mix the cards for you in a way that may lead the society to ruin, for he swore a great oath to himself that the society will either fall or rise with himself. If he fails next year again and with all his great gifts, how can such an incurable little Jesuit and liar help failing? He will do his best to pull down the society with him as regards belief in the brothers at least. Try to save him, if possible, my dearest friend, do your best to convert him to truth and unselfishness. It is real pity that such gifts should be drowned in a mire of vice so strongly engrafted upon him by his early tutors. Meanwhile, beware of ever allowing him to see any of my letters. And now to C. Massey and your letters. Both answer and your reply are excellent. Doubtless a more sincere, truthful, or a more noble-minded man, S. Moses not excepted, could hardly be found among the British Theosophists. His only and chief fault is weakness. Were he to learn some day how deeply he has wronged HPB in thought, no man would feel more miserable over it than himself. But of this anon. If you remember in my letter to H. upon the subject, I forbade all arrangements for the simple reason that the BSH Theos SOC had collapsed, and virtually was no more. But, if I remember right, I added that if they re-established it on a firm basis with such members as Mrs. K. and her scribe, that we would have no objection to teach them through you, or words to that effect. I certainly objected having my letters printed and circulated like those of Paul in the bazaar of Ephesus for the benefit, or perchance derision and criticism, of isolated members who hardly believed in our existence. But I have no objection, in case of an arrangement, as proposed by CCM. Only let them first organize, leaving out such bigots as willed strictly out in the cold. He refused to admit Mr. Hume's sister Mrs. B because, having never seen any mesmeric phenomena, she disbelieved in mesmerism, and refused to admit Crookes, recommended by CCM, as I was told. I will never refuse my help and cooperation to a group of men sincere and ardent to learn, for if again, such men as Mr. Hume are to be admitted, men who generally delight in playing in every organized system they get into, the parts played by Typhon and Ahriman in the Egyptian and Zoroastrian systems, then the plan had better be left aside. I dread the appearance in print of our philosophy as expounded by Mr. H. I read his 3 essays or chapters on God, cosmogony and glimpses of the origin of things in general, and had to cross out nearly all. He makes of us agnostics. We do not believe in God because so far, we have no proof, etc. This is preposterously ridiculous. If he publishes what I read, I will have HPB. Or Jewel Cole deny the whole thing, as I cannot permit our sacred philosophy to be so disfigured. He says that people will not accept the whole truth, that unless we humor them with the hope that there may be a loving Father and Creator of all in heaven, our philosophy will be rejected a priori. In such a case, the less such idiots hear of our doctrines the better for both. If they do not want the whole truth and nothing but the truth, they are welcome. But never will they find us, at any rate, compromising with, and pandering to public prejudices. Do you call this candid and honest from a European standpoint? Read his letter and judge. The truth is, my dear friend, that notwithstanding the great tidal wave of mysticism that is now sweeping over a portion of the intellectual classes of Europe, the Western people have as yet scarcely learned to recognize that which we term wisdom in its loftiest sense. As yet, he only is esteemed truly wise in his world, who can most cleverly conduct the business of life, so that it may yield the largest amount of material profit, honors, or money. The quality of wisdom, ever was, and will be yet for a long time to the very close of the fifth race denied to him. Who seeks the wealth of the mind for its own sake, and for its own enjoyment and result, without the secondary purpose of turning it to account in the attainment of material benefits. By most of your gold-worshipping countrymen our facts and theorems would be denominated fancy flights, the dreams of mad men. Let the fragments and even your own magnificent letters now published in light, fall into the hands, and be read by the general public, whether materialists or theists or Christians, and 10 to 1 every average reader will curl his lip with a sneer, and with the remark, all this may be very profound and learned, but of what use is it in practical life? And dismiss letters and fragments from his thoughts forever. But now your position with CCM seems changing, and you are gradually bringing him round. He longs sincerely to give occultism another trial and is open to conviction. We must not disappoint him. But, I cannot undertake to furnish either them or even yourself with new facts until all I have already given is put into shape from the beginning, vide Mr. Hume's essays, and taught to them systematically, and by them learned and digested. I am now answering your numerous series of questions, scientific and psychological, and you will have material enough for a year or two. Of course I will be always ready with further explanations, hence unavoidably additions carried, but I positively refuse to teach any further before you have understood and learned all that is already given. Nor do I want you to print anything from my letters unless previously edited by you, and put into shape and form. I have no time for writing regular papers, nor does my literary ability extend so far as that. Only how, about CCM's minds so prejudiced against the author of Isis and ourselves, who have dared an attempt to introduce Eglinton into the sacred precincts of the BTS. and to denominate plus a brother? Shall not our joint sins and transgressions from a European standpoint be sorely in the way of mutual confidence, and will they not lead to endless suspicions and misconceptions? I am not prepared just now to afford the British Theosophists the proof of our existence in flesh and bones, or that I am not altogether H.P.B.S* confederate, for all this is a question of time and karma. But, even supposing it very easy to disprove the former, it would be far less easy to disprove the latter. A.K.H., i.e. a mortal of very ordinary appearance and acquainted tolerably well with the English, Vedanta, and Buddhist philosophy, and with even a bit of drawing-room juggling is easily found and furnished, so as to demonstrate his objective existence beyond doubt or cavil. But how about giving the positive, moral certitude that the individual, who may thus make his appearance is not a bogus KH, a confederate of HPB? Were not St. Germain, and Cagliostro, both gentlemen of the highest education and achievements and presumably Europeans not niggers of my sort regarded at the time, and still so regarded by posterity as impostors, confederates, jugglers, and what not? Yet I am morally bound to set his mind at rest through your kind agency with regard to HPB. Deceiving and imposing upon him. He seems to think he has obtained proofs of it absolutely unimpeachable. I say he has not. What he has obtained is simply proof of the villainy of some men, and ex-theosophists such as Hurikund Chintaman of Bombay, now of Manchester and elsewhere, the man who robbed the founders and Dayanand of Rs. 4000, deceived and imposed upon them from the first, so far back as New York, and then exposed and expelled from the society, ran away to England and is ever since seeking and thirsting for his revenge. And such other as Dr. Billing, the husband of that good, honest woman, the only really and thoroughly reliable and honest medium I know of Mrs. M. Hollis Billing, whom he married for her few £1000s, ruined her during the first year of his married life, went into concubinage with another medium, and when vehemently reproached by H.P.B. and Alcott, left his wife and society and turned with bitter hatred against both women, and since then is ever seeking to secretly poison the minds of the British Theosophists and Spiritualists against his wife and H.P.B. Let CCM put all those facts together, fathom the mystery and trace the connection between his informants and the two traducers of the two innocent women. Let him investigate thoroughly and patiently, before he believes in certain reports and even proofs brought forward, lest he overloads his karma with a heavier sin than any. There is not a stone these two men have unturned in order to succeed in their evil design. While Hurikund Chintaman never failed once during the last 3 years to take into his confidence every theosophist he met, pouring into his ears pretended news from Bombay about the duplicity of the founders, and to spread reports amongst spiritualists about Mad B's pretended phenomena, showing them all as simply impudent tricks since she has no real idea of the Yage powers, or again showing letters from her, received by him while she was in America, and in which she is made to advise him to pretend he is a brother and thus deceive the British Theosophists the better, while H.C. is doing all this and much more. Billing is working the London mystics. He attitudinizes before them as a victim of his overconfidence in a wife who he found out as a false tricky medium, helped and supported in this by H.P.B. and H.S.O. He complains of his cruel fate and swears on his honor. He left her only because he had found her an impostor, his honesty revolting at such a union. Thus, it is on the strength and authority of the reports of such men, and the two confiding persons, who, believing in them, helped them, that CCM came gradually to disown and repudiate the disgusting and deformed changeling which was imposed upon him under the guise of H.P.B. Believe me, it is not so. If he tells you he was shown documentary proof, answer him that a letter in his own handwriting and over his own signature, which, if placed in the hands of law, would send him in 24 hours on the bench of criminals, may be forged as easily as any other document. A man who was capable of forging on a bogus will the signature of the testator and then getting hold of the hand of the already dead man, put a pen into it and guide it over the ready signature, to afford the witnesses a chance of taking their oath that they had seen the man sign it, is ready to do more serious work than simply slandering an unpopular foreigner. When, smarting under the exposure and bent upon revenge, H.C.H. arrived 3 years ago from Bombay, CCM would neither receive nor see him, nor would he listen to his justification, for Dayanand Karat, whom he recognized and accepted at that time as his spiritual chief, had sent him word to hold no communication with the thief and traitor. Then it was that the latter and C. Carter Black, the Jesuit expelled from the society for slandering in the Paz-el-Mal Gazette, both Swami and Hurikund became fast friends. Carter Black had for over 2 years moved heaven and earth to get readmitted into the society, but HPB had proved a Chinese wall against such readmission. Both the ex-fellows made peace, put their heads together and worked since then in a most charming accord. This made secret enemy no. 3 CCM's devotion was in their way. They went to work to break the object of that devotion, HPB, by shaking his confidence in her. Billing, who could never hope to achieve success in that direction, for CCM knew him too well, having legally defended his ruined and forsaken wife, succeeded to arouse his suspicions against Mrs. Billing as a medium and against her friend HPB, who had defended and supported her against him. Thus was the ground well prepared for sowing in it any kind of weed. Then came like a thunderbolt Swami's unexpected attack upon the founders and proved the death blow to C.C.M's friendship. Because Swami had been represented by her to them as a Haikila, an initiate, he imagined he had never been one, and that in her misguided zeal to advance the cause HPB had deceived them all. After the April row, his and her enemies made an easy prey of him. Take light, compare dates and the various cautious and covered attacks. Behold C.C.M's hesitation, and then his sudden pouncing upon her. Cannot you read between the lines, friend? But what of S. Moses? He at least, is never the man to utter a deliberate falsehood, much less repeat a slanderous report. He, at least, as well as CCM, is a gentleman, every inch of him, and an honest man. Well, and what of that? You forget his profound, sincere irritation with us and HPB, as a spiritualist, the chosen vessel of election of Imperator. CCM is ignorant of the laws and mysteries of mediumship, and he is his staunch friend. Take again light and see how plainly his irritation grows and becomes louder in his notes by the way. He has entirely misconceived your meaning, or rather quotations, followed by no explanations, from a letter of mine to yourself, who, in your turn, have never correctly understood the situation. What I then said I now repeat: there is an abyss between the highest and lowest degrees of planetaries. This to your query is plus a planetary spirit. And then my assertion that plus is a brother. But what is a brother, in reality, do you know? For what HPB has added out of the depths of her own consciousness, perhaps, I do not hold myself responsible, for she knows nothing for a dead certainty about plus, and often dreaming dreams she draws her own original conclusions therefrom. Result, SM regards us as impostors and liars, unless we be but a fiction, in which case the compliment returns to HPB. Now what are the facts and what the accusations against HPB? Many are the shadowy points against her in C.C.M's mind, and, with every day they become blacker and uglier. I will give you an instance. While in London, at the Billings, Jan. 1879, HPB, who had produced a china pot from under the table, was asked by CCM to give him some phenomenally produced object too. Consenting, she caused a small card case, as carved in Bombay, to appear in the pocket of his overcoat hung in the hall. Inside, whether then or later in the evening, was found a slip of paper. with the facsimile of Hurrican's signature on it. At the time, no suspicion entered his mind, since there really was no ground for any. But now you see he believes it, if not all a trick, at any rate a half deception. Why? Because at that time he behaved H.C. Aquila, all but a great adept, as allowed and led to suppose by H.P.B. And now he knows that H.C. was never Aquila, since he himself denies it, that he never had any powers, denies any knowledge of, or belief in such, and tells to everyone that even Dayanand has never been a yogi but is simply an ambitious impostor like Mohammed. In short, so many lies brought and left at the founder's door. And then her letters, and the reports by trustworthy witnesses of her confederacy with Mrs. Billing. Hence confederacy between her and Egelinton. She is proved, at any rate, an arch plotter, a deceiver, a crafty character, either that or a visionary lunatic, an obsessed medium. European, Western logic. Letters. Very easy to alter words, mix the whole meaning of a sentence in letters. So has the Swami. Letters from her, which he freely translates, quotes from and comments upon in the face of the July supplement. Now pray, oblige me by carefully reading over again the defense. Note the barefaced lies of India's great reformer. Remember what was admitted to you and then denied. And if my word of honor has any weight with you, then know that D. Swami was an initiated yogi, a very high Kila at Badrinath, endowed some years back with great PK wares and a knowledge he has since forfeited, and that HPB told you but the truth, as also that HC was a Kila of his, who preferred to follow the left path. And now see what has become of this truly great man, whom we all knew and placed our hopes in him. There he is, a moral wreck, ruined by his ambition and panting for breath in his last struggle for supremacy, which, he knows we will not leave in his hands. And now, if this man 10 times greater morally and intellectually than Hurricane could fall so low, and resort to such a mean course, of what his ex-friend and pupil Hurricane may not be capable to satisfy his thirst for revenge. The former has at least an excuse his ferocious ambition that he mistakes for patriotism. His once alter ego has no excuse but his desire to harm those who exposed him. And, to achieve such results, he is prepared to do anything. But you will perhaps inquire, why we have not interfered? Why we, the natural protectors of the founders, if not of the society, have not put a stop to the shameful conspiracies? A pertinent question, only I doubt whether my answer with all its sincerity will be clearly understood. You are thoroughly unacquainted with our system, and could I succeed in making it clear to you, 10 to 1 your better feelings, the feeling of a European carrot would be ruffled, if not worse, with such a shocking discipline. The fact is, that to the last and supreme initiation every Kila, and even some adepts, is left to his own device and counsel. We have to fight our own battles, and the familiar adagi * the adept becomes, he is not made is true to the letter. Since every one of us is the creator and producer of the causes that lead to such or some other results, we have to reap but what we have sown. Our chelas are helped but when they are innocent of the causes that lead them into trouble, when such causes are generated by foreign, outside influences. Life and the struggle for adeptship would be too easy, had we all scavengers behind us to sweep away the effects we have generated through our own rashness and presumption. Before they are allowed to go into the world, they, the chelas, are every one of them endowed with more or less clairvoyant powers, and, with the exception of that faculty that, unless paralyzed and watched, would lead them perchance to divulge certain secrets that must not be revealed, they are left in the full exercise of their powers. Whatever these may be, why don't they exercise them? Thus, step by step, and after a series of punishments, is the Kila taught by bitter experience to suppress and guide his impulses. He loses his rashness, his self-sufficiency, and never falls into the same errors. All that now happens is brought on by HPB herself. And to you, my friend and brother, I will reveal her shortcomings, for you were tested and tried, and you alone have not hitherto failed, at any rate not in one direction, that of discretion and silence. But before I reveal her one great fault to you, a fault, indeed, in its disastrous results, yet withal a virtue, I must remind you of that, which you so heartily hate, namely, that no one comes in contact with us, no one shows a desire to know more of us, but has to submit being tested and put by us on probation. Thus, CCM could not more than any other escape his fate. He has been tempted and allowed to be deceived by appearances, and to fall but too easily a prey to his weakness, suspicion, and lack of self-confidence. In short, he is found wanting in the first element of success in a candidate: unshaken faith, once that his conviction rests upon, and has taken root in knowledge, not simple belief in certain facts. Now CCM knows that certain phenomena of hers are undeniably genuine, his position with regard to that being precisely the position of yourself and your lady, in reference to the yellow ringstone. Thinking you had reasons to believe the stone in question was simply brought, like the doll, not doubled as she asserted, and disliking in the depths of your soul such a useless deception as you always thought on her part, you have not repudiated her for all that, nor exposed or complained of her in the papers as he has. In short, even when refusing her the benefit of the doubt in your own hearts, you have not doubted the phenomenon but only her accuracy in explaining it, and while being utterly wrong, you were undeniably right in acting with such a discretion in that matter. Not so, in his case. After entertaining during the period of 3 years a blind faith in her, amounting almost to a fiend of veneration, at the first breath of successful calumny, he, a staunch friend and an excellent lawyer, falls a victim to a wicked plot, and his regard for her is changed into positive contempt and a conviction of her guilt. Instead of acting as you would have acted in such a case, namely either never mentioning the fact to her or else asking her for an explanation, giving the accused the opportunity of defending herself, and thus acting consistently with his honest nature, he preferred giving vent to his feelings in public print and to satisfy his rancor against herself and us by adopting an indirect means of attacking her statements in ISIS. By the by, and begging your pardon for this digression, he does not, it seems, regard her answer in the Theosophist * candid. Funny logic, when coming from such an acute logician. Had he proclaimed in all the pap er5 and at the top of his voice that the author or authors of ISIS have not been candid while writing the book, that they often and purposely mislead the reader by withholding the necessary explanations and have given but portions of the truth, had he even declared, as Mr. Hume does, that the work teems with practical errors and deliberate misstatements, he would have been gloriously acquitted, because he would have been right from a European standpoint, and heartily excused by us again because of his European way of judging something innate in him and that he cannot help. But to call a correct and truthful explanation not candid is something I can hardly realize, though I am quite aware that his view is shared even by yourself. Alas, my friends, I am very much afraid that our respective standards of right and wrong will never agree together, since motive is everything for us, and that you will never go beyond appearances. However, to return to the main question. Thus CCM knows, he is too intelligent, too acute an observer of human nature to have remained ignorant of that, most important of facts, namely that the woman has no possible motive for deception. There is a sentence in his letter which, framed in a little kinder spirit, would go far to show how well he could appreciate and recognize the real motives, had not his mind been poisoned by prejudice, due, perhaps, more to S. Moses' irritation, than to the efforts of her 3 above enumerated enemies. He remarks en passant that the system of deception may be due to her zeal, but regards it as a dishonest zeal. And now, do you want to know how far she is guilty? Know then, that if she ever became guilty of real, deliberate deception, owing to that zeal, it was when in the presence of phenomena produced, she kept constantly denying except in the matter of such trifles as bells and raps that she had anything to do with their production personally. From your European standpoint it is downright deception, a big thundering lie. From our Asiatic standpoint, though an imprudent, blamable zeal, an untruthful exaggeration, or what a Yankee would call *** a blazing cock-a-hoop meant for the benefit of the brothers, yet withal, if we look into the motive, a sublime, self-denying, noble, and meritorious, not dishonest zeal. Yes, in that, and in that alone, she became constantly guilty of deceiving her friends. She could never be made to realize the utter uselessness, the danger of such a zeal, and how mistaken she was in her notions that she was adding to our glory, whereas, by attributing to us very often phenomena of the most childish nature, she but lowered us in the public estimation and sanctioned the claim of her enemies that she was * but a medium. But it was of no use. In accordance with our rules, M. was not poor. Mit to forbid her such a course, in so many words. She had to be allowed full and entire freedom of action, the liberty of creating causes that became in due course of time her scourge, her public pillory. He could at best forbid her producing phenomena, and to this last extremity he resorted as often as he could, to her friends and theosophists' great dissatisfaction. Was, or rather is, it lack of intellectual perceptions in her? Certainly not. It is a psychological disease, over which she has little if any control at all. Her impulsive nature, as you have correctly inferred in your reply, is always ready to carry her beyond the boundaries of truth, into the regions of exaggeration, nevertheless without a shadow of suspicion that she is thereby deceiving her friends or abusing of their great trust in her. The stereotyped phrase, ** it is not 7, I can do nothing by myself. It is all they the brothers. I am but their humble and devoted slave and instrument," is a downright fib. She can and did produce phenomena, owing to her natural powers combined with several long years of regular training, and her phenomena are sometimes better, more wonderful and far more perfect than those of some high, initiated cellists, whom she surpasses in artistic taste and purely Western appreciation of art, as for instance in the instantaneous production of pictures, witness her portrait of the fakir Tiravallo mentioned in Hints, and compared with my portrait by Jewel Cole. Notwithstanding all the superiority of his powers, as compared with hers, his youth as contrasted with her old age, and the undeniable and important advantages he possesses of having never brought his pure unalloyed magnetism in direct contact with the great impurity of your world and society, yet do what he may, he will never be able to produce such a picture, simply because he is unable to conceive it in his mind and Tibetan thought. Thus, while fathering upon us all manner of foolish, often clumsy, and suspected phenomena, she has most undeniably been helping us in many instances, saving us sometimes as much as 2/3 of the power used, and when remonstrated for often we are unable to prevent her doing it on her end of the line, answering that she had no need of it, and that her only joy was to be of some use to us. And thus she kept on killing herself inch by inch, ready to give for our benefit and glory, as she thought, her lifeblood drop by drop, and yet invariably denying before witnesses that she had anything to do with it. Would you call this sublime, albeit foolish self-abnegation dishonest? We do not, nor shall we ever consent to regard it in such a light. To come to the point, moved by that feeling, and firmly believing at the time, because allowed to, that Hurikund was a worthy Kila Karat of the Yogi Dayanand, she allowed CCM and all those who were present to labor under the impression that it was Hurikund who had produced the phenomena, and then went on rattling for a fortnight of Swami's great powers and of the virtues of Hurikund, his prophet. How terribly she was punished, every one in Bombay, as you yourself well knows. First the Kila turning a traitor to his master and his allies, and a common thief, then the great Yogin ** Luther of India sacrificing her NHSO to his insatiable ambition. very naturally, while Hurricund's treason shocking as it appeared at the time to CCM and other Theosophists left her unscarred, for Swami himself having been robbed took the defense of the founders in hand. The treachery of the supreme chief of the Theosophists of the Arya Samaj was not regarded in its true light. It was not he that had played false, but the whole blame fell up on the unfortunate and too devoted woman, who, after extolling him to the sky, was compelled in self-defense to expose his malafides and true motives in the Theosophist. Such is the true history, and facts with regard to her deception or, at best dishonest zeal. No doubt she has merited annihilation of the blame, most undeniably she is given to exaggeration in general, and when it becomes a question of puffing up those she is devoted to, her enthusiasm knows no limits. Thus she has made of an Apollo of Belvedere, the glowing description of whose physical beauty, made him more than once start in anger, and break his pipe while swearing like a true Christian, and thus, under her eloquent phraseology, I, myself had the pleasure of hearing myself metamorphosed into an angel of purity and light shorn of his wings. We cannot help feeling at times angry, with, oftener laughing at, her. Yet the feeling that dictates all this ridiculous effusion, is too ardent, too sincere and true, not to be respected or even treated with indifference. One the latter he certainly was, though never very worthy, for he had always been a selfish, plotting rascal, in the secret pay of the late Jayakwar. I do not believe I was ever so profoundly touched by anything I witnessed in all my life, as I was with the poor old creature's ecstatic rapture, when meeting us recently both in our natural bodies, one after 3 years, the other nearly 2 years' absence and separation in flesh. Even our phlegmatic was thrown off his balance, by such an exhibition of which he was chief hero. He had to use his power, and plunge her into a profound sleep, otherwise she would have burst some blood vessel including kidneys, liver, and her interiors, to use our friend Oxley's favorite expression in her delirious attempts to flatten her nose against his riding mantle besmeared with the Sikkim mud. We both laughed, yet could we feel otherwise but touched? Of course, she is utterly unfit for a true adept, her nature is too passionately affectionate, and we have no right to indulge in personal attachments and feelings. You can never know her as we do, therefore none of you will ever be able to judge her impartially or correctly. You see the surface of things, and what you would term virtue, holding but to appearances, we judge but after having fathomed the object of its profoundest depth, and generally leave the appearances to take care of themselves. In your opinion HPB is, at best, for those who like her despite herself, a quaint, strange woman, a psychological riddle, impulsive and kind-hearted, yet not free from the vice of untruth. We, on the other hand, under the garb of eccentricity and folly we find a profounder wisdom in her inner self than you will ever find yourselves able to perceive. In the superficial details of her homely, hard-working commonplace daily life and affairs, you discern but unpracticality, womanly impulses, often absurdity and folly. We, on the contrary, light daily upon traits of her inner nature the most delicate and refined, and which would cost an uninitiated psychologist years of constant and keen observation, and many an hour of close analysis and orts to draw out of the depth of that most subtle of mysteries human mind one of her most complicated machines, H.P.B's mind, and thus learn to know her true inner self. All this you are at liberty to tell CCM. I have closely watched him, and feel pretty certain that what you will tell him will have far more effect upon him than what a dozen K.Hs might tell him personally. Imperator stands between us two, and will, I am afraid, stand thus forever. His loyalty to, and faith in the assertions of a European living friend can never be shaken by the assurances to the contrary, made by Asiatics, who to him, if not mere figments, are unscrupulous confederates. But I would, if possible, show to you his great injustice, and the wrong done. by him to an innocent woman, at any rate comparatively innocent. However crazy an enthusiast, I pledge to you my word of honor, she was never a deceiver, nor has she ever willfully uttered an untruth, though her position often becomes untenable, and that she has to conceal a number of things, as pledged to by her solemn vows. And now I have done with the question. I am now going to approach once more a subject, good friend, I know is very repulsive to your mind, for you have told and written so repeatedly. And yet, in order to make some things clear to you, I am compelled to speak of it. You have often put the question, why should the brothers refuse turning their attention to such worthy, sincere theosophists as CCM and Hood, or such a precious subject as S. Moses? Well, I now answer you very clearly, that we have done so ever since the said gentlemen came into contact and communication with HPB. They were all tried and tested in various ways, and not one of them came up the desired mark. M gave a special attention to CCM. For reasons I will now explain, and, with results as at present known to you. You may say that such a secret way of testing people is dishonest, that we ought to have warned him, etc. Well, all I can say is, that it may be so from your European standpoint, but that, being Asiatics, we cannot depart from our rules. A man's character, his true inner nature, can never be thoroughly drawn out if he believes himself watched, or strives for an object. Besides, O had never made a secret of that way of ours, and all the BSH theosophists ought to if they did not know that their body was, since we had sanctioned it, under a regular probation. As for CCM, of all the theosophists, he was the one selected by M. And with a definite purpose, owing to H.P.B's import unities and his special promise, he will turn back on you some day, Pumo. M repeatedly told her, in answer to her prayers to accept him as a regular Kila with Alkat *, that he never will. She exclaimed in answer, CCM is the best, most noble, etc., 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 a string of laudatory and admiring adjectives. 2 years later, she said the same of Ross Scott. Such two staunch, devoted friends I never had. She assured her boss, who only laughed in his beard, and bid me arrange the theosophical marriage. Well, one was tested and tried for 3 years, the other for 3 months, with what results I hardly need remind you. Not only no temptations were ever put in the way of either, but the latter was furnished with a wife amply sufficient for his happiness, and connections that will prove beneficent to him some day. CCM had but objective, undoubted phenomena to stand upon. R. Scott had moreover, a visit in astral shape from M. In the case of one the revenge of 3 unprincipled men, in the case of the other the jealousy of a petty-minded fool made short work of the boasted friendship. And showed the OL what it was worth. Oh, the poor, trusting credulous nature. Take away from her clairvoyant powers, plug up in a certain direction her intuitions as in duty bound was done by M. And what remains? A helpless, broken-hearted woman. Take another case, that of Fern. His development, as occurring under your eye, affords you a useful study and a hint as to even more serious methods adopted in individual cases to thoroughly test the latent moral qualities of the man. Every human being contains within himself vast potentialities, and it is the duty of the adepts to surround the would-be Kila with circumstances which shall enable him to take the right-hand path, if he have the ability in him. We are no more at liberty to withhold the chance from a postulant than we are to guide and direct him into the proper course. At best, we can only show him after his probation period was successfully terminated that if he does this he will go right, if the other, wrong. But until he has passed that period, we leave him to fight out his battles as best he may. And have to do so occasionally with higher and initiated chelas such as HPB, once they are allowed to work in the world, that all of us more or less avoid. More than that, and you better learn it at once, if my previous letters to you about Fern have not sufficiently opened your eyes. We allow our candidates to be tempted in 1,000 various ways, so as to draw out the whole of their inner nature and allow it the chance of remaining conqueror either one way or the other. What has happened to Fern has befallen every one else who has preceded, will befall with various results every one who succeeds him. We were all so tested, and while Murad Ali failed, I succeeded. The victor's crown is only for him who proves himself worthy to wear it, for him who attacks Mara single-handed and conquers the demon of lust and earthly passions, and not we but he himself puts it on his brow. It was not a meaningless phrase of the Tathagata that he who masters self is greater than he who conquers thousands in battle. There is no such other difficult struggle. If it were not so, adeptship would be but a cheap acquirement. So, my good brother, be not surprised, and blame us not, as readily as you have already done, at any development of our policy towards the aspirants past, present, or future. Only those who can look ahead at the far remote consequences of things are in a position to judge as to the expediency of our own actions, or those we permit in others. What may seem present bad faith may in the end prove the truest, most benevolent loyalty. Let time show who was right and who faithless. One, who is true and approved today, may tomorrow prove, under a new concatenation of circumstances, a traitor, an ingrate, a coward, an imbecile. The reed, bent beyond its limit of flexibility, will have snapped in twain. Shall we accuse it? No, but because we can, and do pity it, we cannot select it as part of those reeds that have been tried and found strong, hence fit to be accepted as material for the indestructible fane we are so carefully building. And now to other matters. We have a reform in head, and I look to you to help me. Mr. H.'s annoying and indiscreet interference with the parent society, and his passion of domineering all and everything, have made us come to the conclusion that it would be worth our while to attempt the following. Let it be made known to all concerned through the Theosophist and circulars issued to every branch that hitherto they have looked too often and too unnecessarily to the parent body for guidance and as an exemplar to follow. This is quite impracticable. Besides the fact, that the founders have to show themselves and try earnestly to be all to everyone and all things, since there is such a great variety of creeds, opinions, and expectations to satisfy, they cannot possibly and at the same time satisfy all as they would like to. They try to be impartial, and never to refuse one what they may have accorded to another party. Thus they have repeatedly published criticisms upon Vedantism, Buddhism, and Hinduism in its various branches, upon the Veda Bhashya of Swami Dayanand, their staunchest and at that time most valued ally, but, because such criticisms were all directed against non-Christian faiths, no one ever paid the slightest attention to it. For over a year and more, the journal came out regularly with an advertisement inimical to that of the Veda Bhashya, and was printed side by side with it to satisfy the Banaras Vedantin. And now Mr. Hume comes out with his public castigation of the founders and seeks to prohibit the advertisement of anti-Christian pamphlets. I want you, therefore, to please bear this in mind, and point out these facts to Col. Chesney, who seems to imagine that Theosophy is hostile but to Christianity, whereas it is but impartial, and whatever the personal views of the two founders, the journal of the Society has nothing to do with them, and will publish as willingly criticism directed against Lamaism as against Christianism. At all events, willing as we both are, that H.P. B. should always and gratefully accept your advice in the matter, it was I, who advised her to kick, as she says, against Mr. H.'s attempts at authority, and you are at liberty to inform him of the fact. Now, in view to mending matters, what do you think of the idea of placing the branches on quite a different footing? Even Christendom, with its divine pretensions to a universal brotherhood, has its 1001 sects, which, united as they all may be under one banner of the cross, are yet essentially inimical. 22. To each other, and the authority of the Pope is set at naught by the Protestants, while the decrees of the synods of the latter are laughed at by the Roman Catholics. Of course, I would never contemplate, even in the worst of cases, such a state of things among the theosophical bodies. What I want, is simply a paper on the advisability of remodeling the present formation of branches and their privileges. Let them be all chartered and initiated as heretofore by the parent society, and depend of it nominally. At the same time, let every branch before it is chartered, choose some one object to work for, an object naturally, in sympathy with the general principles of the TS, yet a distinct and definite object of its own, whether in the religious, educational, or philosophical line. This would allow the society a broader margin for its general operations, more real, useful work would be done, and, as every branch would be, so to say, independent in its modus operandus, there would remain less room for complaint and par consequence for interference. At any rate, this hazy sketch, I hope, will find an excellent soil to germinate and thrive in your business-like head, and if you could, meanwhile, write a paper based on the aforesaid explanations of the Theosophist's true position, giving all the reasons as above mentioned and many more for the December number, if not for the November number, you would, indeed, oblige M. and myself. It is impossible, and dangerous, to entrust with such a subject, which requires the most delicate handling, either one or the other of our editors. HPB would never fail to break the Padre's heads on such a good opportunity, or HSO. To turn a neat extra compliment or two to the founder's address, which would be useless, for I strive to show the two entities of editor and founder quite distinct and apart from each other, blended though they be in one and same person. I am no practical businessman, and therefore, I feel utterly unable for the task. Will you help me, friend? It would be better, of course, if the feeler would be made to appear in the November, as though in answer to M.R. Hume's very impolite letter, which, of course, I will not permit to be published. But you could take it for your groundwork and basis to frame your editorial answer upon. To return to the reform of branches, this question will have of course to be seriously considered and weighed before it is finally settled. There must be no more disappointment in members once they have joined. Each branch has to choose its well-defined mission to work for, and the greatest care should be taken in the selection of presidents. Had the eclectic been placed from the first, on such a footing of distinct independence, it might have fared better. Solidarity of thought and action within the broad outline of the chief and general principles of the society there must always be between the parent and branch bodies, yet the latter must be allowed each their own independent action in everything that does not clash with those principles. Thus a branch composed of mild Christians sympathizing with the objects of the society might remain neutral in the question of every other religion, and utterly indifferent to and unconcerned with the private beliefs of the founders. The Theosophist may congroom as willingly for hymns on the lamb as for slukas on the sacredness of the cow. Could you but work out this idea, I would submit it to Venerable Cohen, who now gently smiles from the corner of an eye, instead of frowning as usual ever since he saw you become president. Had I not, last year, owing to the ex-president's truculence, been sent to bed earlier than at first contemplated, I was going to propose it. I have a letter of lofty reproach, dated October 8, from the IM. In it, he sends for you on the 5th and explains his *on willingness to continue to hold office and his great desire that you should take his place. He condemns altogether the system and policy of our order. It seems to him quite wrong. He winds up by, of course I shall ask you to get the OL to refrain from proposing me for the council of the society. No fear of this, he may sleep soundly and undisturbed and see himself in dream the Dalai Lama of the Theosophists. But I must hasten to enter my indignant and emphatic protest against his definition of our faulty system. Because, he succeeded in catching but a few stray sparks of the principles of our order, and could not be allowed to examine and remodel the whole. We must all need be what he would represent us. If we could hold such doctrines as he would impose upon us, if we in aught resembled the picture he has drawn, if we could submit for a single hour to stand silently under the load of such imputations as he has thrown upon us in his September letter, verily we should deserve to lose all credit with the Theosophists. We ought to be dismissed and hunted out of the society and people's thoughts. As charlatans and impostors, wolves in sheep's clothing, who come to steal away men's hearts with mystic promises, entertaining all the while the most despotic intentions, seeking to enslave our confiding chalice and turn the masses away from truth and the divine revelation of nature's voice to blank and dreary atheism, i.e., a thorough disbelief in the kind, merciful Father and Creator of all, evil and misery, we must suppose, who lolls from the eternity, reclining with his backbone supported on a bed of incandescent meteors, and picks his teeth with a lightning fork. Indeed, we have enough of this incessant jingle on the Jew's harp of Christian revelation. M thinks that the supplement ought to be enlarged if necessary, and made to furnish room for the expression of thought of every branch, however diametrically opposed these may be. The Theosophist ought to be made to assume a distinct color and become a unique specimen of its own. We are ready to furnish the necessary extra sums for it. I know you will catch my idea, however hazily expressed. I leave our plan entirely in your own hands. Success in this will counteract the effects of the cyclic crisis. You ask what you can do? Nothing better or more efficient than the proposed plan. I cannot close without telling you of an incident which, however ludicrous, has led to something that makes me thank my stars for it, and will please you also. Your letter, enclosing that of CCM, was received by me on the morning following the date you had handed it over to the little man. I was then in the neighborhood of Paris, at the gunpa of a friend, and was very busy with important affairs. When I received intimation of its arrival, I was just crossing the large inner courtyard of the monastery, bent upon listening to the voice of Lama Tandhij. I had no time to read the contents. So, after mechanically opening the thick packet, I merely glanced at it, and put it, as I thought, into the traveling bag I wear across the shoulder. In reality, though, it had dropped on the ground, and since I had broken the envelope and emptied it of its contents, the latter were scattered in their fall. There was no one near me at the time, and my attention being wholly absorbed with the conversation, I had already reached the staircase leading to the library door, when I heard the voice of a young Jilun calling out from a window, and expostulating with someone at a distance. Turning round, I understood the situation at a glance, otherwise your letter would never have been read by me, for I saw a venerable old goat in the act of making a morning meal of it. The creature had already devoured part of CCM's letter, and was thoughtfully preparing to have a bite at yours, more delicate and easy for chewing with his old tooth than the tough envelope and paper of your correspondence epistle. To rescue what remained of it took me but one short instant, disgust and opposition of the animal notwithstanding, but there remained mighty little of it. The envelope with your crest on had nearly disappeared, the contents of the letters made illegible. In short, I was perplexed at the sight of the disaster. Now you know why I felt embarrassed, had no right to restore it, the letters coming from the eclectic and connected directly with the hapless Peleings on all sides. What could I do to restore the missing parts? I had already resolved to humbly crave permission from the Kohen to be allowed an exceptional privilege in this dire necessity, when I saw his holy face before me, with his eye twinkling in quite an unusual manner, and heard his voice, "Why break the rule? I will do it myself." These simple words, "Kam me ts har I'll do it," contain a world of hope for me. He has restored the missing parts and done it quite neatly too, as you see, and even formed a crumpled broken envelope, very much damaged ed, into a new one crest and all. Now I know what great power had to be used for such a restoration, and this leads me to hope for a relaxation of severity one of these days. Hence I thank the goat heartily, and since he does not belong to the ostracized Peleing race, to show my gratitude I strengthened what remained of teeth in his mouth, and set the dilapidated remains firmly in their sockets, so that he may chew food harder than English letters for several years yet to come. And now a few words about the Kila. Of course you must have suspected that since the master was prohibited the slightest tamasha exhibition, so was the disciple. Why should you have expected then, or felt a little disappointed with his refusing to forward to me your letters via space in your presence? The little man is a promising chap, far older in years than he looks, but young in European wisdom and manners, and hence committing his several indiscretions, which, as I told you, put me to the blush and made me feel foolish for the two savages. The idea of coming to you for money was absurd in the extreme. Any other Englishmen but you would have regarded them after that as two travelling charlatans. I hope you have received by this time the loan I returned with many thanks. Nath is right about the phonetic, vulgar, pronunciation of the word kinti. People usually pronounce it as kintu, but it is not correct, and he is wrong in his view about planetary spirits. He does not know the word, and thought you meant the devas, the servants of the Dhyan Kohans. It is the latter who are the planetary, and of course it is illogical to say that adepts are greater than they, since we all strive to become Dhyan Kohans in the end. Still there have been adepts greater than the lower degrees of the planetary. Thus your views are not against our doctrines, as he told you, but would be had you meant the devas or angels, little gods. Occultism is certainly not necessary for a good, pure ego to become an angel, or spirit in, or out of the devachan, since angelhood is the result of karma. I believe you will not complain of my letter being too short. It is going to be soon followed by another voluminous correspondence, answers to your many questions. HPB is mended, if not thoroughly at least for some time to come. With real affectionate regard, yours, KH. Letter No. LV. And now, friend,